My name is Odajirai. I was all set to lounge on my comfy sofa, ordering takeout from my favorite Chinese place downstairs. But no, thanks to that darn Shuichi Akai, here I am, in the middle of a chilly Tokyo subway, surrounded by a bunch of strange creatures and a few regular people mixed in. As I finally stepped out into the blistering sun, I put up my umbrella. I wasn't about to get sunburned just to look tough. People around me kept rushing past with that usual city indifference. But through my special lens, I saw it all, the hidden world around me, full of odd beings I called abnormalities. These abnormalities were everywhere. Winged creatures swooping through the air, huge shadowy figures lounging on rooftops, feeding on the sunlight. The world was truly more magical in Tokyo. I had learned to see these abnormalities from my childhood friend, a specialist in these beings. Unlike him, I'm just an ordinary guy with a little trick to peek into this strange world. Just an ordinary guy. Or so I like to tell myself. And then there's Seiki Kusuwa, the so-called God. In Tokyo, an extraordinary psychic trying his best to lead an ordinary life. I recognized him right away, standing out with his distinct green glasses, pink hair, and that unique power of his. In his right eye, he looked like a regular high school kid. In my left, he was a glowing beacon of power. I followed my plan and left him with a little challenge, silently inviting him to come find me. Come find me, God. Excitement buzzed within me at the thought of meeting him. Later, I went to an interview, dressed in my usual black shirt and trousers, which probably made me look more like a thug than a job candidate. The interviewer was skeptical of my attire, but I convinced her that I dress formally when the job started. I didn't really care if I got the job, but it was fun to play along. When she finally said, "You're hired," I had to admit, today was indeed a lucky day. Today, I want to check out my new workplace, the Bika City Library. It's this big, historic library that's gone fully digital. Every book is tracked electronically, so you just scan a code, and it tells you exactly where to go. I was hired for a front desk position, which, was surprising for someone studying computer science. Still, I went along with it. My senior, Seijo, was showing me around, impressed when I easily transferred the library map to my phone. She even said I'd have to call her by her last name, not senpai, because it made her feel old. She's only 25, but she's got her quirks. Later, I returned to my Tokyo apartment. It's a simple setup, but good enough for my stay here. Just as I was settling in, I met my neighbor, Tsuchiya, a regular office guy with short black hair and a shy demeanor. He seemed nice, and we exchanged polite invitations to visit each other's places, though I didn't actually mean mine. I don't want anyone finding out about my less than ordinary work. That evening, I called Kazami Yuya, a contact in public security who had been waiting to talk. The guy was polite but cautious, and honestly, a bit taken aback by my bluntness. We had a good laugh about my hacking skills. I told him it's not my fault their security is easy for me. Then, I brought up my reason for being here. Shuichi Akai, supposedly dead but suspiciously unconfirmed. This mystery intrigued me enough to come to Tokyo, and I invited Kazami to discuss it further over a meal at a well-reviewed spot. After a bit of banter, we set up a meeting. It's going to be an interesting few days. After hanging up the call, I sighed and spoke to the empty room, asking Seiki to come out. The balcony door unlocked itself, and he materialized, blending from invisible to visible. I invited him to sit, acting casually as I made coffee in the kitchen, even though I knew he'd noticed the surveillance cameras. Seiki accepted the coffee, but his eyes kept darting around, suspicious yet intrigued. We started talking, and he asked me why I call him God and how I know so much about him. I told him it was because, to me, he is like a god, my perspective, of course, and I smiled as I explained. Seiki, with that serious look of his, had no real argument to counter. Eventually, I even shared some intelligence on his school, mentioning a few notable students. Seiki, though embarrassed, let his curiosity slip and listened. But after a while, he vanished, probably overwhelmed. Later that night, hunger reminded me to find a nearby convenience store. I was thrilled when my neighbor, Tsuchiya, showed up at the store. He was kind enough to walk me back home, chatting about running out for his sister's snacks. He's a nice guy, Tsuchiya. Maybe this place will be more interesting than I thought. It was a sunny Saturday, perfect for my meeting with Kazami from public security. I was dressed in my usual black clothes, umbrella in hand. I'd also managed to get Seiki's contact info last night, probably pushed it on him a bit, but it was worth it. Since I arrived early, I wandered by the river to watch a bridal boat ceremony. Unexpectedly, I got caught up in a crowd of kids, unable to move. A kind girl, Ran, noticed and offered me a way out. I thanked her, only to be greeted by more kids, including a curious little boy named Conan. After chatting with them, I went to the restaurant where Kazami and I planned to meet, but it wouldn't open until noon due to the wedding. I sat and ordered a feast, enough for 4 or 5 people, while waiting. Kazami finally messaged that he'd arrive in 10 minutes, but by then, I'd eaten half the food. As I waited, I exchanged a few messages with Seiki, who couldn't resist his usual sarcasm. Suddenly, a loud scream came from downstairs. I rushed to see what was happening, catching a glimpse of my neighbor, Amuro, sprinting ahead. I followed, wondering what kind of day this was turning into. 10 minutes later, the police arrived, and Kazami walked in, looking confused. What a chaotic day for a simple meeting. I arrived late to my meeting with Kazami, a rare slip for someone who values punctuality. When I finally got there, I found an unexpected scene. Police, Detective Mori, and even that little kid, Conan, at the crime scene. They were investigating a murder that had taken place during a wedding at the restaurant we'd planned to meet at. As I entered, I spotted Kazami waiting and chatting calmly with the wedding guests. He greeted me with a friendly wave, and I joined him in trying to make sense of the chaos. People seemed nervous, and the atmosphere was tense. Mori, San and Conan were leading the investigation, questioning the groom and a few guests who might be suspects, including a friend of the bride and a man named Ryo-Ki, who seemed suspiciously involved in everyone's affairs. The more I watched, the more it became clear how complicated these relationships were. At one point, I decided to step in, clarifying some things to the police and helping ease tensions. I even made a playful jab at Ryo-Ki, hinting that he might have interests elsewhere, which got him flustered and defensive. Meanwhile, I continued observing and teasing a bit, finding amusement in watching the drama unfold. Just as things were finally starting to calm down, the police were ready to continue their investigation, and I realized Kazami hadn't even started his meal yet. It was a chaotic day for him, and for me, too. Odajirai has a pain point that many people cannot understand. The strangest thing about him is that he hates being called by his name, so much so that he has always introduced himself as Odajirai. How much does he hate it? Probably to the extent that he would get creepy if someone called him that. That's why Midorinaga called him Haru-kun. This is a warning. After hearing Midorinaga Masaru's explanation, the store manager's eyes became even more erratic, like a balloon slowly floating in the air, which would burst if poked. The remaining one is the bridesmaid, Ms. Tanaka Ayano, and the other is the owner of this restaurant and best man, Mr. Murata Satoshi. Ms. Tanaka was a good friend of the deceased during college. After her internship, she has been working in the hospital where she is now. It is natural that your relationship is very close, but according to the information provided by the guest who just left, someone saw you having a big fight before the wedding and Mr. Murata. We learned that you and the deceased had a brief relationship 3 months ago, just when Mr. Okawa and the deceased had a quarrel and broke up. The two of them reconciled soon, and you also provided the venue for the wedding. Can you two explain it to us? This is going to be interesting. Putting aside Midorinaga Masaru, who has no motive to kill, these 3 people seem to be related to Miss Ayaka. If you ask him to guess, among the 4 people including the deceased, probably 2 are perpetrators and 2 are victims, right? I just don't know what the famous detective Maori would think. He was very interested in this. However, there is definitely no detective better than Adagawa Ranpo in this world. Odajirai has great confidence in the famous detective in Yokohama. Thinking about it, the kid's last name seems to be Adagawa? I wonder if he is related to Ranpo. So he started to lose focus and took out his cell phone to send an email right under the police's noses and also replied to the message he hadn't finished writing before. From God number 3. You are blocking me from playing games. You've only had your phone for a few days, but you've already found a new way to entertain yourself? No, he must try to continue the harassment. Odajirai has the email addresses of 2 or 3 members of the armed detective agency, but they don't seem to carry them with them. Often there's a reason why he always seems out of place in Yokohama, as he can never be without electronic gadgets. Although he probably wouldn't be seen by Adagawa Rampo in time, he still wanted to contact the world's #1 detective if he encountered a murder case. If only Rampo-sama could tell Kagoro the answer before he solves the case while he is asleep. As Odajirai watched this old man come up with one outrageous inference after another, he couldn't help but ask if this guy's correct inferences were all the work of others. A certain elementary school student of the god of death sneezed, hiding his merits and fame. As soon as Odajirai compiled the whole story into a long email and sent it to Rampo's mailbox, Mori, his disciple Amuro Toru, and the young detective Conan had already analyzed the case in detail. All they lacked was a flash of inspiration. Inspector Megier, a staff member from the forensic science department, came running over. The surveillance video in front of the crime scene room door has been tampered with. The screen was black for a long time. We have already sent the video file to the headquarters. We need to wait for a while to get the result. Got it. You can get back to work first. Inspector Megier had no idea that he could find the real murderer through the surveillance video from the beginning. He had expected that the person who killed the bride Mayuko Okawa would reveal a flaw in such a place with decisive methods. Now the burden of solving the case can only be placed on Brother Maori. Inspector Megier looked at his old friend who was still awake and whose reasonings were all unreliable with concern, and couldn't help but ask himself questions. When exactly can you sleep? Adagawa Conan sneezed again. Achoo, wait a little longer, it's almost there. Officer, do you need any help? Glancing at Public Security Police Officer Kazami, who was blocked outside the door by Inspector Megier, Odajirai was in a rare good mood and decided to provide a little help to the police. I'm sorry. No. Inspector Megier refused decisively. The police have always refused to help ordinary people who want to participate in the investigation of the case. Regardless of whether they can really help, the work of the police should not be replaced by the public. If you're interested in this, please become one of them first. Detectives, fortunately they are allowed. Conan laughed dryly. It doesn't matter. What he is best at is taking advantage of every opportunity. Although he was rejected by the police, Odajirai was not ready to give up. In other words, it should not have happened to him to seek consent. In the intervals between analyzing the case and reasoning, Toru Amuro distracted himself a little and paid attention to his original target person. This man finally showed some of the temperament he had seen in his subordinates' reports. Although I dare not say anything else, I am still very confident about computers. If possible, please let me help you. Odajirai Haru said this, but he did not intend to stop. Arrogance. He quickly found the police technician in the room who had just completed the transmission task and decided to re-analyze the original surveillance video. He showed a toughness that could not be refused. The action was so fast that no one could react. The moment Odajirai's fingertips touched the keyboard, they were like a mechanical puppet wound up, completing their tasks quickly and methodically. Willful. Even the 4 suspects and Inspector Megier were attracted by the sound of his rapid typing on the keyboard. Not to mention the technician sitting in front of him. They had never seen such a fast technician. Compared to them, Odajirai seemed to be able to fly. There was silence in the room for several minutes. Odajirai has stopped his movements, and a wide, colorful, and conspicuous progress bar appears on the screen of his portable laptop. That's it. Although there is no sound file because it is a surveillance video, it is enough for detectives, right? He pulled off the giant battery that powered the laptop, held the computer in both hands, and walked to the long table where Inspector Megier and the suspect were confronting each other, and then put it on the table. The screen first turned to Inspector Megier, and then slowly turned to the suspect's side. There should be more than one person who lied just now. I wonder how you will explain it in front of the surveillance video? I am looking forward to it. Odajirai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. People like to watch the excitement, and he is no exception. And bad. All this was different from the Odajirai he had just seen. Which side is the truth? Toru Amuro's attention has completely shifted away from the case at hand. To him, Figuring out who Odajiri Haru is much more important than this murder case. Besides, isn't there a little detective here? Ah, I see. With the voice of Kagoro Mori after watching the surveillance video and hearing the suspects' respective explanations, it was Conan Edagawa who completed the last piece of the puzzle of the case. The case was solved perfectly after Kagoro Mori fell asleep. The murderer was the groom, Mr. Okawa. Mr. Okawa like the bride, Ms. Mayuko, not the bride, but the bridesmaid, Ms. Tanaka, but the motive for the murder had little to do with the relationship between them. As Odajiri had expected, the tragedy that happened today started with Ms. Tanaka's sister who had returned to her hometown to recuperate. The young lady was indeed deceived by the man, but it had nothing to do with Midorinaga Masaru. He was just misunderstood by the groom, so he was accidentally dragged into this unexpected disaster. The one who deceived the young girl who had not yet graduated was Liu Ting's boss, Mr. Shimada. Mr. Shimada is not very old, but he already runs a well-known food restaurant. Although he is far inferior to Midorinaga Masaru in appearance, his youth and potential are enough to deceive many girls. Miss Tanaka Ayaka was originally just an insignificant one among them. But soon, all of this was discovered by Miss Mayuko. She did not intend to remind these girls, but only used this as a bargaining chip to ask Mr. Shimada for money when she was occasionally short of money until one day she found out that Shimada's new date was her best friend's sister. She didn't tell anyone about this, she just treated it as a small revenge against her best friend, and she didn't do anything. Then, to everyone's surprise, Miss Tanaka Ayaka chose to end her life after breaking up with Mr. Shimada. Fortunately, this idea was discovered by her sister. Miss Tanaka quickly contacted a psychologist for her sister, and finally decided to let her sister drop out of school and return to her hometown to sort out her feelings. Everything should have ended here. But as luck would have it, 3 months ago, Mr. Okawa and Miss Mayuko, who were once in love, broke up. Rumors were that Miss Mayuko was dating Mr. Shimada. Miss Tanaka did not believe it, so she went to find Mr. Okawa. But instead of waiting for an explanation, Miss Tanaka received a confession from Mr. Okawa. She had never thought that she would be liked by her best friend's lover, so she couldn't accept it. She was too upright and couldn't tell her friends about this, so she could only keep it in her heart. A month ago, Mr. Okawa found her again and said that he had been trying to break up with Miss Mayuko for some time, but had failed. Now they were about to get married, and he hoped that Miss Tanaka could be the bridesmaid. He also said that Miss Mayuko had the same wish. Miss Tanaka readily agreed. The four of them planned the wedding together, and every detail was confirmed repeatedly to ensure that everything was perfect. The problem was not the wedding itself, but the people who attended the wedding, Mr. Okawa and Miss Tanaka, who heard the truth about Miss Ayaka being deceived at different places. Except that they didn't know what kind of man it was, they even traced it back to Miss Mayuko. Miss Wayuzi is the silent driving force. But anyone who is a pusher should not be forgiven. No one has the right to forgive a murderer on behalf of a child who will never be born. The murderous intentions of the two victims were formed from then on. Mr. Shimada's murderous intention was Miss Mayuko's huge demand. She was like a bottomless pit and could always find reasons to extort money from him. Mr. Shimada was almost penniless, so he had to make a change. The quarrel between Ms. Tanaka and Ms. Mayuko before the wedding was because Mr. Okawa let it slip that no woman would like to hear that her husband likes someone else before the wedding. In fact, she had already decided to cancel the wedding. It's a pity that before she could wait for that time, she was taken away from this world by the murderer. When Mr. Okawa was taken away by the police, Mr. Shimada was not spared either. He had to take responsibility for those innocent girls. Especially those girls who, like Kaihua, were not so lucky and have lost their precious lives. After everything was over, Odajiri received an email from Yokohama. His time is truly valuable. Odajiri glanced at the clock hanging above the hall door. The hour hand was moving to the next grid with a trembling click. It's already 3:30 in the afternoon. This afternoon was thrilling. He had never seen such a situation in Yokohama. It might also be because there was Mr. Rampo in Yokohama. With Mr. Rampo around, it would be impossible for a case to take so long to solve. Moreover, it seems that those people from the Maori family are quite familiar with the police. From what they say, They are like the Grim Reaper on the move, bringing death wherever they go. He even took out his monocle and looked for a long time, but couldn't see anything. It should be that the special physique does not fall into the category of abnormal. All in all, he had to stay away from them. He didn't want to be stopped by the police for a conversation every time. Because Odajirai Haru really hates introducing herself as Odajirai Haru. After all this, the boss who needed to atone for his past was taken away by the police. The other staff in the store could only watch the owner leave in a daze. It was a question whether they should continue to work. The food was already cold, and it was obvious that no one would make a new one or heat it up for them, so it would be better for Yuya Kazami not to eat. He believed that as a public security officer, Yuya Kazami did have some foresight. Odajirai turned around and returned to his own box. He was not really interested in the police's follow-up actions. What was more important now was that they had to end this quickly. There wasn't much time left until his next appointment. A tiny gap was deliberately left in the Japanese paper sliding door so that anyone passing by Odajirai could see it. Soon, a man dressed in black opened the paper door, walked in and sat opposite him. Kazami Yuya. Odajirai calmly matched this person with the information he had found. The 30-year-old inspector was a standard-looking person, and there didn't seem to be anything worthy of his attention, but he was somewhat concerned about the Zero Team of the Security Planning Division of the Security Bureau of the National Police Agency. After all, few people can escape his initial screening, which means that this group is a little different from other groups. Right? A little bit. It aroused his interest. I'm sorry, Mr. Kazami, because I have another appointment later. Odajirai stretched out his tone. He knew very well how easy it would be to cause disgust to others, but he was in a bad mood at the moment and had no time to care whether others would hear his coldness that was inconsistent with his outside personality. You'd better keep it short. No? Weren't you the one who asked him to meet offline? Now you ask him to make it short? Yuya Kazami was also feeling suffocated today by his willful partner. He took a long breath and took out a thin piece of information from the briefcase that was almost checked by his police colleagues. In fact, there was much more information about this person than that, but his boss, Mr. Fuya, made a request that he did not need to answer any questions unless asked by the other party himself. As a subordinate, he naturally obeyed this order. Odajirai grabbed the information almost the moment Mr. Public Security took it out. After flipping through a few pages, he couldn't help but feel a bit of uncontrollable anger, but in order to deal with this person as soon as possible, he forced himself to calm down a little. I'm sorry, I don't see your sincerity in this information. If you don't give me the information I want, please find someone else. He cleverly skipped the pronoun public security and only used a certain party to describe it. Does this mean that this person has no good feelings towards the public security? Or, in other words, he just treats the officialdom equally? Although Yuya Kazami had a certain understanding of the arrogance of the intelligence agent in front of him, he still couldn't help but speak up for the public security. Finally, he brought out what Mr. Fuya had suggested to him. Please ask questions directly about information that is not shown in the data. As long as it is not related to safety, we will answer it. What a brilliant answer. It seems there are some powerful people in the police department. I just don't know if he can find out. How about going back tonight and trying? Odajirai thought about this in his heart, but said something else. Huh? Am I right? Now it should be you who are asking me for help? With this attitude, I may have to choose other sides. Or Yuya Kazami's upper body muscles tensed up at these words, and he looked nothing like a capable public security officer. In fact, cold sweat had already slid down his spine. Is this your purpose, Mr. Kazami? Odajirai bypassed the trap set for him by someone who was not present, and with just a few words, he regained control of the conversation. Please ask me a question. In the end, Yuya Kazami could only repeat this sentence in a stammering voice. This is like someone seeking help. Odajirai didn't care what he had just done. After taking back the initiative, he finally remembered to tighten the paper door that couldn't be closed naturally, and then found something to hold the door shut. Even though it's a useless job, it's better to do it than not do it, right? He sat back down. Then my first question is, can you explain the relationship between Shuichi Akai, the FBI, and the organization named after alcohol? This is a temptation. Yuya Kazami soon realized that since more than one party had mentioned the name Shuichi Akai to the informant, it meant that Odajirai Haru could not be completely ignorant of the FBI and Shuichi Akai. In fact, to some extent, he might even know more about them than the public security. Shuichi Akai is an undercover agent planted by the FBI in that organization. Kazami described the man that Mr. Furuya cared about very much with difficulty. Being an undercover agent did not sound so fair, but for an organization, it was necessary to some extent. After the incident was exposed, he was taken away by people in the organization and a fierce conflict broke out, which eventually led to Shuichi Akai was hit by that shot and turned to ashes along with the car. Is that right? Odajirai tapped the table casually. This was the third time he had heard this kind of thing, from 3 different angles. The FBI believed that the explosion of the car was inexplicable, the organization believed that Keel's true identity was in doubt, and so they also questioned Akai Shuichi's death, and the Public Security Bureau gave him a third perspective. From the intelligence we have learned, that's the case. Kazami affirmed. What I can grasp at the moment is not much more than you. Odajirai didn't think there was anything difficult to say. He was always frank about his work. Anyway, there would be no things in this world that he couldn't find out but other intelligence agents could. The abnormal side is another matter. But he was not really so calm. Otherwise, he would not have rushed all the way from Yokohama just to see the burial place of Shuichi Akai in person. Of course, that is if the FBI agent named Akai Shuichi really died there. In fact, I also think that the explosion of the car was too coincidental, as if it was precisely calculated by someone. Odajirai couldn't help but marvel at this when he watched the surveillance video over and over again. Even now, he had to admit that it was a great idea to turn everything into ashes. Kazami did not reply. As a public security official, he could not respond to Odajirai's suspicion, even though this was exactly the question he wanted to know. If he put aside his professional ethics, Odajirai would definitely vote that this person is still alive, but as an informant, he would not guide his clients without evidence, so he briefly passed over the topic and asked Kazami a second question. Then the second question is, what does all this have to do with you? The police certainly have the right and obligation to protect the lives of citizens, but they can be related only to the organization. However, Shuichi Akai is an FBI investigator and should not be included in the protection scope of the police in any case. So in this matter, what is the purpose of the public security's third-party identity? Odajirai has been curious about it for a long time. This question was a bit unexpected. Yuya Kazami was stunned for a moment. He couldn't say that it was because of his boss. Their public security department was highly vigilant against this FBI group. Now the most troublesome one among them died inexplicably. They needed to ensure that Shuichi Akai would not come back to life and affect the actions of the public security department, right? Sounds like a bad guy. This FBI investigator did not enter Japan in his current capacity. We reasonably suspect that there are other people like him. He paused, trying to make the Ministry of Public Security sound like a good servant of the people, entering Japan through less formal means. We need to get this list to protect the lives and property of Japanese citizens. In other words, you need a list of undercover agents? Odajirai went straight to the point. He was not prepared to consider making his words sound better, and he didn't need it. Kazami readily admitted, yes, even if these people might die because of this list? Even if these people might die because of this list. What a terrible Ministry of Public Security. The desire to control Japan is really strong. Odajirai couldn't help but sigh. But he doesn't hate it. Or rather, this desire to bring everything under his protection was exactly what he wanted. I understand. Odajirai Haru folded up the pitifully few, incomplete, and almost pointless documents on Akai Shuichi and turned on the screen of his cell phone that had been on the table. It was 4:30, and it took so long to finish just a few sentences. Now he really didn't have time. That's all for today, although there are still many questions left to ask. I already know what you want to know most. Odajirai stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. So, if I make a decision, I'll let you know. I don't know if there will be a next time for us, Mr. Kazami. Goodbye. He pulled aside the barrier he had made, stepped out of the box, and was finally able to breathe in the fresh air outside, washing away the serious atmosphere just now. It's said to be too late, but there is a lot that can be done in half an hour. Odajirai walked down the stairs slowly. So, do you have time to talk to me now, Haru-kun? He looked in the direction of the sound. It's General Green. But if he remembered correctly, shouldn't he have gone to the police station to give a statement? So where did he come from? Although she had a lot of complaints in her heart, on the surface, Odajirai Haru still put on her own skin and corrected him in a gentle and cold tone that was difficult for outsiders to detect. Call me Odajirai and I don't have much time. Please make it quick, Mr. Midorinaga Masaru. Midorinaga called Odajirai Haru-kun in order to avoid being simply ignored by this guy, and naturally he had no intention of really going against him. After all, he came back here after taking a statement at the police station just to talk to Odajirai. If he just angered him and left, it would be a waste of time, right? So he nodded slightly in obedience, and then extended an invitation. Okay, Odajirai-kun, would you mind talking over there? I guess Odajirai-kun is not interested in standing and talking? Odajirai Haru certainly didn't. So he just quickly glanced at the big devil of the survival game, and followed Lu to the corner. Go ahead. He spoke with great compassion, as if he was a benevolent monarch, and the person in front of him was his loyal and pathetic subject. Uft. Midori couldn't help laughing, then waved his hand to apologize. Sorry, Odajirai-kun. Let's get back to the point, He forgave this person. Does Odajirai-kun have any intention of participating in this year's TGC? It really is TGC's business. It goes without saying that the only thing that crosses his path with Midori Naga is survival games, and when it comes to survival games, the TGC will be held in Tokyo soon. I do have the intention to participate. Odajirai thought about this when he came to Tokyo. He had some selfish reasons for coinciding with TGC. He had to come to Tokyo anyway, so it was better to go out only once than twice. Midorinaga got the answer he wanted and smiled and invited. Then Odajirai-kun, would you consider joining us? Odajirai rejected him mercilessly. You mean Shinbai? I don't think Shinbai needs me, and it just so happens that I don't need Shinbai either. Odajirai Haru doesn't need a team, and it has been like this since they met. Didn't Midorinaga boast that he knew him well? Why would he make such an invitation? Moreover, the Star White team, which has won the TGC championship for 5 consecutive years, has a mature style and cooperates well with each other. There is no reason for Green to want to change players at such a critical moment, let alone find him. What a sad answer. Midorinaga did not feel sad at all after being rejected. In fact, he was just trying to win over Odajirai, who was a loner, and it didn't matter if he failed, his teammates were still with him, and if Odajirai really agreed, he would be in big trouble. He couldn't tell at all. Odajirai thought expressionlessly. He was a little too lazy to pretend. Anyway, Midori was not the kind of person who cared about these things. Haven't you pretended enough, Midori? I wonder if Miss Tachibana has ever seen you like this. It's really exciting. Midorinaga is a gentle doctor who appears to be almost impeccable on the outside. But inside, he possesses a terrifying soul and Miss Tachibana Hataru. When Odajirai just became interested in survival games, he vaguely discovered that Midorinaga Masahiro had a subtle affection for Tachibana Hataru from Toy Gun. Oh woman, that's scary. Although Odajirai has always treated men and women equally, it does not mean that he has no preferences compared to women who always fall into emotional states easily. He prefers men who can break up cleanly and not get entangled. But he always just looks at the face. Midori asked back, What about your Toru-kun? What about your Toru-kun? Edagawa Konan couldn't help but look at the dark-skinned young man next to him. Although his reason told him that this was the first time these two people met today. No matter who the Toru-kun that Midorinaga Masahiro was talking about, it couldn't be Toru Amuro, who worked 5 jobs. But he still wanted to see if the people around him would have any reaction. After all, there were not many opportunities to see this policeman's expression change. Amuro Toru remained calm and composed, as if the person with the same name was not himself. In fact, he thought much further than that. Just now, he confirmed with his subordinates the name of the person they were seeking help from. Odajirai Haru. I don't know if it's because of his great skills and courage, but this informant doesn't seem to mind his real name being revealed at all, and he walks around Japan brazenly. However, the police were unable to do anything against this obvious lawbreaker. Even if they wanted to cooperate, they still faced the dilemma of having to choose one of three options from the other party. Out of curiosity about the inside world's intelligence agents, he did not stop the elementary school student who lied to his temporary guardian after the incident. Instead, he silently found a suitable place to join the eavesdropping camp. That's why the two of them stayed here after everyone left the hall. However, it is not entirely true to say that it was eavesdropping. The two people did not feel that their conversation needed to be secretive. They just chose the corner because they did not want to be disturbed. He and Adagawa just sat quietly nearby and pricked up their ears. There was no way they were doing anything bad. He even had time to walk into the bar and make a drink for himself and Adagawa, of course. He had already paid for the raw materials at the cashier. He was a good policeman who knew the law and obeyed it. It's Yukimura-kun. Odajirai's voice of disapproval came. Well, then it seems that Yukimura-kun doesn't know that you are this kind of person, right? Mr. Green on the opposite side is also pressing forward step by step. It was as if they were engaged in a smoke-filled tug-of-war between them, with attack and defense happening in an instant. It seems that the full name of Toru-kun is Yukimura Toru. Adagawa Konan let out a false breath, then glanced at the other Toru-kun next to him. The other Toru-kun calmly sipped his freshly prepared drink, as if he were really tutoring a first grader. Hey, there's no need to be so serious, right? Adagawa Konan half-moon eyes. It would be a bit too much to ask him to listen to the black detective's lecture and pay attention to the situation over there at the same time. He is not some god who can work multiple jobs at once. In the absence of clear evidence, he insisted on his judgment that Toru Amuro was also on the side of justice. No, if you insist, it is not something that a normal person can do to keep the two identities of Adagawa Konan and Kudo Shinichi. Then, in your opinion, Mr. Midori, how long can my passion for Yukimura-kun last? What a strange question. It was as if both of them thought that this passion would soon come to an end. But speaking of it, what kind of enthusiasm is this? Miss Tachibana and Mr. Midori were mentioned earlier, so that should be love. There is nothing wrong with that, but Yukimura-kun sounds like a man, right? Could it be that? That's right, that's the difficult part. Toru Amuro figured this out earlier than Konan Adagawa. After all, he had felt in the morning that the man named Odajirai had a hint of interest in him. It wasn't as if he already knew him, but simply had a special emotion caused by his appearance. Then isn't the matter very simple and clear? The person in front of me, Odajirai-kun, is someone who has romantic feelings for men. Although there are few such people, he has seen them before. For example, a colleague in one of his jobs, to some extent, can be said to be indifferent to gender. He had accidentally seen the other person flirting with a teenager in the past, but due to their different identities and the fact that it was a bar, he just teased her a few times and did not react in any other way. In that situation, it would be too easy for someone to catch him. He had to be very careful. Well, who knows, maybe after this competition. Speaking of which, gentleman over there, I saw that you seem to be drinking something. Is it the leftovers from the store? Amuro Toru responded quickly. No, it's not, because Konan was thirsty. So I made some drinks for him. I happen to be a waiter in a coffee shop. If you need it, I can make some for you. It's just the cost of the materials. I will pay for that, Mr. Amuro. Thank you for your help. Knowing his name, Odajirai looked at Midori opposite provocatively, as if he was very happy to have taken the lead. As long as it's something to drink, just give it a little. After thinking for a while, he added, if possible, please don't be too sweet. Amuro responded and started working on his unknown job. Seeing Midori staring into his eyes, Odajirai finally remembered that he hadn't answered the previous question. You know me very well. Don't ask me such stupid questions, right? I don't think Mr. Midori, who won 5 consecutive championships, is such an idiot. Odajirai snorted coldly. That's why I said that you haven't met someone you really like yet. That's why you give up on relationships so easily. The drinks were ready. Amuro Toru thought about it, and finally decided to use a method that he had never tried before, but it might work. Hey, I'm going to send an email to Ms. Tachibana. He first handed over Midoriniga's cup, then turned around and took Odajirai's cup at the moment when Odajirai's hand was on the cup. Amuro let go, and his fingertips gently stroked the back of the informant's hand. It seems unintentional, yet also seems deliberate. He was satisfied to see the young intelligence officer's sudden pause and eyes filled with strange emotions. He made the right bet. His face is very lethal to this person. Although it was his first time to perform seduction, he obviously did a good job. So Amuro retreated back to his place as if nothing had happened between them. Odajirai also quickly calmed down. His most important thing now was to listen to what General Midoriniga said in front of him. Liu had no time to care about the sudden situation on his side, and just continued with what he said. My suggestion is, how about having a relationship? By the way, I think you are suitable for that kind of person. He should come to you, right? Konan Idagawa and Toru Amuro looked in the direction that Midoriniga was pointing. There was parked a car that they were very familiar with, and in the car sat a person that they were very familiar with. Pupil constriction, yes. Porsche 356A and Jin. What on earth is going on? You are so lucky. Well, I will let you off today after all. I don't like being late. Goodbye, Mr. Green. Odajirai returned to his initial gentle tone, raised the cup in his hand, and drank the drink in it. Then he pulled out a large bill from his wallet and threw it on the cashier, then took back some change. And this kid and Mr. Amuro. I believe we will meet again soon, and by then, I will no longer be satisfied with drinks of this level. Please be prepared. Under the somewhat puzzled gazes of Idagawa Konan and Amuro Toru, Odajirai Haru picked up his umbrella and walked out of Yanagite. Isn't this obvious? That's right. Odajirai said that what he said just now was blatantly implying Yuya Kazami, but he couldn't hear it anyway. Besides, if the public security officers were all this kind of people, this side could be ignored. Although nothing was revealed in front of Yuya Kazami himself, the Ministry of Public Security was undoubtedly teetering on the precipice of failed cooperation. Coincidentally, his second choice was waiting for him at the door. 4:55. While walking towards the silver-haired killer, Odajirai took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned on the screen. The set clock was not clear under the bright sunlight, so he had to unlock the phone and turn up the screen brightness. They agreed on a time of 5 in the afternoon. Odajirai didn't think there was anything wrong with the silver-haired killer and his minions arriving early. Unlike his previous date with the public security, he had nothing to do afterwards if possible. He wouldn't mind if something happened with the silver-haired killer. Or, to some extent, that's why he came here. Good evening, Mr. Jean. Odajirai used the same gentle tone he had just used when he said goodbye to his friend. If he had to say it, it might be even softer than before, and it sounded like he was tempting someone, pretending. The silver-haired killer obviously had no intention of flirting with him. Isn't it too much to say that others are pretending? Odajirai complained half-heartedly. It's just what Mr. Jean said today. I can forgive you this time. Facing the silence of his opponent, Odajirai continued with a smile. Because today, Mr. Jean, no Jin, only needs to do one thing, right? He knew what the code name of the young man named Kurosawa Jin was in the organization he served. He even knew all the evil things this man had done. Now, teasing this man in this way was just a little bit of bad taste that Odajirai had as an intelligence agent. That is to please me. Whenever he faced people who asked him for help or stared at him with all kinds of eyes, he would feel a sense of elation, as if he was their only god at that moment. This feeling, isn't it great? Let him be even worse. But that's all. The unique intelligence expert in the other world is actually just an ordinary person who is almost powerless in reality. This is the reality. But Odajirai Haru never indulges in falsehood. In reality, the silver-haired killer has truly terrifying abilities, and his face and eyes are filled with uncontrollable malice. But he just closed his eyes, and the voice seemed to come out from between his teeth. Get in the car. That won't do. The fearless informant shook his finger. Even if it's Mr. Jean, such a blatant invitation is too much. Shut up. That's even more impossible. Oda changed his address. I thought you had already decided to come here. But now it seems that you are not ready, Jin. Jin didn't even need to ask him what preparations he needed to make. It was nothing more than what Odajirai had already emphasized before. And Odajirai didn't seem to need him to ask questions. Please me, Jin. He emphasized it again. And the ambiguous meaning contained in this is deepened with repeated emphasis. They were looking at each other. No one wants to take a step back in this war. Even a strategic retreat would mean failure here. Boss. A head suddenly popped out of the car. Jin did not come alone to meet the information dealer. As usual, his subordinate and partner was sitting in his beloved Porsche 356A. Jin didn't think anything would happen between him and this information dealer. Compared to him, a true veteran, the other party was too inexperienced. If he was held responsible later, he would just use it as a joke. The two bosses shouldn't care about these, right? As he expected, the two men just snorted coldly and said nothing about him breaking the awkward atmosphere. Just when he thought the matter had finally come to an end, a voice that he couldn't say was familiar, but was definitely annoying enough, suddenly interrupted him. Look what I heard. The man that his eldest brother had always suspected appeared in front of them. Mr. Jin, the cold-blooded and ruthless man in our organization, is actually involved in this kind of scandal? The light-haired, dark-skinned young man was different from his cheerful appearance just now. He spoke in a provocative tone right from the start, as if he was looking forward to a conflict with others. Bourbon Jin was really unhappy now. The matter between him and the intelligence dealer was related to the organization and was ordered by that gentleman himself. These matters had nothing to do with other people, but now Bourbon had interfered. There was a feeling that the mission would be snatched away. Don't let me catch you, he threatened. Bourbon, also known as Toru Amuro, could no longer stand idly by when he saw that Odajirai's second date was Jin. At a time like this, what else could be the reason for coming to find the informant? Of course, Jin also has doubts about Akai Shuichi's death. Although he didn't care about the grudge between Jin and Akai Shuichi, the FBI shouldn't have run wild in Japan. He was happy to see this happen. But on the other hand, Amuro Toru, no, Furuya Rei is still the Japanese Public Security Bureau. He must not let the organization obtain intelligence first, which will have a huge adverse impact on their plans. He couldn't bet on a spy having national consciousness. If he hadn't reached a deal with the Yokohama Military Police, Odajirai Haru would still be the one who preferred to stir up trouble in the other world. So when Jin appeared, he sent the stiff, limp, pale elementary school student back to his temporary guardian, tidied his appearance, and appeared from the other side. Then he heard violent words that he had never thought would come from anyone else's mouth or be said about Jin. Wow. He couldn't help but cheer for Odajirai for being so courageous. Could it be that Mr. Amuro is also interested in this kind of thing? Odajirai did not call him by the code name that had just appeared in the conversation, but continued to use Mr. Amuro as they knew each other today. Is there any special meaning? He wondered to himself. What? However, on the surface, Toru Amuro blinked like a real sunny boy, and his purple-gray pupils flashed a moving halo in the setting sun. Odajirai was dizzy, and once again expressed his approval of the mixed-race boy's appearance. If it was Mr. Bourbon who came to please me instead of Jin, I could accept it amid Jin's sneer. He added the second half of the sentence. You could even say that I couldn't ask for more. If the person standing here was not the dark-skinned young man whom he had met once, if it was any other guy, he would probably just speak in a mocking tone. For example, why, Bourbon? You're going to please me instead of Jin? I'd love to. This kind. Instead of what it is now, although the meaning is not much different, it gives people the feeling of a huge chasm. But for Bourbon himself, perhaps it really doesn't make any difference. Toru Amuro, who accidentally got himself involved in a romantic scandal, seemed to have forgotten the ambiguous atmosphere between them in Luting just now. Standing next to them, Mr. Jin, their former ambiguous partner, finally couldn't stand this strange development anymore and stuffed the target of the mission into the car door that had been opened long ago. Then he walked around the front of the car, sat in the passenger seat, and signaled his partner to leave. I'll let you go today, Bourbon. These were the last words Mr. Amuro heard after being left behind. This is really a good show. He shook his head, pulled off the listening device that belonged to the elementary school student and was left on him on purpose, and walked towards the Mazda, which was actually not loaded with cargo. If Mr. Amuro were Bourbon, everything would make sense. The hall was empty, with only him and General Liu Yong who had invited him to talk. As for the two people who came later and had poor acting skills, wasn't the purpose of that one very clear? He had certified the elementary school students as having abnormal physical conditions, but the remaining adults, Mr. Amuro, had always confused him. And now, Everything is solved. Odajirai leaned back in the back seat in a comfortable posture that ordinary people could hardly imagine. The point is not about the back seat, but that it is Jin's back seat. He didn't care at all how much evil its owner had done. Perhaps some of it had happened right in the car. He just stayed quietly in the back seat, waiting for the killer who had stuffed him in to speak. The black Porsche drove through the streets of Tokyo and passed through 2 or 3 large tunnels. Everyone's face changed light and dark under the flashing lights in the tunnel. The scenery outside the window was completely unfamiliar. They were already far away from looting. What do you want? A sentence without a beginning or an end. Odajirai smiled. Before coming to Tokyo, 3 forces came to me and asked me for information about the same person. He was so indifferent, as if he was stating something that had nothing to do with him, but he used the first-person pronoun I. I'm curious, what kind of person is Akai Shuichi? How could such a big storm be caused by just one death? I will get the answer from you, right? He asked Jin, but more like he was asking himself. What intelligence could he find? It's about how Shuichi Akai grew up, what he did, how excellent he was, and how incompetent he was. As for what kind of person he is, cold intelligence cannot give him an answer. Odajirai never thought there was anything wrong with this, but at this moment, he also sincerely wanted to understand this person. He wanted to hear more from the police intelligence, the FBI requests, and the organization members' mouths. Then he can use this to build a new intelligence system, reasonably expand the search scope, and eventually find this person. Is he really dead? Or is he still alive like a ghost? In fact, if they just wanted to know about this matter, they could go to Mr. Rampo of the Armed Detective Agency, although whether the other party would accept the commission was another matter. What Odajirai cares about is what is behind the Akai Shuichi incident. The police want to get a list of undercover agents. The FBI wants to recall outstanding agents to complete the mission. So what about the organization? Why did that gentleman come to him? Even if they knew that he might not necessarily side with them? He had never been so enthusiastic about a commission as he was now. Odajirai even thought about abandoning the 3 parties and pursuing the truth of the matter purely out of interest. However, these 3 parties are not easy to mess with, so he just thought about it. Akai Shuichi? TSK. If nothing else, he runs away very quickly. Jin's impression of this person only stays on traitor. It's not that he doesn't know this person, but after being labeled as a traitor, this is the only thing left in Jin's mind. A traitor who needs to be purged. Can he still be called an enemy before he dies? Jin sneered. No, just an ordinary enemy. Should I say he is a loyal dog of the organization? Jin, you need to tell me more. Odajirai hinted at something. That guy is quite capable. If he's not a traitor, I'd like to fight him. Is this what you want to hear? Jin couldn't quite understand the train of thought of the intelligence man. Go on. Being called the Silver Bullet. Isn't it obvious how strong Shuichi Akai is? Jin suddenly remembered something he had ignored for a long time. Oh, his woman died in my hands. That woman seemed to be Shirley's sister, right? He didn't have any feelings about kinship, and that time he just eliminated a woman who wanted to escape from the organization. As for Akai Shuichi, that was a matter for the future. I have found out about this kind of thing. It was because of this incident that he thought Akai Shuichi was incompetent. There was no more appropriate description than a man who couldn't even protect the woman he loved. Not to mention that he thinks a man who falls in love with a woman he can't protect while on a mission is despicable. In short, Shuichi Akai is a strong and despicable man. He concluded, Hey, if you really want to know about that guy, why don't you go to the FBI? Jin frowned. Before the traitor left, they had no interaction at all. So how could he possibly give an answer to such a question? Is this guy deliberately making things difficult for him? What? You know this very well. I didn't expect Jin to be so perceptive. Odajirai curled his lips. But I want to hear the perspectives of all 3 parties before making a decision. Is there any problem with that? He asked back. Of course not, of course not. As the party making the request, even if you don't have the awareness or the idea, you still have to make a gesture first. When the mission was handed over to him, the only thing the gentleman asked him to do was to talk less. No matter how arrogant and willful this intelligence dealer was, he could not use his usual way of shutting people up on this person. There was no way to say no, so Jin simply chose to remain silent. Really boring. Odajirai provoked him with the expectation of being refuted or even killed, but he got the same reaction as everyone else. After all, I have been warned. The legendary gentleman. The three people in the car had no intention of breaking the silence. The man in the driver's seat was sweating even in the air-conditioned car. The man in the co-pilot was just biting his cigarette holder, and the intelligence man who was alone in the back seat was also obsessed with the scenery outside the window. His eyes were occupied by the neon lights. Speaking of which, don't you want that undercover list, Jin? Odajirai suddenly remembered that this person had been responsible for the traitor cleanup work in their organization. If you have that, your work will become much easier, right? Don't you feel tempted at all? He is really curious. According to his information, this silver-haired killer seemed to be always busy with this kind of thing, and perhaps he enjoyed it, Odajirai concluded at the time. Even now, he didn't think the organization would remain indifferent to the list. Jin sat in the front seat, looking at the young man behind him through the rearview mirror, and his eyes met. This is something I have to judge for myself, and you don't need to do anything. He bit the cigarette in his mouth and emphasized maliciously, I will catch these little rats one by one and deal with them. It sounded like an answer Jin would give, and Odajirai nodded. After a while, he became curious again. Does it also include Shirley? This time it was because of a woman that Jin had always been obsessed with according to the intelligence. It seems that she is a biological sister of Akai Shuichi's girlfriend. Do these two even like the type of people who are sisters? No wonder it has been going on for so long. Mr. Jin couldn't stand it any longer. Get out of the car. This was the first time Odajirai heard someone say get lost in such a refreshing and refined way. It seems that you have suppressed your temper well, Jin. He cautiously found a place to park the car, opened the car door, and politely invited Odajirai to get out. If it had been rougher, it would have been the same as when he was thrown up. Odajirai got what he wanted and had nothing to complain about. The silver-haired killer had no interest in pleasing him, so of course he had to run away. Otherwise, it would be too horrible to stay with those two people for a whole night, so he didn't want to. But speaking of it, are the nights in Tokyo really that cold? Watching the exhaust fumes from the car going away, Odajirai glanced around, holding his umbrella, and suddenly realized that he was confused. He should still be in Tokyo now, right? It's okay as long as we have rice flour, but it won't leave Tokyo behind, right? He didn't eat dinner, and the last thing in his stomach was the drink made by Mr. Amuro, which was pretty good except that it was too sweet. Is Mr. Amuro's workplace close to where Mauri Kagoro lives? He needs to check it out. It would be great if he could run into him by chance. Although he said that he would see Amuro and Conan again soon, he really didn't want to be too close to the Shinigami family. He always felt that a lot of bad things would happen, so why not just go find Mr. Amuro? Anyway, Mr. Amuro is a great cook, and he's also very handsome. Within his hunting range. Although he still likes Yukimura-kun now, he has not confessed his feelings, and they are not dating. If you just look at the pretty face, it shouldn't matter, right? His conversation with Jin was forced to be interrupted, but there was no need to continue. Jin's arrival was just to add a little bargaining chip to the organization, and he could temporarily ignore anything that did not constitute a decisive factor. Compared to these, what's more important now is, how is he going to get home? It's in the middle of nowhere, and there's only a small 24-hour convenience store. It would be fatal to stay here for a night. The somewhat spoiled information dealer pulled out his cell phone from his pocket again. Odajirai realized that he had forgotten to reply to a certain god again. It was all the fault of those people in the Mauri family. They made him forget such an important thing. After happily blaming everything on the person he had just met for the first time today, Odajirai sat down in the convenience store, chewing the instant lunchbox that he had just asked the clerk to heat up. He tapped his fingertips on the phone screen, apologized to god number 3 insincerely, then quickly flipped to another person's contact information and dialed. Good evening, do you have time now? I may need your help. No. Maybe they shouldn't be called people. He looked up. Her dark blue hair was tied into a small bun, and in her hand was an old cell phone that was still in communication with him. The person who looked a few years younger than him appeared in front of Odajirai in a way that was impossible without anomaly. There was only a transparent glass between him and Miyato. His god, number 1. Wearing his gold-rimmed glasses, Odajirai waved to the impoverished Yato god. Shaoqing, You haven't contacted me for a long time. What can I help you with today? Yato God, a nameless person among the 8 million gods, walked towards his believers. How many times have I told you not to call me Shaoqing? Really, wasn't it because Yokohama didn't need gods to solve the problem that I didn't contact you before? But you seem to be doing well. Odajirai looked up and down at this god whom he had known since childhood. Although he still looks poor and has no luck with money, he feels a lot neater. Is it a spiritual change? Are you in love, God? No, no, no. Yato, who still couldn't remember that Shaoqing is not the same boy in the past 7 years, jumped up like a cat whose foot was stepped on, and once again put the matter of don't call me Shaoqing behind his mind. So that's why he's a little mentally ill. Who would have thought that such an unreliable god would have a voice similar to that of the great detective from the detective agency? If he hadn't met Yato first, he probably wouldn't have liked this god, right? Forget it, you just need to live a good life. In the end, Odajirai gave up on getting to the bottom of his past friend. What's more important now is that you may have to send me back home. Not the one in Yokohama. I'm staying in Baika City temporarily now. He added innocently. I don't know the way back. You are lost, right? Oh, okay. The slow-witted Yato pulled Odajirai over and teleported back to Odajirai's apartment in Baika, from the cash register at Luting. Only at this time did he merge with the boy who had gone to Yokohama alone to study 7 years ago. What is this guy? Yato God smiled and returned to the residence of his divine weapon and a certain girl with the continued fate. The next day is a working day. Odajirai Haru, who was still an intern, did not ask for leave, so he had to rush back to work the next day after being exposed to the cold wind. Fortunately, Mr. Ohira Doma from next door was very kind. After finding out that Shao Kurin came home very late yesterday, he specially sent him some hot soup. I heard that it was prepared for his sister. He took advantage of Shao Kurin. So why didn't he make the appointment on Saturday? He didn't know either. Maybe his mind wasn't very good at that time. There was no point in saying more. All he could do now was get up early, go out, and take the tram to meet his senior. Working hours are 9 o'clock. The most pleasant thing about working in the library is the short working hours, from 9 to 11:30 in the morning and from 2 to 5:30 in the afternoon. The total working time per day is only 6 hours. It is much better than some company employees who do not finish their work during the day and may have to continue working overtime at night. However, the salary is relatively low, but Odajirai does not rely on this to make a living. He chose this job because he has enough free time to support his other activities. That's all. Although he returned to the apartment at nearly 10 o'clock last night, he still did some work in the few hours left before going to bed. Odajirai Haru is an information dealer. In addition to the almost routine inquiries about Akai Shuichi's whereabouts in recent days, he naturally became interested in a certain dark-skinned young man who showed him different appearances. In one day, he had turned all the surveillance cameras in this single apartment. The images were processed in a fraction of a second on his computer, which was turned on all day. Finally, he transmitted the harmless video back to Yokohama without any worries. He searched for Toru Amuro and then changed it to Bourbon. The former has no valuable information on the internet, and the latter can only find things related to Bourbon. It was still within his expectations. Not to mention the codename Bourbon, which is only used within the organization, even for Jin. Such a superficial investigation would not reveal the Kurosawa gene. So is Toru Amuro just an ordinary pseudonym? Or is there something hidden deeper? Odajirai didn't have time to waste on such meaningless things, so he changed direction and tracked down another guy who interested him. It would be fine to investigate in detail some other day, but he had to find out something about the people, things, and objects he wanted to know today. Odajirai cared more about the Zero Group than he thought. Especially after meeting Yuya Kazami, he couldn't let it go. That guy is obviously a small fry. Would a higher-level leader be more pleasing to the eye? His professional ethics as an intelligence dealer made it impossible for him to describe this feeling, but Odajirai Haru really believed that Zero and Amuro Toru were related in some way. He was not a proper detective and could not unravel the truth and get the answer, but this inexplicable intuition had led him to make the right decisions countless times. And this time, he chose to believe in himself without hesitation. When he looked up the name Furia Ray, he was even more certain he was right. Odajirai Kuin. Odajirai Haru responded in a daze. Come back to your senses, Odajirai-kun. It's time for lunch. A few days ago I found a shop that serves delicious sandwiches. Do you want to go there and try it out? I highly recommend it. Ah, it's Nishijo Senpai. No, it's Nishijo. He blinked and put down his work. Oh, okay, let's go together. As expected, no matter how many times I see it, I will always be amazed by Odajirai-kun's appearance. He's a handsome guy, although he himself isn't very aware of it. His hair was very black. It was rare to see such pure black hair on the street these days. He was also very tall. She had glanced at Odajirai's resume before, and it seemed that he was 1.75 meters tall. Anyway, he was definitely not short here. The color of his eyes was also a beautiful golden color. Since he was her junior, she almost never looked him in the eyes. If she did so, it might cause panic. After all, Odajirai is a very gentle and soft junior, and she feels a little embarrassed to bully him. Most importantly, Odajirai-kun is really handsome. Even the uniform he wore at work, which was by no means good-looking, seemed to be glowing when he wore it. Because of this, the number of women who come to the library to chat with friends instead of reading has increased dramatically in recent days. If it weren't for the library's prohibition of filming, Odajirai's work photos would have been all over the internet. Nishijo Hano couldn't help but sigh for her juniors today. But today's younger generation seems to be different, including but not limited to being in a trance, listless, etc. Even when I arrived at the library in the morning, I hadn't taken off my pair of monocular glasses. Although it looks good, the library has very high dress requirements for its staff, which can be seen from the uniforms. Women can wear light makeup, but are not allowed to wear loud high heels to work. As for accessories, only wedding rings are allowed. The kind of monocles that are connected to earrings are obviously not allowed, otherwise she would have come wearing her favorite cute earrings. However, even as a senior, she couldn't interfere in such matters, not to mention that Odajirai-kun only looked mentally abnormal, but he still completed his work meticulously. In the end, Nishijo just carefully placed a cup of coffee next to his junior to refresh himself. Then after receiving the thanks, I quickly get back to my work. That's all. During lunch break, she was finally able to invite her juniors in the increasingly empty library. Odajirai-kun, do you want to go to lunch together? Do you want to go to eat something together? How about going to a nearby place with your senior to eat the lunch she strongly recommended? Nishijo Hano struggled with her wording. The moment she got the response from her junior, she blurted out, "Do you want to go eat together? I highly recommend it." The junior nodded obediently in agreement. Nishijo breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I am worried about my future generations. If this continues, they will be kidnapped by bad people. We can't expect that there are no people with evil intentions in the world, and we know that's impossible. He's a handsome guy, but he's also a fool. This is how my senior, who I have only known for less than a week, defined Odajirai Haru. Odajirai didn't have any thoughts on these things, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care about an ordinary girl's definition of him. Just keep your distance. The normal him and the abnormal him. The lunch break was short, and when they finished their morning work it was already almost 12 o'clock instead of the originally scheduled 11:30. Odajirai simply waited for people at the door without even changing into his work uniform. The male uniforms in the library are mainly black, which is dirt-resistant and comfortable. There is no need to change them for lunch. But the women's uniform was black and white, and Nishijo Hano didn't want to get it dirty, so she took a few minutes to change out of her work clothes. The sun is high outside. As a woman, Nishijo tried to take out a spare parasol from her bag, but was stopped by her junior. Odajirai held a two-purpose umbrella in his hand that was obviously a size larger than hers, and it was the long-handled kind, and suggested to her, "If you don't mind, how about we play together, senior?" Oh. 25-year-old Hano Nishijo has been working at the Unika City Library for more than 3 years and has never been attracted to men younger than her. For the first time, she is faced with the charm of a gentle junior. But that's all. Seijo calmly rejected him. "I'm sorry, I mind." Then he opened his umbrella and took the first step with only a layer of umbrella between him and the scorching sun. "I'm not saying anything, Odajirai-kun. You're too tall. If I share an umbrella with you, there's no way I can reach you." Odajirai, 1.75 meters tall, was shot. He followed in the footsteps of his predecessors. Of course, he also held an umbrella. Oh, yes, and one more thing, it's 31 degrees today, and it's only 12 o'clock in the afternoon. If two people share the same umbrella, they will be killed by the heat. Absolutely. She is a senior. She should always act cool and handsome in front of her juniors, right? Being easily seduced by a good-looking junior is totally inconsistent with her image. I know. Odajirai followed behind his senior, closely following him, keeping about a body length and a half behind him, which made him feel most comfortable. Soon, the senior woman turned around and asked him, "Come to think of it, didn't I introduce the store we were going to?" Without waiting for his answer, the man continued, "It's a coffee shop called Polo." Oh my, this is really a coincidence that makes him feel puzzled. If he hadn't confirmed that Nishijo Hano was just an ordinary 25-year-old worker, he might have suspected that she was related to Yokohama. After all, apart from a few annoying guys, he couldn't think of anyone who knew him so well that he could even pave the way for him. It's not famous in itself, it's famous for having a very handsome waiter in the store, and the sandwiches made by this waiter are really delicious. Odajirai responded, "I think I've heard of this one. Is it the one downstairs from the Mori Detective Agency?" "What? You know." Nishijo Hano suddenly lost her enthusiasm to continue the introduction. She thought that people who had just come to Tokyo from Kanagawa would not understand these things, so she said them as if to show off. "No, I'm just amazed by Detective Mori and the sleeping Kagoro, and I met Mr. Mori once yesterday." "Huh. Yesterday I made an appointment with someone I know at RUDI, but he stood me up. It happened that a case happened downstairs, and I saw Detective Mori and his daughter, and an elementary school student named Conan, the sign of the Maori Detective Agency. No, it's not even a sign. It's just a line of words pasted on the glass, now right above their heads." Odajirai Haru took a few steps forward and opened the door, letting the lady in first. Seijo thanked him. "Is that so? Ah, thank you. Welcome." Amid the welcome from the two employees at the Polo coffee shop, Odajirai completed the last half of his sentence. There was also a Mr. Amuro who was said to work downstairs at the Mori Detective Agency at the time. As expected, Nishijo Senpai was so fascinated by the beauty of the coffee shop waitress that he didn't hear his addition. "Ah, Mr. Amuro, Ms. Azusa, please have a delicious sandwich today too." She pulled her junior to find a place to sit down. Odajirai sat on the outside and she sat on the inside, so that she could block some of the sight. For girls wearing skirts, even if their leggings are properly worn, there are always people with less than optimal brains who will come up to chat with them and engage in other strange behaviors. She came here to eat a sandwich and didn't want to be someone's parent, so the younger generation was taken advantage of. The considerate junior certainly didn't care about that, especially when he realized that this seat was closer to the bar, where he could observe someone better. He gladly accepted the offer from his senior. "Would you like to have the same sandwich as me, Mr. Odajirai? I brought you here today, so I'll treat you to this meal." Nishijo Hano waved to her favorite black-skinned waiter. It's not that she doesn't want Miss Azusa, but there are already several tables of guests waiting for Miss Azusa, so it would be better to find Mr. Amuro, who seems to be more free now. "Okay, Seijo-san, then please let me treat you for tomorrow's meal. We'll talk about tomorrow. So what do you want to order?" Seijo avoided the subject. Are you kidding? How could she let her junior, who has only worked for a week, treat her? She might consider this matter next month. Toru Amuro had just finished taking the order from the previous table when he came in front of this strange pair. He knew the woman, Miss Nishijo, who often came for lunch and should work at the nearby municipal library. He had also met the man, and just yesterday, they had had some unpleasant conversations. But this man and this woman, how did they get together? Toru Amuro expressed his sincere doubts. But soon, he saw the coat that Odajirai had taken off because of the heat and placed on the back of a chair. The color scheme was familiar to him, and he was also given the answer to how they knew each other and came here together. It turns out that information dealers also work in libraries. If Odajirai could hear it, he would probably interrupt his thoughts and explain to him what a college student is. But what qualifications does he have as a policeman who works 5 jobs to speak? He suppressed some of the doubts in his heart and smiled at the young man who he had just said goodbye to yesterday and met today. If Mr. Odajirai doesn't mind, you can take a look at the menu before ordering. Then what does Mr. Amuro recommend? You know, just don't be too sweet. Although he had never thought that he would meet her so soon, Odajirai didn't think it would amount to anything, and he looked for something suitable from Amuro Toru, just like he did yesterday afternoon. Do you know each other? This time, Nishijo Hano was really surprised. She had such an amazing social network just 1 week after arriving. She looked at this junior with new eyes. Odajirai blinked, turned around, and explained to his reliable senior. I wouldn't say we know each other. I met Mr. Amuro yesterday and asked him to make a drink for me and an acquaintance. That's about it. Is that so? It seems that this is indeed a superficial relationship, so Nishijo gave up asking further questions. It was indeed just an acquaintance. When Amuro thought about what happened yesterday afternoon, he felt that there was no better word to describe the relationship between the two people than acquaintances. It wasn't a harmonious conversation. Obviously, his focus was not on the green gentleman. At that time, he just had some thoughts about such a young information dealer. And all of this turned into one sentence in the end. Bourbon. At that time, it didn't matter if he didn't participate in the direct conversation between Odajirai and Jin. He didn't think Jin would care about such things, let alone an intelligence agent who didn't know his identity. But in a moment of confusion and the strange desire to see Jin's joke, he walked up to the two men and talked to them. Yes, we just met for the first time yesterday, and I didn't expect to meet again today. Amuro Toru took over the conversation smoothly, and after speaking, he stretched out his hand to scan the names on the menu one by one, recommending to the customer who met for the second time. If you can accept salty taste, I think this may suit your taste. In fact, there are not many ways to make a sandwich, it's just the ingredients and seasonings in the middle that are different. But he still makes it for the guests sincerely. Then this one, please give me one, and if possible, please reduce the sweetness of the drink a little. Although he can eat anything, no matter how sweet it is naturally best to eat something that suits his taste. Oh yeah, and this one too. When he returned the menu, he also returned something else, just like what Toru Amuro once did to him. Seemingly unintentionally, yet also intentionally, he gently touched Amuro Toru under the menu. Unlike the numbing feeling brought by his fingertips that time, he just wanted to touch this person. That's not what I meant at all. No, that can't be said. Odajirai is still very interested in Amuro Toru, but it's still in the early stages and he just wants to see a pretty face. When his passion for Mr. Toru cools down, Odajirai will truly consider this side. No matter from which aspect, he doesn't want to leave such an impression on others. Toru Amuro naturally felt this man's subtle revenge. His hand did not loosen at all, holding the menu tightly in his hand, as if he had no feeling at all. Okay, Mr. Odajirai, Ms. Nishijo, please don't worry. Although it is the peak season, the sandwiches only need to be thawed and will be served to you soon. Amuro closed his left eye and spoke to them with a playful tone rarely seen in adults. In fact, this word is not very friendly when used to describe men, but it is very suitable for Toru Amuro. Then he watched the dark-skinned young man walk to the bar, take the sandwiches out of the freezer, defrost them, and then mix the drinks with quick and graceful movements. The hot atmosphere at noon in the store was suppressed by air conditioning and cold drinks. Amuro Toru only glanced at the order notes and found the correct owner for each drink. At the same time, he did not forget Odajirai's special needs. It was said that the sweetness was reduced, but in fact, only a little bit of sugar was added. This was only the second time they met, and the ordinary slight sweetness was not suitable for this man. He had not found the right direction yet, so he could only try it little by little like this, then pray for success. But how could it be that easy? After Amuro brought his tentative creation to the table, along with the delicious sandwiches, Odajirai immediately raised his glass and took a sip. It's too bitter. Is this the slightly sweet version of Amuro Toru? Mr. Amuro, he shouted, this is too bitter. Please add a little more sugar. Amuro had no choice but to get the sugar cubes that came with the coffee. Odajirai opened the lid of the cup and put one in. He stirred it for a while before taking another sip carefully. During this time, his sandwich plate was almost empty. Just as Senior Nishijo said, the sandwiches here are indeed delicious. So delicious that Nishijo Hano has never looked up at them since the sandwiches were served. Obviously, Toru Amuro is a handsome guy who can attract both of them at the same time. After all, food is the most important thing. Well, that's it. Thank you very much. Mr. Amuro. He accepted a little bit of sugar and added another sugar cube. Although the taste is still strange, it is much better than the pure bitterness just now. If you add another candy, it will probably be too sweet. It is better to just leave it as it is, which is convenient and safe. Of course, Amuro Toru could see his reluctance, but since the other party had already accepted it, he had no reason to nitpick, not to mention that he had other customers waiting for him to order or do something else. Okay, Mr. Odajirai. He nodded. At this moment, the door of Polo Cafe opened again. Welcome. It's Conan. Today is a work day, and naturally a school day. Elementary school students should not be present at lunchtime under any circumstances. So Conan appears here. Did something happen? He was about to welcome the child in when the corner of his clothes was suddenly grabbed from behind. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to make him turn back. What's up? He saw the other person shaking his head at him and lowering his head as if he had given up on something. Instead, he was intrigued. So Toru Amuro invited Conan Edagawa to sit next to Odajirai. Polo Coffee was doing very well at noon today. The entire hall was filled with customers in groups of 3 or 4. There was no empty seat. Edagawa could only share a table with others. So it was appropriate to sit next to Miss Nishijo, a regular customer, and Odajirai, who had met Edagawa once. Oh, sorry, can this kid sit here? There is really no empty seat in the store, of course. Asking for consent is still necessary. This was also the spot that Edagawa Conan had chosen before entering the door. Next to it was the mysterious guy that he had wanted to investigate since yesterday, which couldn't be better. Odajirai shrugged to show that he didn't care, and his eyes were focused on Nishijo, who had been looking at his phone and seemed to be sending emails to something. Miss Nishijo? Amuro asked. Are you asking me? It's nothing for me, sorry, Odajirai-kun. I have something urgent to do and may have to leave first. Nishijo Hano finally looked up and found that she seemed to be in a situation that she missed, but compared to this, she had more important things to say. It's okay, Nishijo-san. Odajirai shook his head, indicating that he didn't care about it. If there is something urgent, just go quickly. I still know the way back to the library, don't worry. Oh, okay. Then I'll go first? After getting the guarantee, Nishijo picked up her bag and rushed out of the Polo coffee shop. The money had already been paid before, and she had no worries. Before leaving, she waved to Odajirai and Amuro in the store. Run slower. Nishijo said. The second half of the sentence stuck in Odajirai's throat. Conan Edagawa finally sat down at the Polo Cafe. So, kid, what do you want to talk to me about? He looked at the child, who didn't look like a child, nonchalantly, and then said, Let me tell you in advance that I have to go back to work at 1:30. I won't be late because of you. This you guys. Naturally, it includes Conan Edagawa and Toru Amuro. Odajirai Haru would not make unnecessary assumptions. These two people must have seen Jin through the glass yesterday, and then one of them escaped, and the other revealed some of his identity to him. Isn't this the best entry point? A second way to prove his intuition. Amuro and Conan were shocked by the sudden change in the man's tone of voice, but they also realized that the man in front of them with a cold expression might be the real Odajirai Haru. He seemed too lazy to pretend with them now. He also didn't care to what extent they had guessed his identity. Conan and Amuro looked at each other. That Odajirai brother. Is he on good terms with that scary silver-haired uncle from yesterday? Conan asked cautiously. Odajirai raised his eyebrows. A scary silver-haired uncle? I wonder what Jin himself would think when he heard this description. He would probably just sneer and continue to scare the kids with that face, right? But how to answer? It's not entirely true that they have a good relationship, but it's not necessarily true that they have a bad relationship either, not to mention little friend. I'm afraid this is not what you want to ask, right? Odajirai's expression was half smile, piercing the little thoughts of this unexpectedly smart boy. What you want to ask should be, what is the relationship between me and Mr. Jean, right? When the child heard the word Jean, his whole body stiffened. Odajirai didn't think that Edagawa Conan would know the pseudonym of Kurosawa Jean, so the only thing that could cause such a reaction was the codename of Jin. Wow, this is getting interesting. He really miscalculated by not investigating this kid last night. But there is still a chance. Once he finishes that thing, tonight's workload will probably be the heaviest since he came to Tokyo. The premise, of course, is that he gets the expected reaction. He has confidence. Since the child was so stiff, Odajirai naturally did not become aggressive. He looked into Adagawa Konan's eyes with compassion. Then he said, "I am a middleman in the transaction with him. Unfortunately, yesterday's transaction did not go smoothly. I am still looking for other trading partners." Of course he meant something. He didn't care whether the child could understand the hint or not. The original target of his words was the blonde man standing next to him. If his guess was correct, Toru Amuro would naturally understand what he was saying and take action. And this is just the first step in a gradual process. Middleman. Konan repeated the word. "Well, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to know that I'm not a bad person. But at the same time, I'm not a good person either." Adagawa Konan, no, Kudo Shinichi, naturally understood what the middleman meant. It's just that one, he has to maintain his elementary school student character, and two, he has not yet figured out what Odajirai is as a middleman. But no matter what kind of middleman it is very dangerous for them to work nearby. Wait, during the previous Liu Ting case, wasn't this man very good at computers? It is very likely that the other party is a middleman in intelligence gathering, commonly known as an intelligence dealer. Before this, he had only heard his father mention once that the intelligence house in Shinjuku was very famous. Kudo Yusaku had always been opposed to his involvement in these affairs of the other world. If it weren't for the black organization, Kudo Shinichi might have been just an ordinary detective in the surface world all his life. However, the fact that Odajirai and Jin are partners means that Jin must be looking for something, or in other words, the organization must be looking for something. What could it be? Konan, who looked like a first-grade student, was lost in thought. "Hey, wake up, kid. If there are no other questions, I'm going back to work. I'm not a kid who doesn't go to school on school days." Although he is only a temporary office captive, Odajirai has already experienced the pain of being an office captive. It is much more difficult than going to school, not to mention being in the first grade of elementary school. But if you think about it, this guy may have been in the first grade several times. Odajirai suddenly felt a lot better. Woo, he wants to graduate. After graduation, he can stay at home forever. After this time, he will never go out again. Jiang Dogan quickly retorted. "I'm not a kid who doesn't go to school. It's just that my uncle is sick today, and Xiaolan didn't get a leave. So she asked me to come back early to take care of my uncle for the whole afternoon." Just kidding. If he keeps talking like that, he will turn into a bad boy. How can he happily eat Mr. Amuro's sandwiches here in the future? Is Master Mori sick? I should go see him, Amuro said self-reproachfully. As a disciple of Detective Mori, he should have gone upstairs to consult Detective Mori more often, but he was too busy with work recently and didn't have time. So this happened. That's certainly the case on the surface. In fact, Mr. Public Security, who has several jobs, doesn't have much time to communicate with Mori Kagoro, not to mention that his reasoning ability does not need to be learned from Mori Kagoro. If necessary, he would be very interested in asking Mr. Mori about shooting. After all, Mori Kagoro is a genius who can get full marks on the first shooting. Plus, Toru Amuro looked thoughtfully at a high school detective who was pretending to be an innocent elementary school student. He always felt that this child was not that simple. Konan Adagawa felt a chill on his back, and when he turned around he saw a blonde waiter holding a tray and smiling at him. He turned back. "Well then, I'm really not curious about why you didn't go to school if you don't have any other questions." Odajirai began to get a little impatient, and the closer it got to 1:30, the more anxious he became. "I don't know what this kid is thinking about, wasting his time here." "Then may I ask what kind of competition is the TGC that you and Dr. Green mentioned? It seems that gentleman is very familiar with firearms." At that time, Midori explained to the police that it was a hobby, but Konan always wanted to know more about it. For some reason, he couldn't find any official competition related to this. "Survival game, I don't know if you have heard of it. Mr. Midori and I met when we were playing survival game." He stretched out his hand and made a gun shape and put it on Conan's temple. "Do you need me to explain it more clearly? Survival game is generally a gun competition that tests physical fitness. It's a pity that the child is too young. Otherwise, I always feel that you will do well. Because he is a very smart child. Smart people can survive in the survival game. He made a bang sound with his mouth, as if a real bullet was leaving the chamber. Idagawa Konan's body trembled. Although I had guessed what Odajirai was going to do, I was still startled by the overly realistic voice. Odajirai was delighted, and his previous unhappiness immediately disappeared. Is there anything else, kid? Odajirai smiled, winked at Miss Azusa, who had been working hard at the bar, and asked, well, do you mind if I borrow your handsome waiter for a while? Really, just a few minutes, I promise. The store was no longer as crowded as it was at the beginning. There was more than enough room for everyone present to sit at a table. Oh, of course, go ahead. Miss Azusa also said with a smile. My opinion does not seem to be taken into consideration, dear Tujun. Toru Amuro was still pulled out of the store. Even in this strange situation, Odajirai still didn't feel any struggle from the person in his hand. What a good-tempered man. This police officer, he couldn't help thinking. But at the same time, he knew he had to speed up, which resulted in him opening the door too roughly. The sound attracted the attention of the few customers in the store. He felt a little sorry, but he didn't have time to take care of these things. In the end, he had to close the door gently, trying to divert people's attention to where they should be focusing. It worked. He glanced at it with satisfaction. Puff. Odajirai turned away. What are you laughing at? He narrowed his eyes. Amuro Toru waved his hands and smiled. Nothing, I just suddenly thought that Mr. Odajirai is really cute. I thought you should know that cute is not a good adjective for men. Although he is a genuine otaku, Odajirai is also an ordinary adult man. So it is natural for him to be angry about such things. Sorry, but I really think Mr. Odajirai is cute. Amuro blinked, still with that cheerful expression, as if he really is an ordinary sunny boy. No, he couldn't be led by this guy. Odajirai didn't bring people up for a talk just to be laughed at. He had a more direct purpose. Then you are really insincere, Linkuin. Odajirai Haru said sincerely. Zero. A code name for the beginning of all things. That's right, Toru Amuro. Oh no, that's the real name of Rei Furuya. He firmly believes it. Zero? Are you calling me? I don't mind being called by my name, but you should at least call me by my name, right? My name is Amuro Toru. But what Odajirai could see was that Amuro was indeed trying to change the subject. So he moved forward. Just at the blind corner of the alley, the lying black-skinned policeman was pushed into the shadows. Even if someone passed by the alley at this time, they could only see a blurry figure lying on the wall. It's a bit strange. Besides, there is no surveillance in this place. At this time, are you still insisting? Ling Jun, when you already know my identity? His voice was low. Just next to Amuro Toru's ear, they were about the same height, and Odajirai could easily do this position. Like a demon whispering. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. But Amuro Toru insisted on his professional ethics and did not speak. Answer me, Furuya Rei. Odajirai thought he had found the most appropriate time, place, and way to ask, and he would definitely get an answer. A bell chimed in the distance. It's 1:30. Mr. Odajirai, shouldn't you go back to work? Amuro Toru still avoided answering. Hey, you guy. Odajirai was very unhappy. Don't get involved with us. This is my warning, Mr. Odajirai. Go back to your library. Finally, Odajirai heard Amuro Toru say this. This should be considered the default, right? Odajirai thought on the way back to the library. At least his guess was not really denied, right? When he thought of this, even the heavy work that was assigned to him in the afternoon became endearing. There was no other way Senior Nishijo had something to do, so he asked for leave from the person in charge and left work early. With one person missing, the work would naturally be distributed to other people, and the most difficult part was assigned to him, who usually had an easy job. Well, I'll do that considering that Seijo-senpai is not feeling well. Before leaving, he handed Seijo something, a warming patch he found in a convenience store near Polo Coffee Shop. He guessed that Seijo had left in a hurry and had not had time to prepare, which was indeed the case, so Seijo was surprised when he handed it to him. It might also be because of the hot drinks he gave to others, so he brought a bottle with him when he bought the warming patch. In the situation at noon, Odajirai guessed the reason almost the moment Nishijo left the table, but it was not appropriate for him to say anything at that time, so he said nothing. The location of the convenience store was told to Toru Amuro by Mrs. Usa. It seems that Mr. Koan saw what he was going to do at that time. After all, Mr. Koan is also a detective, so isn't it natural that he can deduce these things? Odajirai just knew that for some unknown reason, he was quite happy today. Even his colleagues who were not very familiar with him couldn't help but ask him if anything good had happened when they saw him. No, he answered with a grin, biting the straw of a takeaway drink order from Polo Cafe. Unfortunately, his good mood, which he had maintained for the whole day, was severely challenged as soon as he entered the house. As usual, Odajirai said goodbye to his boss, punched out after work, bought dinner from a takeout restaurant he had chosen, and leisurely returned to his apartment before the dinner got cold. He took out a bunch of keys from his other pocket with one hand, and there was a jingling sound. There were only a few keys, but there were quite a few key chains for connecting them. Odajirai fiddled with it for a few times and quickly found the key that could open the door of the apartment in front of him from the mess. But when the key was inserted into the keyhole, turned and the door opened easily with a click, Odajirai felt something unusual. He also changed his earrings to simple black single hoops. Did someone come to see him? Why didn't they go through the normal appointment channel? He was just an ordinary intelligence agent who only cared about money. If the price was high enough, he would definitely do it. For someone who was able to break into his house without setting off an alarm, it would be best for him to forget about doing anything unnecessary. Odajirai was aware of the security strength of his home, so he just put his bag on the shoe cabinet as usual, turned on the light of the one-bedroom apartment in the corridor, then sat down and took off his shoes, stepped on the floor in his socks, and walked towards the uninvited client. Chouse, there was no sofa in the one-bedroom apartment. A small black figure was sitting on his bed, looking at the night view outside the balcony. He turned around the moment Odajirai opened the door and came in. "Ah, this is troublesome. Good evening, Mr. Reborn." Reborn, who looks like a big-headed baby, is actually the head of the outside consultant of the Sicilian mafia family Vongola. The outside consultant is essentially equivalent to the number 2 in the organization. Moreover, Reborn is the current leader and the teacher of the 10th generation of Vongola. Needless to say, whose will does he represent? Such a big shot. If there is no problem that cannot be solved by the family members, basically will not seek help from the outside world. After all, the talent of the mafia family is also one of the criteria for measuring the family's strength. Please forgive me for meeting you in this way. Reborn changed the subject, but we do have something that needs your help. It's okay. Please go ahead, Mr. Reborn. I believe that if it is not an emergency, this is definitely not the usual practice of Vongola. There was really no good place in his apartment to talk, so he had to let Reborn sit at the dining table opposite him. Would you like a cup of coffee? But I only have brewed coffee bags here. It's a good brand. Thank you for your trouble. Reborn glanced at the coffee bag in Odajirai's hand and gladly accepted his kindness. Then I'll be frank. Please. My useless disciple, the 10th generation of Vongola, disappeared 3 days ago. Oha. Under the control of his stiff arms, the coffee powder still fell into the cup accurately due to inertia, but unfortunately he threw the remaining powder and the bag directly into the trash can. This is truly a major event. Odajirai Haru added hot water into the cup and stirred it continuously in a clockwise direction. Since he graduated from high school and officially took over the Vongola, this leader, the 10th generation, has led the Vongola for more than 5 years. As far as he knows, this young leader, who is only 23 years old, has used tough measures and unparalleled power to purge the Western underground world. If such a person disappears, the turmoil brought to the world is almost the same as losing a head of state. And now, this impossible thing has happened. He paused and refused as tactfully as possible. If the person disappeared in Italy, I may not be able to help after all. He had been restricted from leaving the country for a long time. It's better to stay out of this kind of thing. If something really happened to the leader of the mafia family, which ranks first in the underground world, he would not be able to pay for it even if he had several lives. At that time, those people would definitely not maintain a false peace, but would rush towards him like locusts, trying to tear off even a piece of his dead flesh. Tsuna disappeared when he returned to visit his parents. We can confirm that he is currently in Japan. Our technicians immediately checked the airport surveillance. The former world's top killer would certainly not accept his retreat so easily. He would definitely let Odajirai do what he said only Odajirai could do. So you mean that the person in the subsequent surveillance is no longer in it, right? We don't have much authority in Japan, and we only investigated the surveillance of the main roads in Tokyo. Unfortunately, there is no figure of the 10th generation in it. That's why we chose you. You chose to travel through electronic devices in Japan, who are almost omnipotent. You should know what to do. Reborn took the freshly brewed coffee and took a sip. You must also take this job. Indeed, after so much has been said, he no longer has the qualifications to refuse. It is not that he is outstanding among his peers, although he is indeed, but the most important thing is that he is a middleman, that is to say, on a certain level, he has no one or organization behind him to worry about. As long as he completes his work, no one will make things difficult for him. It also means that he will not snitch to any party. If the 10th generation leader of Vongala were to be found out by the rival families, there would be another round of turmoil, not to mention that the White Force might take the opportunity to do something to weaken their strength. However, with the Cloud Guardian here, no one should be able to break through the Vongala's defenses. The coffee cup in his hand was made of porcelain, and the temperature of the hot coffee was transmitted to his hand through the wall of the cup. Finally, Odajirai Haru assured Reborn. Yes, please rest assured, sir. As long as the 10th generation of Vongala is still in Japan, I will definitely find him. Even if there is no guarantee that he has to do it, it would be better to bring it up yourself to gain favor, right? Odajirai Haru decided to give up treatment. Then I'll leave this matter to you. I believe you won't let us down, right? Of course. Reborn drank the last bit of coffee, saluted the informant, took off his hat and placed it on his chest. Thank you for the hospitality, and by the way, this coffee bag tastes very good. You should taste it carefully. Reborn disappeared from the apartment in a few moments, just like he came. And it seemed that he left through the window, even though he had closed the doors and windows carefully before leaving. After hearing the first killer's addition, Odajirai Haru realized that he had not drunk a sip of the coffee in his hand and was a little too nervous. Yes, this was his first time facing a killer of this level, and it was completely different from the mediocre fans he had met before. Reborn just stood there, and it made people feel that if he came over and killed you in the next second, you might not have time to react, let alone resist. This is something that even the one who died in his past could not do. Reborn is indeed the world's #1 killer. Even if he no longer does those things, he still has a powerful strength that cannot be ignored. It's a pity that he is still Alcobolino. If he were an ordinary person, the aura of the dark world on him would be even stronger. The killer in black clothes and black hat left. Odajirai drank the slightly cooled coffee in the cup in one gulp. He is different from Reborn. The intelligence man drinks coffee just to drink coffee. Because, as long as the coffee can guarantee the quality of his work at night, it is good coffee. Let him taste the difference, forgive him. He is just an ordinary person who stays up late. Okay. Start working. Today's workload may be greater than expected. After all, there was another commission from the Vongala for no reason. In short, I hope the accountants of Vongala can be more straightforward. To find their missing leader in an island country as big as Japan. If the commission money is not enough to allow them to not have to work for the second half of the year, they will not agree. Wow, it looks like he has to go to work tomorrow. While browsing the information on the electronic display screen at high speed, Odajirai Haru found the surveillance footage of a certain airport and reviewed it again himself. It's not that I doubt the level of Vongala's technical staff, but I have to do a good job of whatever commission I accept, that's all. He is a very competent intelligence agent. So, he really hates work, especially the extra snacks. After working with Panda Eyes for several days in a row and receiving implicit concern from his colleagues, Odajirai poured another cup of refreshing black coffee into his unresponsive stomach. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and put a cross on Vongala in his heart. He had done everything he was supposed to do on the technological side, and only the part of observing the anomalies remained. The results of the investigation had not yet reached him, and if it was late, he would have to wait about 10 days. He didn't know if the Vongala could hold on. But since he hasn't come to ask for the bounty or anything for 3 days, there's no reason for him to hurt the 10th generation of Vongala at this time. It is more likely that he is interested in the 10th generation himself. What is the 10th generation's real name? Sawada Tsuneyoshi, right? The former head of the outer advisors, his son, and his teacher is reborn. He is really lucky. It is better to drink less of this kind of thing that will damage the body. Here, this is your sandwich. The blonde-haired, dark-skinned waiter stood next to Odajirai with a tray, snatched the cup of black coffee from him, and stuffed the tray into his hands. If you don't eat well at noon, you won't be able to finish your work in the afternoon. You have to be responsible for yourself. That's right. Mr. Amuro needs to persuade this guy. He has been listless these past few days. It's not right to rely on coffee to stay awake. Nishijo couldn't help but complain to Amuro Toru. It shouldn't be that bad. Odajirai scratched his head. I still finished my work while I was really busy these 2 days. Please forgive me, Nishijo-senpai. What weird things are you busy with? And I told you not to call me senior. Sorry. The seniors and juniors here were still playing around during the lunch break, but Toru Amuro, who was working 5 jobs, seemed a little absent-minded. Compared to the confused Nishijo, he certainly knew what the work Odajirai mentioned was besides what he had to do in the library. It seemed that new people and new things had tripped up the intelligence man. Otherwise, the person living in the house of high school detective Kudo Shinichi would not have escaped Odajirai's investigation. Toru Amuro, who recently got caught in front of an elementary school student and is still suspicious of a college student named Okiya, has a lot of thoughts in his mind. Fortunately, his muscle memory is strong enough, and he didn't make any mistakes at work. But Missy still found out and complained that there were too many guests in the past few days, and she was very busy every day. Amuro Toru, feeling guilty. Mr. Amuro. Yes. He turned around. Excuse me, is this place open at night? Tomorrow is the weekend, and I don't want to eat takeout tonight. Odajirai asked Mr. Gongan, who was almost dizzy from being busy. It's open, right? We close at around 6 p.m. If you can make it, come, but the menu is full of sandwiches and the like. Personally, I suggest you eat somewhere else at night. The cafe must be open during the day. Otherwise, how can he complete so many tasks? Although he likes to take leave here. Odajirai calculated the time and realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to finish dinner before the Polo Cafe closed. So he simply invited Mr. Kakisai to go taste the food together. But if I'm alone, it would be weird to go anywhere to eat, right? Then how about Mr. Amuro accompany me to the newly opened restaurant? I can treat you today. Is this a date invitation? Toru Amuro was stunned for a moment. He did not expect to be invited by the intelligence person, but he still quickly thought about the action plan for tonight. It seems quite empty. There's nothing wrong with agreeing to it. He also wants to observe this guy up close anyway. For some reason, he suddenly thought of this question and asked it without thinking, then realized that he had said something wrong and wanted to take it back. No, forget it. Please don't mind it, no. Although I do have some feelings for Mr. Amuro, I will still propose it in a formal way if it's a date. Maybe? Odajirai interrupted his attempt to save the situation, blinked and smiled. Then it's a deal. See you tonight, Mr. Amuro. Odajirai stuffed the last piece of sandwich into his mouth and drank the rest of the coffee in one gulp. Then we should go back to work, Nishijo. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Nishijo also emptied the coffee in the cup. Thank you for the treat, Duent Dawdle. Hurry up. They were going to be late. You were so rude. Hurry up and say thank you for the meal with me, senior. Don't you know that you should be respectful of food? Be careful or Mr. Amuro will not make you such delicious sandwiches anymore. Seijo always takes such insignificant things seriously. Odajirai was too lazy to argue with her, nor was there any need to. So he bowed perfunctorily to the store, his tone steady and without any ups and downs. Thank you for the hospitality, is this okay? And, Mr. Amuro will not refuse to make me a sandwich. Right, Mr. Amuro? The customer is God. Not wanting to argue with the office worker who was about to be late, Amuro Toru winked playfully and evaded the topic. Work hard at work, both of you. Okay, as soon as they went out, they both rushed to open the umbrella. No one wanted to be exposed to the heat of the midday sun. Time was running out, So Nishijo and Odajirai walked almost twice as fast as usual. The tall Odajirai only had to quicken his pace, while the average-sized Nishijo almost jogged all the way to barely make it back to his post at the library before the clock-in was over. Mr. Amuro is really handsome. Nishijo, who had a very leisurely job, suddenly sighed in a way that was totally irrelevant. Yes, yes. Odajirai answered her perfunctorily. Come to think of it, you two seem to have a very good relationship. Could it be that you have met in private? We met once. It was an accident. We met before we went to Polo Cafe together. Odajirai didn't dare to say this directly. He didn't want to spend his whole afternoon being occupied by gossiping seniors. Well, that's no wonder. Fortunately, Senior Nishijo was soon assigned other work, and Odajirai was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed like the new job was very busy, and Odajirai didn't see Nishijo Hano again until the end of the day after work. Because he had an appointment, he did not stay in the library. He walked and stopped on the way to Polo Cafe as usual. When he arrived at his destination, he happened to see the last customer leaving. So lucky. He raised an eyebrow and waved to the blond man who walked out of the door and moved the door number to the close side. It seems I came at the right time. Toru Amuro looked him up and down with a meaningful look. Odajirai felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. He moved his body and asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" "No, nothing. Please wait for me for a moment. I need to change back into my clothes." The blond policeman moved very quickly. Through the glass window of the cafe, Odajirai saw him take off his apron in a few seconds and then go into the kitchen. It is reasonable to guess that there was a locker room inside, but unfortunately nothing could be seen inside. Maybe it was less than 3 minutes. Odajirai had just taken out his cell phone to play a game when Amuro opened the door and walked out. Well, he's dressed very ordinary, but he's good-looking and qualified. Odajirai nodded. It seems that the new restaurant is not far from here. If we drive, we will have to take a long detour. How about we walk there? Mr. Odajirai? After hearing Amuro calling him several times, Odajirai finally pulled his wandering soul back to the sky. I'm fine, but my appointment time is 7 o'clock, and it's almost 6:30 now. If we walk there, we may have to leave as soon as possible. Amuro Toru looked down at the navigation on his phone. They were a little over 2 kilometers away from their destination. They really needed to speed up. Then shall we set off now? Okay. Silence. Silence is the popcorn tonight. The two of them had only known each other for less than half a month, and their conversations during that time were not at the level of casual chatting on the street, so they could only awkwardly pretend not to know each other, even though the distance between them was obviously not the safe distance that should exist between strangers. In the end, Odajirai couldn't stand it anymore. Even he and his female senior Nishijo had never been so embarrassed, so how could he suffer a Waterloo at the hands of Amuro Toru? Besides, this shouldn't happen. Who is Toru Amuro? Shouldn't he be able to talk so well that he can turn white into black and black into white? Why is he silent now? Toru Amuro, you've already stripped him of his true colors, so what else do you need him to talk about? Mr. Amuro, you're not really going to stay silent on the road, are you? That's not the case. Then let's just chat about something casually. For example, the one with the scar on his face, Akai Shuichi. His workload has increased recently, but he still keeps Shuichi Akai's matter in mind. This is information he just found out last night, and it has been a while, so it is more than enough to amuse Mr. Undercover. Scar Akai Shuichi Amuro Toru quickly adjusted back to his normal state. To be able to ask him such a thing, it was obvious that the information dealer had not yet investigated deeply. If he lost his composure, wouldn't he be giving the information to this person in vain? Although I can be sure that guy is not the real one, I have to say that the disguise is really similar to the real one. At least it is the most powerful technique I have seen in all these years. If possible, I really want to meet such a master of disguise. No, don't even think about it. At least don't even think about getting to know vermouth from him. That doesn't exist. He refuses to expose his own identity. Finally, Toru Amuro asked, "Isn't there such talent in Yokohama?" Odajirai made a riddle. No. If it is Yokohama, this kind of talent is generally not an ordinary talent. Is it the intention of the supernatural person? Although Yokohama is an autonomous region, as a public security official, Toru Amuro still has some basic understanding of that area. And the most famous thing in Yokohama is the supernatural organization. Generally, if a superpower organization appears in other places, it will be introduced to Yokohama or even annexed. In short, the country he loves has exchanged the superpower city of Yokohama for peace in other places. This is not the best solution, but it is a last resort. Amuro Toru. No, Furuya Rei firmly believes that his country will get better and better, and one day Yokohama will be reintegrated into the normal territory. So you are only interested in simple makeup and disguise? We are here. It looks good. Odajiri Haru took a few steps forward and pushed open the door of the restaurant. I'm not interested in makeup and disguise. I just think it's amazing that ordinary people can do this kind of thing. He turned to look at Amuro Toru, who was following behind him. After all, I am just one of the millions of ordinary people. Emphasis on after all. I was shocked by Odajiri Haru. Can he be called an ordinary person? When Toru Amuro sat in the private room reserved by Odajiri, he was still defending ordinary people in his heart. Although it was called a private room, it was actually only separated from the ordinary seats by a screen. If someone made a loud noise on that side, they would be able to hear it clearly from here. Odajiri asked the waiter here for new tissues, then turned around and asked him if he needed some red wine or something. Amuro Toru subconsciously refused. He always felt that something bad might happen if he drank. After hearing the answer, Odajiri turned around and talked to the waiter again. Then he realized that the ordinary people that Odajiri mentioned might be a different concept from what he thought. If we go by Yokohama's standards, then ordinary people should refer to people without special abilities, and it has nothing to do with the person's personality. As is his job, Toru Amuro looked around and found that the business of this newly opened Chinese restaurant seemed to be very average. It was clearly dinner time, but there were few customers on the hall side, and theirs was the only private room with the lights on. There weren't many customers, so the food was served quickly. It hadn't been more than a few minutes since they sat down when the food was basically ready. There were many new and unique dishes that he couldn't even name at the moment. It is worth mentioning that this restaurant seems to have carried forward the Japanese cuisine's characteristic of being small and exquisite. Although it is a Chinese restaurant, the portion of each dish is pitifully small, but it is just convenient for them to try more new dishes. And in the end, there was an extra bottle of wine on their table. The waiter said that their consumption reached the standard for a gift, but the bottle was very small, so it should be homemade. I don't know where they got it from. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the bottle. Odajiri. He looked across at the calm intelligence dealer. It must be a coincidence. He thought, hey, such delicious food should be swallowed with gratitude, right? Odajiri was dissatisfied with Amuro's soulless attitude. You are just stuffing things into your mouth non-stop, right? It really makes me angry. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about work just now. Amuro smiled apologetically and finally tasted the food here, a big bite. Then almost instantly, his eyes turned red and his lips were stained red. You can tell at first glance that it's spicy. Odajiri couldn't help but burst out laughing. There happened to be a soup on the table, and Odajiri pushed it in front of Amuro. Ha ha ha, I fooled you, didn't I? But the taste of this is really good. If you can't eat spicy food, you can change to the dish next to it. Hey, what are you looking at me with? I know I have to be considerate, okay? Following Odajiri's line of sight, Amuro Toru thanked him and drank the soup in one gulp, and then he saw a plate of vegetable salad. It really wasn't spicy. Really? You were the one who made the mistake first, weren't you? He complained half-jokingly. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Odajiri signaled the waiter to move the lighter dishes to another direction in front of Amuro, and from then on, the heavier dishes could be placed on his side. Oh, by the way, there are also staple dishes. Although Odajiri himself doesn't have much demand for staple dishes at night, he is not sure about Amuro's situation. So he still asked the waiter to serve the staple dishes. After all, God knows whether Mr. Public Security has other activities that may require physical energy tonight. Well, the food here tastes really good. It doesn't matter if it's authentic or not, as long as it tastes good. Odajiri Haru is just a simple foodie. Speaking of which, Mr. Amuro, you are very interested in both me and Midoriniga, right? Odajiri asked seemingly nonchalantly. In fact, All his attention was on Amuro Toru. Amuro Toru didn't understand what he meant. Then, do you want to participate in the survival game together? Amuro Toru was concerned about Midoriniga Masaru and the guy in front of him, but he did have other things to do that day. I'm sorry, I already have an appointment that day. Oh, that's a shame. Maybe next time. Suddenly, Toru Amuro had an idea. He looked at the surroundings and the person opposite him, and remembered a question he had asked Odajirai at noon. He asked again, as if he was being lured into a trance. Is this an invitation for a date? He felt a little regretful. Shouldn't have had that drink. Although he was not drunk, he was indeed somewhat affected by the alcohol. He heard the informant reply. It was like fireworks exploding in my ears. The second half of the journey was even more awkward than the first half. Toru Amuro tried to open his mouth several times, but couldn't think of a way to break the awkward atmosphere. And when Odajirai Haru doesn't want to please anyone, he can remain silent like a person at home. It was as if he was the only one sitting here at this moment, enjoying the food alone. Fortunately, they had almost finished their meal when Odajirai asked the question, and after speeding up, the two of them paid the bill and left in just 20 minutes. Toru Amuro felt that he was going to have a traumatic experience with this store. Since their homes were in different directions, they were about to separate as soon as they left the restaurant. Amuro turned back to take one last look at the restaurant and thought of the label on the bottle of wine. Odajirai, what does the Odajirai on that bottle of wine have to do with you? He asked finally. Yes. Odajirai answered cheerfully, and no matter how many thoughts were going through Mr. Coquin's mind, he just winked and said goodbye to him. Today is a very pleasant day. Good night. See you tomorrow, Mr. Amuro. Joy. Amuro Toru also subconsciously said good night and goodbye. As he watched Odajirai leave, he still didn't understand why the information dealer was happy about today's situation. Not to mention that it was only a little after 9 o'clock, far from being enough to say good night. At least for the two guys who work at night. He doesn't understand. But Odajirai really thought that today was pretty good. He even took a taxi in a big city like Tokyo. He kept humming while waiting for the car to pick him up, which was completely different from his silent appearance in the restaurant just now. At that time, I was just feeling embarrassed for Amuro Toru. If he laughed, it would be too inconsiderate to the hard-working public security officer. The day was full of good things starting from the time I met Mr. Amuro at noon. Even being rejected does not detract from the perfection of the day. Besides, he didn't have much hope of inviting anyone. After all, to some extent he was also adding to the workload of Mr. Gongan. What satisfied him most was that Toru Amuro asked him twice in one day, "Is this a date invitation?" Odajirai gave him two different answers. The first time was more like a tease, so he naturally denied it. The second time was different. Odajirai Haru could clearly see that this man who was nearly 10 years older than him was wavering. Adult relationships are simple. Sometimes just a glance can tell you a lot. But if this relationship is to continue, more considerations will be needed, but Odajirai currently has no intention of developing it further. He just liked Toru Amuro just like he liked any other person with a good-looking face in the past. Even though he had never taken any action before, this was the first time he asked someone out for dinner, let alone a serious date invitation. Toru Amuro is very different from others, but for now, that's all. But in short, the hesitation of such a person is enough to bring pleasure to Odajirai. This pleasure lasted until he got off the car. In order to replenish the stock at home, he got off the car near the convenience store in advance and walked into the convenience store that he was already familiar with. Lanmao is a cashier I have never seen before. He didn't care much about this change. He just took a quick glance and went to the beverage counter to find his source of life. Coke, Coke, Coke? He was shocked. This is a must-have drink for otakus. How can it be sold out? Odajirai Haru has withered. My good mood suddenly dropped. There was no Coke, so he had to move to another counter. Without even looking at it, he reached out and swept down a large piece of puffed food with a strange taste. He has no emotions, so let it be. A otaku without the fat otaku happy water has no soul. Odajirai walked to the cashier counter and pushed all of them to the blue-haired cashier. Well, I saw you spend a long time at the soda counter. Didn't you find the soda you wanted to drink? Lanmao asked as he swiftly paid for him. Yeah, How come there is no Coke in a convenience store? I was originally very happy today, but this really ruined my mood. Lamao reminded. If you want Coke, walk about 100 or 200 meters over there. There is a vending machine. You might have it there. Odajirai looked in the direction that Lamao pointed. That area was indeed an area he had never been to. He had too much work to do and didn't have time to visit the area. Thank you. Odajirai didn't even bother to check out the potato chips he was still scanning for and ran straight out of the convenience store. Lan Mao no, now I should call her the little girl with blue hair, was at a loss. He is not going to run away with the bill, is he? She has no money to pay for him. Oh, he hasn't paid yet, so it's okay. But soon Odajirai came back with 3 bottles of Coke in his hand. Seeing that the blue-haired girl had helped him put everything into the plastic bag, he took out his wallet and paid the bill. How much is it? Just tell me directly, thank you for just now. The blue-haired girl reported the number. Odajirai handed her 5,000 yen bills. But these only cost a little over 3,000 yen. Just consider it a reward for being a good person. Take it, and don't think too much, little girl. After all, he was the one who contributed the most to restoring his good mood, so a little monetary reward was nothing. As we walked out of the convenience store, Odajirai started humming again. Mr. Odajirai. Good evening, Mr. Doma. Did anything good happen to Mr. Odajirai today? You look very happy. That's right. Anyway, good night, Mr. Doma. Good night, good night. What a strange person. Odajirai heard his neighbors say behind him. But Odajirai didn't care today. It's over. I was just happy yesterday. When Odajirai Haru saw Yukimura Toru at the TGC registration office, he realized what he had forgotten recently. He forgot that there were actually 2 Toru-kun. Odajirai looked at the Toru-kun in the phone with whom he had just exchanged contact information yesterday, and then looked at the Toru-kun with black hair, fair skin and glasses over there, and felt extremely embarrassed for a moment. Then when Toi Gun came over to say hello, he only responded to Matsuoka, nodded to the remaining 2, and then ran away. And the one he likes now should be this one. He stood in the corner, looking at the 3 people, and couldn't help complaining about himself yesterday. It's all because of the wine and adult love. Odajirai would never admit that he was attracted by her beauty. Good morning, Odajirai-kun. How is the progress with that, Toru-kun? Odajirai was startled. No one would be too calm if someone suddenly pointed out what they were thinking about. But fortunately, Odajirai remained calm on the surface, and when he looked at Midorinaga who suddenly appeared behind him, he did not reach out to eliminate his opponent in advance. It doesn't look like things are going smoothly. Didn't we have a chance to talk today? Odajirai realized later that the guy was talking about Yukimura Toru, and he almost thought that Midori was still in contact with Amuro after that incident. But if you think about it carefully, it is still unknown whether Midoriya Nagamasa has exchanged names with Amuro Toru. You clearly know that I have no intention of approaching Yukimura-kun, then what do you want to do now, Midoriya? Anger me? To win? But I am not an enemy you must eliminate. What are you planning? Odajirai stared closely at this man who could be called a devil on the court. Whenever he faced this man, he never hesitated to assume the greatest malice. Midorinaga waved his hand. I'm just interested in the relationship between you and that Toru-kun after all. Mr. Matsuoka looks like he has fallen in love with Miss Tachibana, right? Odajirai interrupted him. What? Following his gaze, Liu Yongjiang also cast his gaze to that side. The 3 people from Toi Gun were standing in the corner, talking and laughing, looking very harmonious. It was a scene that really gave him a heart attack. He didn't look at it for long. People who play survival games are very sensitive to other people's gazes. He didn't want to be caught by Tachibana at this moment. They still have fun. Odajirai. He was about to talk to Odajirai next to him when he was interrupted again. It's about to start. Odajirai pointed at the man who was already standing on the small podium and reminded him. There are 2 ways to participate in TGC. One is the group type like Toi Gun and Star White, and the other is individual players like Odajirai. At the beginning, they competed separately. After all, it is obviously not fair to let individual players face the team players with very good tacit understanding right after entering the field. However, the second day's competition is a big free for all. Only the top-ranked teams on both sides can enter the second day's competition. The specific top number depends on the number of applicants, which is decided on the spot every year. However, although such great preferential treatment is given to individual players, the problem of tacit understanding still exists. The most likely thing to happen in the second day's game is that the individual players will be wiped out at the beginning, leaving only the team players to fight like gods. As an individual player, Odajirai's goal is to enter the second day's game and then survive long enough in the game. It's okay for him to play against individual players, but if he meets Xingbai, no, he doesn't even need Xingbai. Even if it's a team of players better than the one they formed a team with a few months ago, they are unlikely to win, unless the opponent is too weak, or the teammates are superb. Then this year's TGC will officially start in an hour and a half. The entrance time is 1 hour later. Please prepare yourself. The person in charge said a lot of boring things. The useful sentences are that there are 100 teams of players in this competition and 20 teams of individual players, each with 3 people, for a total of 360 people. Team players are divided into 2 groups for the competition, one group of 50 to 20, and the last 40 groups will participate in the free-for-all on the second day. Individual players will enter 10 from 20, and there will be a total of 50 teams for the free-for-all on the second day. The game process is also explained to novice players. The game is measured in time. If you get the enemy's flag, the time will increase, and if you lose your own flag, the time will decrease. In addition to winning by increasing the time, you can also kill the enemy. The general direction of judgment is the limbs and torso. Except for the immediate death of the torso, the limbs need to be treated at the only relief station in the field, and then the time is reduced according to the first part hit. The time reduction is within 10 minutes. You can re-enter the field after the time reduction, but if all 3 players are injured, it is timeout, that is, direct elimination. When there is only one winning group left in the field, the game ends and the ranking is determined by time. If there are still more teams than the winning group should have within the total time limit, the ranking will be directly determined. Hidden rules. In principle, multiple injuries on the field are not allowed, and you should go to the relief station after the first injury. In principle, Odajirai glanced at Midorinaga Masahiro beside him. The man also happened to look at him. Which group are you assigned to? Let me see your teammates. Gen Shilio. Jenny? They seem to be newcomers. Oh, so? Isn't it luck that makes sense for individual players to form a team? It just means that he was unlucky this time. Why don't you go find your teammates? Those 2 have been staring at me for a long time. I can directly recruit you to join the team, provided that you don't mind not winning the championship this time. He made a joke. After all, he had already rejected General Liu Yong once, right? That won't do. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Odajirai responded casually. He also had to go find his teammates. Source West Flow and Source 1. It sounds like they came together. TGC's independent teams are usually randomly grouped, and it is unlikely that people with the same surname are grouped together. It is more likely that these 2 people came together and were matched with him, a true independent player. But none of this matters. What matters is good morning, both of you. Odajirai Haru saw 2 pairs of eyes looking at him. Inorganic golden iris. Very similar to his. He felt a little uncomfortable. So he decided that no matter what the battle situation was today, he would go back and investigate these 2 people thoroughly. Moreover, he still frowned and finished the remaining half of the sentence. Can I trouble you for something? The 2 men nodded at the same time. The amplitude, speed, and time are all the same. Can I trouble you to be eliminated as soon as possible later? I am more accustomed to fighting alone. We will win. One of them said, yes, we will win. Another echoed, this should mean rejection, right? Odajirai blinked. He couldn't kill his teammates here. Okay, could you please introduce yourself? The first person who spoke had dark hair. Odajirai couldn't tell whether it was dark brown or pure black. He didn't want to get that close. My name is Jinsiryu. Why does he feel like you're not sure? The other young man with white hair spoke more fluently. My name is Yuan E, the one of 1, 2, 3, 4. But it still doesn't look like a real person. If I have to say, it looks like a robot or something. However, as far as he knew, the technology on the technological side had not yet developed to this level, but it was possible that it would appear on Academy Island and Academy City. Please introduce yourself as well. The source flows westward. Now he looked like a real person again. Odajirai raised his eyebrows and said, "My last name is Odajirai. Just call me that." Even though he said that, he still filled in his full name when he signed up, and it was written as Odajirai Haru on the grouping sheet. I guess these two people just wanted to hear him say it again. He pondered. There's only half an hour left. Do you want to go pick a gun together? Are you still new here? No, we already. Whitehair said. Then he was interrupted by Himeo. Please take us there once. Oh, it seems that between these two people, the one who makes the decision is the black-haired one. He nodded, as if he didn't know that the two people were already fully equipped, and led them into the store inside the venue. Come to think of it, you should be participating in the competition together, right? Yes. None of the three of them had anything they needed to buy in the store, so they were just chatting while shopping. Then I want to ask, since there is Source 1, is there Source 2? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Odajirai saw his two teammates exchange glances, and then the white-haired one nodded to him. My younger brother, his name is Genji. This is not normal. If it was Ichiro or Jiro, it could be explained as a cultural issue of the parents, but the name heir obviously goes beyond this scope. This is more like a code name than a name. Odajirai frowned and changed the subject. That sounds good. Oh, by the way, we don't seem to have given this team a name yet. It's not a good idea to just call it Team D, right? I feel like I copied Gunma Prefecture's Plan D. Do you have any suggestions? Please tell me. Odajirai suddenly thought of someone. Since you are called 1, and you have a brother called 2, how about we call ourselves 0? Isn't it cool to just use the Japanese pronunciation? How about English? 0 team? Why not 3? The white-haired, Genichi himself, raised the question. He explained. Because 3 is behind 1 and 2, and 0 is in front of 1 and 2. You clearly said you were going to win, right? That sounds reasonable. Then we will call it the 0 team. And the primary goal is to be the first among the individual teams. How about it? Not very good. He just hoped that some black-skinned police officer wouldn't come running from Manhwa and beat him up. But this is not his problem. If Mr. Public Security himself had accompanied him, they would definitely not call it this. So it was all Toru Amuro's fault. Great, there are only 10 minutes left. Do you want to go to the locker room in advance to line up? There will be a lot of people later, right? Odajirai reminded kindly. After all, there are so many people, and they are only given 30 minutes to enter. They must reserve time to resolve possible situations. It would be a waste of time if these problems affect their entry. The players who want to form a team should have already started queuing up, right? After all, there are so many people there, but the organizers must have arranged more locker rooms for them. Let's go. Okay. The more Odajirai thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Jinshiryu and Genichi seemed to have come alive from a certain moment. It was as if the empty shell was suddenly infused with a soul. When he figured this out, he just took the gun out of his bag and held it in his hand, while his two teammates over there were still changing their clothes. Odajirai remembered something and paid close attention to the back of the two men's necks. The Genji brothers both have fair skin, and their hair is not short. The back of their necks is a part of their bodies that is rarely exposed, so their hair is naturally extremely white. There was nothing on it, so Odajirai put his speculation aside for the time being. It would be great if the god was here, or if Mr. Rampo was here, he would definitely be able to verify or refute his current thoughts. Oh, especially since he didn't wear those glasses when he went out today. Even the two people couldn't be sure whether they were on the same side. It's terrible. Hurry up. He looked at the time and couldn't help but urge. Newcomers are newcomers. They came in very close to the front, but now several teams behind them have left one after another, and they are still wandering around here. Odajirai felt that they were finished. That's it? That's it? You still want to take first place? These two must be fools. We are ready. Let's go. Blackhair said. Baimao didn't say anything. When they arrived at venue number 3, the individual teams had almost gathered in 2s and 3s. Fortunately, the time was not up yet. The person in charge of venue number 3 just glanced at their last team and said nothing. This was Odajirai's first time attending TGC. He had missed the previous few times due to work. Plus, he really didn't want to go out. Not to mention that he had to go all the way to Tokyo for the competition. He didn't want to do that. Therefore, His knowledge of TGC was basically what he heard from others, or from occasional competition information. Naturally, he didn't know the specific situation here. If he were to use his usual intelligence unlocking rate as an example, it would be about 30%, but now he doesn't need these. TGC players come from all over the country, and individual players don't know each other. Most of them come here to have a good time. If they want to win, they can't help but form a team in advance. The same goes for Odajirai. Originally, his biggest purpose in playing survival games was to improve his escape skills so that he could protect himself and survive in the autonomous region of Yokohama. After all, although it is safe for him to act as a middleman between the pros and cons, there is no guarantee that some natural disaster or man-made calamity may hit him. He does not want to die. So wouldn't it be good to have more life-saving skills? There is nothing more disgusting in this world than accidental death. Odajirai would rather die by homicide. Among the many activities that improve physical fitness, the Odajirai Selection survival game actually has a very interesting story. At that time, he was not so concerned about his life, but someone suggested that he do some training, which he refused. Later, another god heard about it and simply brought a turntable for him to choose from. There were dozens of scattered exercise methods on it, separated one by one. The god asked him to throw a dart, and he tried several times, but the dart didn't hit any of the options. Finally, in a fit of anger, he asked the god if there was anything that was not written down. The god asked how he knew that, and then gave him the information about the survival game. It turned out that a certain black mud spirit was messing around when the god was writing on the turntable, saying that this was not allowed and then that, otherwise he should play games. In the end, the god simply deleted the survival game with the word game in it, because there were so many options anyway, and this one was not missing. In the end, he still had to deal with this one. Oh, by the way, that turntable was bought by the Black Mud Spirit for team building. God knows what kind of team building Mafia wants. TSK, I feel annoyed when I think of that Black Mud Spirit. Our judgment is very accurate. If you have any objections, you can raise them at the relief station during the game, or ask the organizing committee for a review after the game, but my suggestion is things that can be resolved during the game should not be delayed until the end of the game. The gate of the venue will be opened in 3 minutes, and you have 10 minutes to reach the base. Countdown, start. The venue is not big. Odajirai has never been here before, but he once played against Hoshiro. After the match, Midori chatted with him outside the venue. Midori said that venues 1 and 2 are large venues, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Venue 3 is usually used for group battles, and the top 3 will be decided here. The advantage of large venues is that they have a variety of terrains and can switch between offense and defense in an instant. Small venues have complex terrains and require occupying high ground to lay the foundation for victory. The order of entering the venue is the same as the order of previous grouping. They are D, the 4th one. Come to think of it, the name of his team that is a metaphor for Rei Furuya is completely useless. Just as he thought of this, he saw a new name appear on the nameplate, 0. Odajirai looked at the black-haired and white-haired people. No, Jinsiryu and Jiniki. The team name needs to be registered in advance, but he did not go. The current situation is naturally thanks to the Genji brothers. I just don't know when they went there. He doesn't remember the 3 of them acting separately. Another suspicious point. But it was meaningless to think about all this now. What was more important was that they needed to devote themselves to the game and qualify for tomorrow's game. Should we go directly to the base, or take a walk around the perimeter first? Odajirai himself was more inclined to the latter. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to success. As an intelligence worker, he was always uncomfortable when he didn't have intelligence. Speaking of which, you guys shouldn't have a poor sense of direction, right? It would be ridiculous if people playing survival games had no sense of direction. But these 2 were newcomers, so Odajirai couldn't help but ask them. Of course not. How about we split into 3 groups? Odajirai-kun, you go to the periphery, Jiniki goes to the relief station, and I go back to the base to plant the flag, and then we'll gather at the base. The one who is speaking is the source flowing westward. This coincides with Odajirai's idea. So he nodded, and the 3 of them split up into 3 groups. Odajirai quickly circled the outer circle. It was similar to what Lu Yongjiang had told him. It took about 10 minutes to run around the venue. The relief station was probably in the center, and there were 20 small strongholds radiating from it. They were very close to each other, which could easily lead to fights. The high ground here was probably the two-story building in the northwest, which was an excellent location for sniping. Speaking of which, there should be role distribution for a team like theirs, right? He saw that neither Yuan Shilio nor Yuan Yi were holding sniper barrels. So is the team composition also included in the distribution? That would be a huge project. He returned to the base. The 10 minutes of safety at the start of the game had already ended, but everyone was still maintaining a superficial peace and stability. Before they had a clear understanding of the situation, no one would want to be the first to take action. No way. Odajirai directly told the Genji brothers about the situation in the small building, and their stronghold happened to be very close to the small building. If someone took away the small building, the location of their stronghold would be exposed, and they would be the first to be eliminated. The key point is that TGC allows fighting with weapons, and fighting with weapons is not counted in the number of casualties. Fighting with weapons is difficult to stab vital parts, so it is also used as an effective torture method by some people. I am a sniper. I must go to the small building. He stressed to the two brothers, it's too dangerous. It's easy to be ambushed there. That's true. After all, there is only one high ground in the entire venue. Strong snipers will fight for it, and weak snipers will do everything they can to prevent others from getting it. I have to go. Odajirai was too lazy to argue with them and just repeated the necessity of the matter. He was a lone ranger and had no intention of cooperating with these two people. He was just fulfilling his duty as a member of the team, not that he was negotiating. I'll go with you. The Genji brothers compromised. In the end, it was decided that Yuan Yi, the attacker, would accompany him to the small building to charge and resist injuries for him. Odajirai had no objection to this. He shrugged and told Genichi to follow him. They only walked 100 or 200 meters to the small building, but there were many obstacles on the road and it was very busy. All the teams knew the importance of the small building. Odajirai roughly counted, and it seemed that no team was missing. He let Yuani out to cause trouble. Odajirai was very surprised. Before he could say anything, Jinjichi seemed to know what he was thinking. Poking this and hitting that, no casualties were caused, but it did cause chaos in this small area. How did Genichi know he wanted to do this? There is no one in this world who has the ability to read minds that Odajirai doesn't know about. Unless they evade official detection, this is impossible. No one knows better than him what official is. Odajirai walked towards the small building in the chaos. It was obvious that there was no one in the small building. Although Odajirai heard nothing when he stepped into the small building, he just slowly loaded his sniper rifle. But it's not needed now. He took a step forward, and the sound of breaking air came from behind him. Nibelungen team, 1 eliminated. He slowly stood up again and walked down the stairs to the empty second floor. The only way to eliminate the opponent in a fight is to make the opponent lose consciousness. High ground, 0 took over. Odajirai was very accurate with a gun and could eliminate people very quickly. As soon as he stood at the window, stretched out the long barrel of the gun, and started killing the old, weak, sick, and disabled downstairs. More than half of the people were eliminated directly, and the rest went to the relief station for time reduction. Their game was over before the fourth wave of people from downstairs arrived. Including the 10 minutes of prep work, it took about an hour. They successfully qualified as 7th place. The first place is Nibelungen. The reason is probably that although eliminating people is a more convenient way to win, they are still ranked by time after the game. They didn't lose the flag, but they didn't capture the flag either. They just got 0 points. The other teams all got other teams' flags to some extent, which resulted in 6th, 7th, and 8th place. 9th place tied with 0 points, and the 10th place lost its own flag and took away someone else's flag, which resulted in a negative score. Odajirai only remembered at the end that they were engaging in a mixed battle and that they needed to capture the flag. However, this had nothing to do with him as a sniper, and the attacker Genichiro who needed to go out to capture the flag was not eliminated. They were careless today. If they continue to handle the match with the team members tomorrow in this way, they may not be able to get a place. Yes, that's right, Odajirai was inflated. He felt that he and Jinji had a pretty good understanding of each other, and maybe they could get a ranking tomorrow or something. Because of this, when Odajirai goes to sleep at night, all he dreams about is punching toys and kicking Hoshiro with guns and feet. Fortunately, he woke up early in the morning and saw the crowds of 40 groups of players. No, impossible, non-existent. Is this your teammate? Because it was a mixed battle between team players and individual players, their order of entry was disrupted. There was a 3-minute interval between each team entering the field, which was enough time for experienced players to hide themselves. Xingbai was just 2 places behind them. They lined up at the end of the team, perhaps because they were afraid that they would ambush at the door and attack indiscriminately as soon as they entered. The organizers would not allow them to end the game at the door, as that would be unwatchable. And watchability is also an important indicator of a game. When Lu Yongjiang saw him, he just nodded to him as a greeting at first, but after a while, he suddenly called him out for some reason. Odajirai followed Midoriniga's gaze and looked at the remaining 2 people in their team. Yeah, what's wrong? He was a little confused. Lu Yongjiang looked at him steadily, as if to confirm that he really didn't see anything. Then Odajirai heard him say, "It's a little strange to say this, but Odajirai, don't you feel that the dark-haired one looks a bit like you?" Odajirai finally caught the thread that he had been eluding since yesterday. This gave him the creeps. After being reminded, Odajirai immediately realized that this could not be an accident. At the same time, he recalled a detail. During the game yesterday, the 3 of them showed extraordinary tacit understanding. As soon as he reached a consensus with Yuan Yi downstairs, Yuan Shilio knew what to do next. He originally attributed it to the brotherly induction, but now he thought it was probably because they had a special way of connecting. Coupled with the difficulties he encountered when investigating these 2 people last night, these 2 people came for him. This purpose became very clear. He began to feel a little strange that he had not noticed this yesterday. This was a great challenge to his observation skills. So he once again looked the brothers up and down. The Genji brothers looked young, and their heights were more like those of teenagers. Moreover, as a man, he would not have thought of looking at himself in the mirror for a second. He would just shave his hair and finish it every day. When he shaved, he would only focus on his beard. Now that he thought about it, the similarity between these 2 people was that he was in the past, probably in high school. If it were the people he knew in high school, they might be able to tell the specific time point. In a sense, these people, no, it might even be an organization, have been paying attention to him at least since he was in high school. How could this not make him shudder? However, he was not the kind of person who showed his emotions on his face, and he had no plans to do anything to these 2 people right now. He simply maintained an attitude similar to yesterday and waited until the game was over. Even so, Odajirai still took photos of the 2 people with his cell phone that was not in the locker room. If it wasn't a real name request, Odajirai couldn't guarantee the accuracy of the information, so he needed to find someone else to verify it. The flow of people took a step forward. Odajirai subconsciously looked around. Midoriniga, who seemed unaware of how much information that sentence conveyed to him, had already returned to Hoshiro's team, and there was no one next to Odajirai. What a scary person. Odajirai thought so, and returned to the Genji brothers. Did Captain Hoshiro say anything to you just now? Nothing. He just said that you 2 brothers look alike. Are you twins? Come to think of it, they both look like him. Odajirai fought back the 2 men's attempts with ease. Geniki and Genji are twins, and I'm their older brother. Jinseiryu said. Stop chatting, it's our turn. Geniki pointed to the door in front of them. What a coincidence, so should we split into 3 groups like we did yesterday? No, today is different. The arena is too big, and we can't go around it in the allotted time. We'll find a stronghold first, then Yuan E and I will attack, and Yuan Shilio you defend. That should be okay, right? Today's arena is much larger than yesterday's, and there is no single high ground. Each area has its own terrain characteristics. They need to first figure out where their base is located before proceeding to the next step. If the terrain of the stronghold is easy to defend but difficult to attack, they will leave only Yuan Shilio to defend it. If not, he will stay near the stronghold to snipe the enemy. Although this may not necessarily result in scoring, it should still be possible to keep the flag from being lost. If the attackers were stronger, perhaps they could get an extra time, provided that they did not encounter a strong opponent. Odajirai Haru was almost speechless. Isn't it said that the location of the base is random? Is his luck so bad? Team Zero had just found the base and hidden it well. Before they had time to discuss the next strategy, they saw the man who was chatting with him outside just now coming over. Green Yongjiang and Xingbai. All strategies are paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. And now they are that paper tiger. Destruction? This might be the fate of their team. Hi. Hello? Can you let us live for 5 more minutes? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he awkwardly greeted the person on the opposite side. Fortunately, the game has not officially started yet. Otherwise, they will definitely become Xingbai's first kill. It depends on your luck. Mitarinaga's tone was very gentle, as if he was joking with them. But in Zero's eyes, he was just saying, I'll give you 1 second to get out. Odajirai half-seriously complained to him. You are so annoying. Lu Yongjiang smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. So he really hates talking to this kind of guy. There were still 2 minutes left, and Odajirai and Jinsiryu whispered to each other quickly before separating and hiding. Xingbai only sent one person to find the flag, and the remaining 2 leaned against the tree waiting for the opportunity to attack. The 10-minute countdown ended, and the bell symbolizing the start of the game rang twice and then disappeared. The 2 Xingbai men stood up and loaded their guns. After a few sounds, Jin Shilio was forced to leave the scene, and Jiniki was hit in the arm. So he signaled to Xingbai and went to the relief station alone. After the 2 men left, Odajirai jumped down from the tree where he was hiding. Mitarinaga showed no mercy to him. The bullet he shot into the tree was only 5 centimeters away from hitting his leg. It was a pity that the range was not enough. Otherwise, they could really have thrown the 3 of them out right away. Let's have a fight? Odajirai extended an invitation to Mitarinaga. Okay. Mitarinaga signaled to his teammates not to shoot, but just to be alert to the surroundings. Before he walked towards Odajirai, he pulled up Zero's flag and threw it to his teammates. Odajirai threw his gun aside, raised his eyebrows and complained about the guy's immoral behavior. You really don't leave me any chance. After all, fighting can't eliminate people. If you want to negotiate with me, you can't just give nothing, right? Midoriya rolled up his sleeves. You almost eliminated 2 of my teammates. Odajirai was not prepared to be polite with this guy. After playing with his new teammates in yesterday's game, he almost forgot the ultimate purpose of coming to the game. It was good enough to get someone who could play a game with him at this time. This was the final. I thought you didn't want to act with them? Mitarinaga took Odajirai's fist that was aimed at his face and rushed forward from below with his other hand, but was about to hit the man's abdomen when he nimbly escaped. Also, please spare my face. It's one of the few places on me that meets your aesthetic standards, isn't it? That's right. Odajirai, who was almost successfully attacked, didn't want to waste any more time talking to others, but he still followed Midori's advice and moved the target of the attack from the face to the chest and abdomen. The 2 fought back and forth for nearly 10 minutes. They would probably have a lot of bruises when they went home that night, but they were not injured enough to apply for injury in the game. Someone is coming this way. Xingbai's sniper has Eagle Eye, a skill that is almost invincible in the arena, and should have won Xingbai a lot of victories. Quick victory? It was Odajirai who suggested it, but General Lu Yong would naturally have no objection. He waved his hand and pulled out a small knife from his clothes. Odajirai's knife was also on him. He pulled out a butterfly knife, which he had received from a barely friend some time ago, and had learned a lot of strange uses for the butterfly knife. Green Yongjiang answered him with action. Fighting with tools is completely different from fighting without tools. The pleasure of punching flesh is incomparable to that of knives. But the biggest change brought by using knives is speed. The frequency of attacks by both men is increasing. The unique advantage of the knife is that it can be used very quickly, and one might get hit if one is not careful. After a few rounds, the otaku Odajirai slowed down first, so Midori's knife easily broke through the opponent's defense, leaving a mark on the right arm that was well covered by the combat uniform. Odajirai raised his hand to indicate injury, of course, not to the organizers. Is that enough? Green Yongjiang meant something. It's not enough, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm going to go to the relief station first. Odajirai just waved goodbye to their base, even though they only had it for less than a minute. Good luck to you, maybe. Xingbai's sniper shot his raised arm. The injured result was achieved. The road to the relief station was the same road they took when they came to the base. The lush vegetation along the way was full of blurry enemies. The ones who remained on the scene were most likely a team, and they might want to ambush the wounded coming out of the relief station later. Anyway, although it's not very moral, ambush is really useful here. If the team with stronger strength and good concealment is in a good position, it may be able to clear the field directly. But that is unlikely today. After all, Xingbai is still observing the enemy situation near their base. If you want to win the championship without getting rid of Xingbai, then you are dreaming. When the wounded enter the relief station, usually no one will show up. So when Odajirai walked into the relief station, he only saw a group of wounded sitting in a row, drinking water and chatting. Some of them were big mouths who wanted to tell others about their ancestors, while others were taciturn and stayed alone in the corner. It was quite interesting. It seemed that he would not have waited in vain for these 10 minutes. "Hey, is that Mr. Odajirai?" Suddenly, a voice came out from the group that was about to leave. "Just call me Odajirai, Ms. Tachibana." Odajirai looked at her short hair and couldn't help but marvel at how flawless her men's clothing really was. If he hadn't known who Tachibana Hataru was, he would probably have been misled by her appearance. You really do know." Tachibana Hataru scratched his head. "Don't doubt it. I checked your school records. There are usually no obvious mistakes like this in the files. That's why I knew you were a woman," Odajirai explained to him. "It was Midori who must have felt your bones to confirm it. After all, Midorinaga is a pretty good doctor." School records? Tachibana Hataru thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. It should be illegal to investigate this thing, right? Why did Odajirai say this kind of thing calmly, just like talking about what to eat tonight? "I'm not a good person. Miss Tachibana, you need to go back quickly, otherwise Xingbai will win the championship again this year." "How can this be? See you next time, Mr. Odajirai." After saying that, Tachibana Hataru left in a hurry. "I told you to call me Odajirai." "There were still 10 minutes left before the end," Odajirai said helplessly. "Then I'll go back first." Yuani nodded slightly, as if asking for his consent. "Okay," he responded nonchalantly. Odajirai had a feeling that the game would probably be over before he walked out of here. And everything was just as he expected. Toy Gun Gun snatched the top spot from Xingbai this time. Although Xingbai eliminated more enemies, this match was a timed match, and Toy Kunkiang captured more flags, so his score would naturally be higher. He obviously also delayed a lot of time. Perhaps Xingbai did not expect that Toy Steel Steel would launch a blitzkrieg and drag more than half of the people into a negative score in the shortest time, forcing the game to end. At that time, Xingbai might still be torturing some poor opponent. Odajirai had to admit that Toy Gun Gun played this move beautifully, not only avoiding a head-on encounter with the powerful team Xingbai, but also expanding their own advantage at lightning speed. The contestants who were still waiting at the aid station for their injured status to end were dumbfounded. "What? It's over already? But they haven't had time to go back to compete yet?" Odajirai suddenly remembered something. "Hello, I want to ask, he found the lady in charge of the relief station in the crowd, the boy I was chatting with just now, about this tall. How long was his injury time limit?" He compared with his hands and saw that Tachibana Hataru was 1.65 meters tall, about 10 centimeters shorter than him. The lady in charge chuckled and answered him. "You were talking about Miss Tachibana Hataru of Toy Gun Gun, right?" Odajirai nodded. He thought these people didn't know about Miss Tachibana either, but it seemed he was overthinking it. If I remember correctly, it was 5 minutes. Miss Tachibana was only hit in the foot. Foot? This is not right. This is impossible. How could anyone possibly attack at such a low position? Toy Gun Gun was a strong team that had the ability to compete with Xingbai last year. No matter what, they would not be placed in the same direction as Xingbai by the organizer. If it was said to be random, then it was only weak teams like them that were randomly selected. What if their direction has been cleared by them? What is the easiest, effortless, and safe way to go in another direction? Odajirai suddenly realized. The relief station is the absolute center of the venue. No matter which direction you go, it's a must-go place. In addition, the population here is mixed, so as long as you pay attention, it is easy to get information about other teams. It not only minimizes the waste of time, but also achieves multiple purposes. This is a really good move. After the teams in the venue left, They were also asked to evacuate. The staff at the relief station were all trained and had already performed their duties when the game ended, standing at the entrances and exits to evacuate the crowd. Under the orderly organization of the staff, the relief station was quickly emptied, and then they followed them out of the stadium, and the day's competition was over. The organizers of TGC acted very neatly, and after checking the results several times to make sure they were accurate, they made the initial announcement. Toi Gonggong's name was listed first, and Xingbai was the second as expected. Anyway, when Odajirai looked up, he saw the three toy stealers hugging each other, and Xingbai could totally afford to lose, so he walked over to congratulate them. In fact, a weak team like theirs with no ranking could have left early. Jinsiryu and Jiniki had disappeared when he just left the stadium, but Odajirai stayed until the end. He originally wanted to see the joke of Midoriya Yeonjeong, but even though he didn't see it now, it didn't mean he was at a loss. After all, the fact that the championship he had won for 5 consecutive years was taken away from him was enough to make him laugh. Congratulations on getting what you wished for. Before leaving, Odajirai also congratulated Toi Gonggong. Huh. Oh, it's you. Thank you. Matsuoka obviously didn't recognize him at first. Of the 3 people in Toi Gonggong, Odajirai might be a little familiar with Tachibana Hataru, and he only exchanged email addresses with Tachibana. Thanks, let's play together next time. Tachibana Hataru winked at him and shook her phone to indicate that they could contact each other via email later. And Yukimura Toru, the person he was least familiar with and also the most interested in, just nodded slightly at him to express some of his emotions. Odajirai Haru knew what kind of person Yukimura Toru was, and he shouldn't have had any expectations of him. But at this moment, looking at this face with black hair, fair skin, and first-class looks, he thought of someone else. A man with the same name as Yukimura, but in some ways his opposite. The thought of Yukimura in Odajirai's heart completely disappeared. Just like what he had said to Midori before, he was not a person who would have a long-term passion for others, not to mention the appearance of Toru Amuro among them. Okay, next time if there is a chance, Odajirai said to Tachibana with a smile. After saying goodbye to Toi Gonggong, Odajirai Haru took the train back to the vicinity of her apartment. He has been thinking about how to ask for leave from his boss all day. To be more euphemistic, he could say it is a day off. After all, this is only his 2nd week at work, so wouldn't it be a bit too much? But the appearance of the Genji brothers kept turning in his mind. If he didn't figure it out quickly, he would be driven crazy. Even the matter of Akai Shuichi was now put behind him. On the way to the convenience store after getting off the train, he repeatedly proposed his ideas and refuted himself several times. Gurgle. Oh my God. Odajirai touched his stomach and realized he had forgotten about dinner. The blue-haired girl I met before was still in the store, working at the cashier. Are you working part-time even on weekends? That's really hard work, he thought, but it's probably dark cuisine. I don't quite understand how the manufacturer came up with this flavor. Is it to participate in a dark cuisine competition? Then I'll choose the chicken flavor, plus a sandwich, and a bottle of soda, please, the brand in front of the cashier. Odajirai picked and chose for a long time, and finally chose the regular combination. When he got to the cashier, the girl had already listened to him and put a bottle of soda on it. The code should have been scanned. Please heat it up for me. Thank you very much. Odajirai took out more bills than he had spent and handed them to the blue-haired girl. And because he was waiting for his heated dinner at the counter, he took a quick glance at the girl's name tag. Sanlunxia is a good name. The microwave heated up very quickly, and the girl handed him the heated dinner and the change. Then he made a very strange movement when he took it back. What's wrong? No, nothing. I think I saw it wrong. The little girl shook her head and said, Really? It's a pity that he didn't wear glasses today, otherwise he might have seen something strange. But he was really not familiar with the name Sanluan, and she looked like a child at that age, so let her go. Okay, in that case goodbye, Miss Sanluan. Finally he shrugged and said to her, Odajirai is a staunch fan of hot food. He basically won't touch cold food if possible, but at the same time he doesn't like hot drinks. Tea is his bottom line. So as soon as he got home, he put the soda he just bought in the refrigerator, and if he wanted to have dinner, he would take out a bottle of Coke from stock. Due to time constraints, He ate dinner directly at his computer desk. This kind of thing can basically only be seen when he is being urged frantically by the client. But things are different now. This is Odajirai's own problem. If he doesn't care about it, who else will care? He bit the straw with his teeth and tried to take the last sip of Coke while his fingers kept tapping on the keyboard. Odajirai reads very fast, almost 10 lines at a glance, so his hands move very quickly as well, and he can change web pages in just a few seconds. But he found nothing. It should be said that no new information has been found. In front of him were still the information he had obtained in a hurry yesterday. That's why he didn't accept commissions without real names. He angrily crushed the Coke can and threw it into the trash can that was originally used to hold paper scraps. Even with this, he had no way of confirming its authenticity, especially if someone related to the Genji brothers had been keeping an eye on him. It would be even more impossible for him to find out anything. He is obviously an ordinary person. Why should he suffer such hardship? Unable to find out anything, Odajirai Haru threw herself on her bed and tried to bury herself in the water, trying to empty her mind to no avail. Finally, she decided to ask for leave from the library. If the leave adjustment fails, he has no problem resigning. He originally wanted to disguise himself as an intelligence dealer and do an internship to get his diploma. Now he is unable to take care of himself, and it is better not to disguise himself. He probably won't have time to work later. Odajirai counted the number and difficulty of the commissions he had on hand. Even if he could take a leave this time, he would be too busy to do anything else later. Although he had so many reasons for resigning, he really didn't want to quit this job for the time being. First, he did have internship issues to deal with, and second, this identity would allow him to have reasonable contact with Amuro Toru. This made it difficult for him to make a decision for a while. After giving up Yukimura, Odajirai was very clear about how he felt towards Amuro Toru. This emotion was even more intense and different from any previous time. All in all, this was the first time he officially invited his secret crush, open crush, out on a date, and it was also the first time he received a positive response. Odajirai didn't know whether he should, or would lose the most convenient way to get along with others. Then by the time he realized what was happening, he had already sent a series of emails to Toru Amuro. To Toru Amuro, do you have time now? To Amuro Toru, are you already asleep? To Toru Amuro, no one would go to bed so early, right? No way. No way? He himself wanted to hit someone when he saw it. Toru Amuro couldn't understand it and was very confused. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a time when normally people would not go to bed, he received an email from Odajirai Haru. He couldn't even remember when they exchanged email addresses. Maybe during the date? Anyway, the sender in his mailbox was indeed written as Odajirai Haru. Yes, that's right, the full name. He was playing with hello when he received the email, so he received it immediately. Although he didn't quite understand what Odajirai meant, he still replied. To Odajirai Haru, I have time now. Odajirai was not unaware of the fact that Toru Amuro equals bourbon, and he did not want to elaborate on something that could be explained simply, so he just responded to the key points. Unfortunately, the other party obviously didn't think so. He had just sent the email when his cell phone started ringing again. From Odajirai Haru, want to have a midnight snack? From Odajirai Haru, the kind that comes with dog walking? Amuro Toru was fully aware that it was common for Odajirai to know about Haro, but he still couldn't help but be wary of the informant. After all, the existence of Odajirai Haru tells him that there are still people in this world who can find out the true identity of Amuro Toru, and the encryption of public security and the destruction of past information cannot guarantee his absolute safety. Even though his reason told him that Odajirai Haru was an exception among exceptions, he couldn't help but wonder if there was another Odajirai Haru. So he replied, to Odajirai Haru, you can't walk too far when walking your dog, you can come near my house. Then get a reply. From Odajirai Haru, okay, it took me almost exactly 1 hour to get to your house. See, it was so scary that Odajirai didn't even have to ask where his family lived. It would be great if only people like this could be accepted into the system. Unfortunately, reason told him that since Odajirai had not even joined Yokohama's official organization, it was impossible for him to join theirs. Yokohama officials are really useless. A black-haired office worker sneezed while working overtime. rubbed his nose, and continued working. Since he had agreed to walk the dog, Amuro packed the things he needed in a bag and placed them at the entrance, and also prepared a glass of water for the upcoming guests. Hello. The white Shiba Inu he called over pounced and circled at his feet. Amuro couldn't help but squat down and pick up the cute little one. I haven't been able to play with you properly recently. Be good when you go out with us later. No one knows whether Odadjirai likes small animals or not. It would be troublesome if he left a bad impression on the other party at a time when they need to secretly compete for intelligence dealers. But since Odadjirai used this as an excuse to ask him out, he should at least not be annoying, right? I hope so. Odadjirai arrived much faster than Amuro had imagined. At this time, it was very likely that he took a taxi. When the doorbell rang, Haro was much more active than him. Before he opened the door, Haro was lying in the hallway waiting for his action. It seems that he has really neglected his family recently. This apartment has been under surveillance, and he has no one to entrust Haro to. He can only ask the neighbors to replenish Haro's food in time when he is away. He can't give him more. Amuro Toru sighed and opened the door for the guest. Haro jumped out and threw himself into the arms of the visitor. Odadjirai Haru, who was almost knocked down by the puppy's momentum, staggered and looked down to see the innocent puppy rubbing against his trouser legs. Your dog is really enthusiastic. Odadjirai Haru looked at him with innocent eyes, imitating Haro's expression. The dog's owner looked at the little ungrateful boy and reached for the bag he had prepared. Before you leave, tie the leash on this little ungrateful boy. It would have been better if you had done that earlier. Odadjirai picked up Haro from the ground to facilitate Amuro's movements. He didn't hear Amuro Toru's half-hearted complaint. What? If you had tied the rope earlier, you wouldn't have been nearly knocked over by him, right? This is nothing more than a personal attack. Odadjirai looked him up and down in disbelief, then put down Haro and took the leash from Amuro. Let's go. Let's get away from this guy. He didn't expect that the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes thought this way about him. Is he so vulnerable? He obviously, lost the fight with General Liu Yong. He might really be very weak. But he shouldn't be so weak that he can't stand being hit by a puppy, right? No. He was going to run away from home with this guy's darling little baby Haro. Harold ran away from home, and he was responsible for providing a temporary place to stay. He had decided to stay at his house. By the way, did their apartment allow pets? He was not sure. Do you know the way around here? Odadjirai Haru, Ko. Odadjirai is not a person with a bad sense of direction, but this is indeed his first time in this area. If he had brought a navigation system with him during the day, it would have been fine, but he really couldn't guarantee that he could find the way under the dim streetlights at night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken a taxi directly here. Amuro Toru was tall and had long legs. Without hearing Odadjirai's reply, he took a few quick steps and walked side by side with the other person. Now one person is walking the dog, and the other is carrying other items needed for walking the dog. It looks a lot more harmonious. Okay, what do you want to talk to me about? Can't you tell me in the email? By this time, Odadjirai had recovered. Why did I call you out? Of course it's because it's really annoying when he drawls. Amuro Toru thought. I want to do this. Toru Amuro told himself to be patient. It's not like he hasn't heard from his subordinates how willful this guy is. He had never expected to hear anything serious from Odadjirai. No, what he wanted to ask was not the real business at all. Toru Amuro looked at Odadjirai's profile, and Odadjirai just happened to look over there and tilted his head as if asking him what was wrong. He sighed. Amuro Toru is not sure whether Odadjirai himself knew about it, but the fact was that Odadjirai's golden eyes, which seemed to be shining, were full of interest in him. From the first time they met, this guy had never concealed certain aspects of his nature, and since they almost made their intentions clear last time, whether it was Toru Amuro, Bourbon, or even Rei Furuya, Odadjirai Haru's eyes were filled with sincerity. This always gave him the illusion that he could use the beauty trap. However, if Odadjirai could really be moved by this, he wouldn't be so famous in the other world. Not to mention that now he actually has no idea what he is thinking. Before Odadjirai, Toru Amuro was very sure that he was only interested in women, but judging from the fact that he accepted Odadjirai's invitation without much struggle last time, he might not be indifferent to Odadjirai. Yes, As long as we exclude the gender factor in advance, judging from appearance, although Odajirai Haru is a little shorter than him, he is also far above the average Japanese male, with a first-class height, long legs and body proportions, black hair and fair skin, and no one would say he is not good-looking. Except that his dressing style may be a little worse, Odajirai is simply a perfect lover. Even now, Toru Amuro can't understand why Odajirai's private clothes are so colorful, even though his jacket, pants, and shoes are well-matched. You want to ask why my inner clothes are so colorful? Toru Amuro suddenly heard Odajirai ask him. Odajirai was also confused. The two of them didn't chat much when they came out, they just strolled around and chatted. But why did Toru Amuro keep staring at his clothes? The only strange thing on him was a floral shirt. It was obvious what Toru Amuro was thinking about. Amuro Toru stiffened for a moment. Odajirai didn't expect to hear his answer. My floral shirt was sent by my parents from my hometown. What's that look? An information dealer can't just pop out of a stone, right? Of course I have parents. Oh, sorry. I thought people in your line of work would not keep in touch with their families. Just like them. Oh, this. If it were an ordinary intelligence officer, I might have to do this, but I'm already so powerful that no one dares to threaten me with their family. Odajirai naturally didn't mind revealing this kind of small matter to Toru Amuro. A long time ago, a not-so-good organization did this, and before they succeeded, I leaked the information that could destroy that organization to the enemy organization. Boom. They disappeared with that organization. Toru Amuro felt a little unwell. He was shocked by the disregard for human life revealed in Odajirai's words. Odajirai Haru has a kind of innocent cruelty, which he has only just noticed. Don't worry about large organizations doing this. Those who can do this are smart people. They won't think that the gains are not worth the losses. The gains are not worth the losses? Amuro Toru privately thought that if Odajirai could be controlled, there would be no organization that would not be tempted. One is that Yokohama's geographical location is special, and I happen to have good relations with both parties. The other is that I have a time bomb in my hand. As long as my family is in trouble, or if I have any problems, the information that I have accidentally collected will appear on the internet in a way that they absolutely don't want, like a thorn in their flesh, and they can't get rid of it even if they want to. While Amuro Toru was trying to think of other solutions, Odajirai added, unless there is no such thing as the internet in this world, I can't stuff all this information into people's brains. He spoke in a light tone, as if he really didn't think it was a big deal. But Toru Amuro couldn't just relax and not consider anything. So not only can they not attack me, they also have to protect me and my family. Well, this is the only way to maximize the benefits, which is the so-called optimal solution. This is really an eye-opener for me. Amuro Toru was choosing his words carefully. He couldn't think of any other words to describe his current mood. Not bad, right? Do you want to work in the same field as me? But it seems that the nature of your job is similar to mine. Bourbon's strength in the organization is intelligence gathering, and Furuya Rei's job as an undercover agent is to steal intelligence for the public security department. Thinking about it this way, it seems that they are indeed doing similar work. No need. Amuro Toru is very satisfied with his current situation. Speaking of which, what do you think if I resign from the library? This was a confusing question, and it took Toru Amuro a while to figure out what he was asking. What are you thinking about? Even if you don't work in the library anymore, you can still come to the Polo Cafe for a cup of coffee. What's more, even if Odajirai Haru can't get in touch with Amuro Toru, don't we still have Bourbon and Furuya Rei? How come this guy has become so stupid after just one weekend? Yes. Only then did Odajirai remember that he knew not only Toru Amuro, the waiter at Polo Cafe, but also Bourbon from the Black Organization, and if he knew more, Rei Furuya from the Public Security Special Department. Why should he think so much about a mere Amuro Toru? Having solved his own problem, Odajirai didn't even have a midnight snack and said goodbye to Amuro Toru. I'm leaving. You can have this attitude towards people, but not towards dogs. So Odajirai squatted down and got closer to Haro. I'm leaving now, Haro. Be good. I'll come and play with you next time. Just like coaxing a child. Haro licked the palm of Odajirai's hand as he rubbed his furry head, saying goodbye to this big brother he met for the first time. Then Odajirai used his cell phone to call a taxi on the spot. You're just leaving like that? Toru Amuro. He fell out of favor unexpectedly. Odajirai took one last look at him before getting in the car. Yeah, is that okay? There's nothing wrong with him, Odajirai Haru. Odajirai decided to resign, although he only worked in this job for a week. When he mentioned this matter to the Human Resources Department, they were obviously very surprised, because after working for a few days, he had no objection to the salary and work content, and he got along well with his colleagues. He had no reason to resign. Odajirai couldn't openly say that this side job was hindering the development of his main business, so he had to fill in the reason column in his resignation report that he wanted to go traveling, and that he had saved enough money and could leave tomorrow. The library staff who haven't paid him yet? In the end, the personnel department kept him for a few days. After all, the person who can replace him has not been found yet, and he will have to work for a while before finding the next one. But luckily, he was also new here, so he only needed to ask the people who interviewed with him at the time if anyone was interested. He could finish his work here in 2 or 3 days at most. If you are still interested in working here after your trip, our door is always open to you. It's a polite remark, but if there is a chance, Odajirai will come again. After all, there is nothing wrong here. The problems are all his. Thank you very much for your cultivation. Odajirai bowed to the great senior. Colleagues are always the first to know about personnel changes, so before Odajirai returned to his job, he saw Nishijo Hano, who was in charge of guiding him, sitting in a chair at the front desk sulking. This is troublesome. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anxiety. Odajirai never thought that he was good at getting along with women. On the contrary, the only thing he learned in a female-dominated home was to treat them gently and be obedient, and everything would be solved. But this situation is obviously not so easy to solve. Nishijo-senpai. Odajirai went to the front desk. At this time, he didn't dare to offend Nishijo, so he obediently called him senior. Nishijo, who usually didn't like being called a senior, had no intention of letting him off. He snorted and turned to the other side where Odajirai couldn't be seen. Odajirai chased after her and called out a few more times, but got no response. Then he could only use that method. Odajirai thought for a moment, glanced at the still angry Nishijo, and ran to the other side of the library to work. Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm so angry, and you don't come to comfort me. How can you finish so much work? You can tell it's just angry words. It was lunchtime, and the library was closed. They were the only 2 people on the huge floor who hadn't gone to eat lunch yet. There were quite a few seniors upstairs, but they wouldn't come downstairs if they had nothing to do. Therefore, the only person who could hear these words was Odajirai Haru. If it were someone else, Seijo would probably lose his job. He asked, "Will Senior Seijo help me complete my work?" Nishijo Hano quickly answered, "Of course not. Then while I'm still working, of course I have to do my job well, otherwise in the mouths of my seniors, I will be called Odajirai-kun, who is always lazy, right?" Gossiping about former colleagues is one of the fastest ways for new colleagues to integrate into a new group. Odajirai has participated in this, and naturally does not want to become the next topic of conversation and joke. Nishijo turned around and looked directly at the junior who had been employed for the shortest time in history. After a moment of silence, he stared into his eyes and said, "If you don't give me a very good and reasonable reason, I will really go through the address book and find your home." Odajirai Haru couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. So are you in the mood to listen to my explanation now, senior? Go ahead. When I went to the TGC competition this weekend, I met 2 people who looked very similar to me. I was a little concerned, so I wanted to find someone to investigate. Then my parents are urging me to go back to my hometown to take a look if I want to take leave. It will take too long, and the HR department won't approve it. It would be much more convenient if I want to come back or change jobs later. Half-truths are the most attractive, Odajirai thought for a moment and added. Also, I confessed my love to Mr. Amuro of Polo Cafe but was rejected, so I just happened to go home and relax. I was surprised that all these things happened at the same time. If there is a chance in the future, you can ask me out again. Didn't we exchange email addresses a long time ago? What? Huh. The male and female voices complement each other. Odajirai looked in the direction of the sound. Toru Amuro stood at the door holding a takeaway box, in a dilemma. Odajirai is really good at lying. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. After seeing Odajirai off last night, Toru Amuro followed Haro's heart and took a walk for a while before going home. When he returned to the apartment, it was already past 10 o'clock and almost 11 o'clock. The dog, who had been active all night, fell asleep quickly and soundly. As soon as he came out of the shower, Haro was already snoring softly. Toru Amuro moved Haro back to his nest, then lay down on the bed and tried to sleep, but he was very excited and kept saying that it was not time for him to go to bed yet. Toru Amuro finally succumbed to the pair of golden eyes in his mind, and even when he was asleep he dreamed about Odajirai's resignation. He was indeed a little worried. So when he found out that his regular customer, Hano Nishijo, did not arrive at the store on time, he knew something had happened. Fortunately, today was the first working day, and there were relatively few customers, allowing Toru Amuro to leave the store to Miss Azusa alone. He went to the library with 2 servings of sandwiches in a plastic bag in his hand. The library was very quiet during lunch break. In order to protect the books, the air conditioning was kept at a very low level. Toru Amuro talked with the security guard outside the door for a long time before convincing the security guard that he was just here to deliver a takeaway. Even though their Polo Cafe rarely had such business, the last time they did was one afternoon when they provided refreshments for a tea party for elderly ladies, during which time he also simply repaired the roof. He heard his own footsteps in the empty library, and then the voices of 2 people that became clearer as he got closer to the hall. These 2 people really aren't afraid of others eavesdropping. I met 2 people who look very similar to me, so I want to find someone to investigate. This is the truth. Did the information dealers have information that he couldn't find? He thought that this kind of thing would never happen to Odajirai. Or did something happen that made him feel wary? And then my parents are urging me to go back to my hometown to take a look. It's fake. It would take too long to ask for leave. That's true. It seems that Odajirai has more than just a commission related to Akai Shuichi. Also, I confessed my love to Mr. Amuro from Polo Cafe but was rejected. Huh. Following Nishijo's question with a changed tone, Toru Amuro couldn't help but complain about it. Putting aside the question of whether Odajirai confessed to him, the situation between the 2 of them before was not a prelude to a clear rejection, right? At this time, he was dragged out as an excuse, making him wonder whether Odajirai was sincere or not. After all, if he can lie like this, then Odajirai may not be telling the truth about other things, right? A confession that the person himself doesn't know Odajirai? Aren't you going too far? There's no need to make up a story just to deceive me. Anyway, you and I are just ordinary seniors who have known each other for more than a week. Wow, it sounds like Miss Seijo is even angrier. TSK. He couldn't help but feel worried for Odajirai. By the way, he can also eat melons. Odajirai rolled her eyes at him, obviously not happy with the time he showed up. If he had been 10 minutes later, the matter would have been resolved long ago, and there wouldn't be the trouble now. No, you misunderstood. What I meant by my confession being rejected was that I had already shown it clearly, even asking Amuro out for dinner. When he said this, Odajirai looked over, obviously wanting him to have a positive reaction. That's true, but Amuro didn't accept it. He didn't refuse it either, but I've decided to give up. If that's a lie, he'd give up. Saying that my confession was rejected is just a nice way of saying it. Do you really want me to say that I hinted at Mr. Amuro and didn't get a response? That's too lame. You, just lame. Nishijo Hano seemed to accept his explanation reluctantly. I don't have it. You do. I really don't have it. If I say you do, then you do. While watching the elementary school students swearing at each other, Toru Amuro finally remembered why he came here. He lifted the bag in his hand and asked the 2 hungry students whose stomachs he could already hear growling. So would you like some sandwiches? The elementary school students looked at each other. Of course. Odajirai? Can you come out with me after dinner? I have something to talk to you about. Okay. After filling his stomach, Odajirai's IQ finally came online, and he began to be too lazy to argue with Nishijo Senpai. While Nishijo Senpai was still slowly finishing his second sandwich, he had already finished his sandwich and went outside with Amuro Toru. Tell me, what do you want to ask me? Odajirai didn't believe that Amuro Toru came to save the 2 of them who were starving. It would be more credible if he said that a Muro came for him. Just finish your drink first and then answer me. Don't be in a hurry. Amuro Toru watched Odajirai torturing the straw on the paper coffee cup. Just ask directly. I'm in a good mood now. As long as the question is not too excessive, I will answer it. Odajirai bit the straw when he spoke, so his pronunciation was a little unclear. Amuro Toru asked him half-jokingly, then, Akai Shuichi's whereabouts? I haven't found him yet. Next one. Although he felt that he had grasped the clue, he would not report the potentially wrong information without evidence to prove it. Amuro Toru thought for a long time and felt that the most urgent thing for him now was to know this matter. So he asked, You resigned? Well, where are you going after you resigned? Odajirai reached out and threw the paper cup into the trash can. Ah, so that's what you want to ask. Of course I can answer you, Ikebukuro. I'm going to Ikebukuro to find a notorious information dealer. The kind that's a little different from me. Ikebukuro is a very charming city. Although it belongs to Tokyo like Mika, they are obviously two different worlds. If the city card of Baikacho is detectives and cases, then the theme of Ikebukuro and Shinjuku is the Docks Gang. The One Color Gang is an organization between mature police and ordinary hooligans. It is rooted in the chaotic soil of Ikebukuro and flourishes. Everyone walking on the streets here may be a member of the One Color Gang, especially after the rapid development of dollars in recent years. There is also Shirzwa Hiwajima here, a person whose physical strength far exceeds that of an ordinary person. However, the most important thing for Odajirai Haru is that Hiwajima Shirzwa can be used to discuss Orihara Rinya. It was for this reason that he had chosen this place specifically when he invited Orihara. As a result, Orihara Rin, who was known as the worst in Shinjuku, agreed readily, which made Odajirai feel a little unhappy. But Odajirai was a very trustworthy intelligence agent and would not do something like changing the location at the last minute. He still took the subway to Ikebukuro Station on Friday. This is Odajirai's first time in Ikebukuro. Therefore, Orihara Rinya generously found someone to pick him up at the station entrance. He exchanged contact information with the guide and gave the other party the note Bajura that Orihara Izaya had said to him jokingly. It sounds like an online nickname. When he proposed this hypothesis, he was not refuted by Orihara. The monster Kemaitashi, who reached a preliminary deal with him through the internet, just said to him, from Orihara Izaya, Can't you just ask it yourself? It seemed that he would not get an answer from Orihara Izaya. It was not an important question at all, so Odajirai put down his phone and sat at the entrance of the station quietly waiting for Bajura's arrival. Bajula arrived very quickly. He is indeed a very eye-catching boy, just as Orihara Izaya said. He suddenly wanted to play a joke on the boy. So he sat there and looked at Bajura. He looks very handsome, with yellow hair and faintly visible black roots. He is neither tall nor short. If I were to describe him, he would be a little taller than the god. He means the one with pink hair. Other than that, there are no abnormalities. After leaving Baikacho, where he currently lived, Odajirai put on the same clothes he wore when he came to Tokyo, black shirt and black pants, and of course, the pair of single-rimmed glasses connected to his earrings. Ikebukuro is the area where the daily and the non-daily are most intertwined. Even in Yokohama, there won't be so many non-humans. This place seems to be a combination of kindness and malice. People who are not firm enough can easily be dragged into abnormality by the atmosphere here. This abnormality does not mean that they will be pulled into the world of monsters or something else, but that they themselves will become monsters. The residents of Ikebukuro are more self-centered than the residents of any other place, and they are more obedient to human instincts. They cannot be described as simply good or bad, they are just human beings. Thinking of this, Odajirai looked up at the gecko monster lying on the glass window of the high-rise building, and suddenly understood why Orihara Izaya was frantically looking for an opportunity to appear here even though there was a peace island that was beyond his control. What he loves is not human beings themselves, but the complex human nature they show. It is precisely because human beings exist in this way that he enjoys his gentle push from behind. Is it falling? Or getting up? Or just going with the flow? He wants to know. Odajirai also wanted to know, but unfortunately Ikebukuro was already Hiwajima's lair. Even Orihara, his archenemy, could only hide in this city and do things secretly as long as he was not discovered by Hiwajima, there was still a lot he could do. Hiwajima is tolerant of Urahara because he knows what kind of person Urahara is, what his appearance means, and what Urahara will do. Hiwajima will be furious and will expel Urahara Izaya from his territory, but he cannot predict the appearance of Urahara. He can only sweep away one like a cockroach, and there may be more to come. But Odajirai Haru is an outsider, which means Hiwajima will not attack him casually, and it also means that Hiwajima will be more vigilant. Hiwajima Shirzwa also has an ordinary brother, and he will not give outsiders the opportunity to hurt anyone. It is not easy to take root here, so Odajirai gave up the idea after learning about the fighting ability of Shirzwa Hiwajima. He was just a weak information dealer, and there was no way he could escape from Hiwa Island. What's more, he loves his city Yokohama very much. The forces there are even more intertwined, and some ideas have not yet been fully realized. All he needs to do is wait for that moment to come. Odajirai saw Bajura's eyes sweeping across wave after wave of people, and finally lost interest in teasing the little boy. Although it was only for less than 5 minutes, he stood up and waved his hand, easily drawing Bajura's attention over here. His outfit is also eye-catching. Today is a working day. Most of the people coming and going on the street are ordinary office workers. They wear dark suits that either fit them or not, and walk hurriedly with their heads down. But Odajirai is not like that. He was only wearing a black shirt, and people with good eyesight could see the gold thread on the cuffs of his shirt. Most importantly, the pair of glasses he wore made him look different. The little boy with yellow hair walked up to him obediently. Then he stared at him for a few seconds with a very strange and indescribable expression and asked him, "Excuse me, are you the city ghost?" It's a honorific. He seemed to be ashamed to read it out loud as well. But what are urban ghosts? Odajirai's mind went blank for a few seconds. Then he suddenly realized that this was an adjective. Strictly speaking, it did not describe him, but it was indeed inextricably linked to him. He nodded stiffly. He quickly told Bajura his real name. "I'm Odajirai, just call me that." The implication is that you should stop calling him by that name that is full of chinibyu. Bajura paused, as if considering whether to tell him his real name as well, but in the end he said nothing. "Just call me Bajura." Odajirai didn't care, or rather, he had long guessed that Urahara Rinya would not just release his precious labor force like that. Urahara needed to tell Bajura some things in advance to ensure that Bajura would return to him in the end. After all, Odajirai believes that he is definitely more charming than Urahara Rinya in this regard, and no one would choose Urahara to be his boss between him and Urahara. The real name is the shortest spell. There are witches, messengers of God, and all kinds of non-humans in this world. There are many things they can do using humans' real names. If Odajirai Haru knows your real name, it means that your life is open to him, you are not strong enough, and you can only let him control you whenever he wants. There are very few humans who don't have weaknesses, and there are also very few humans who are not afraid of their real names being known by Odajirai. But that being said, Odajirai has never done anything like this. He is just like an ordinary information dealer, accepting commissions and completing them, and everything ends here. There are many people whose real names are known by Odajirai, or it could be said that not everyone has a backup pseudonym. On the contrary, those who have pseudonyms and secrets are more afraid of being discovered by him. Just like Bajura, who is about to take him to see Urahara Izaya. What secrets could he have? Odajirai was very interested, but at the same time he was very good at suppressing his curiosity. If he were allowed to satisfy all his curiosity, the world would probably be in chaos. Urahara Rinya also has a studio in Ikebukuro. Upstairs in the department store, the floor is not high, so there is no direct elevator. If you don't want to take the escalator inside the department store, there are regular stairs nearby. The department store was in the east exit area, so they naturally headed that direction. Bajura was really a good guide. Even though this was their first meeting and their previous encounter in front of the station was not very pleasant, Bajura still dutifully introduced Ikebukuro to him with extraordinary enthusiasm. Odajirai can feel Bajura's love for this city. Then why did he go to Urahara Izaya? You know, because of the existence of the powerful weapon Hiwajima Shirzwa. Urahara's exploration of Ikebukuro is more through the internet. If I run errands for Urahara, doesn't it mean that I will stay away from here? The first doubt, he thought. Then in the dim twilight, I saw something extraordinary. Bajura next to him couldn't help but stop. How should he introduce himself? Introduction. There are two ferocious beasts fighting here, and one of them happens to be his boss? Bajula looked embarrassed. Finally, he seemed to remember something. To his boss's new client. You've heard of urban legends, right? Now you are in front of two of them, the strongest in Ikebukuro and the worst in Shinjuku. He still didn't say his real name. It seems that Urahara Izaya has left a huge psychological shadow on him. Of course, Odajirai knew who the person waving the road sign in front of him was, and he also knew the name of the trash holding a knife who didn't dare to get close and kept harassing his opponent. However, this was the first time he had seen the two of them fighting, and he felt as if he was still behind a surveillance camera. Of course he knows who we are, the nasty tipster answered for him. Your work for the day is done, Bajura. Odajirai saw that Bajura was in a trance for a moment, but then he quickly followed the instructions and left. Did he realize now that Urahara had been playing him around? After telling him what his real name meant to Odajirai, Urahara could certainly guess what Bajura was doing. At this time, calling him Bajura, even though he already knew his real name, had a kind of hidden control connotation, as if to say, "Look, I know what you are thinking, and I have done this to cooperate with you. Are you satisfied?" "It's really, completely." Odajirai sighed. "So are you done here? I don't mind waiting for you to have a friendly chat for a while." "No, we are done." Someone came looking for Urahara, so they naturally couldn't fight him. Hiwajima found that he had a very subtle attitude towards the black-haired young man in front of him. Unlike when he disliked Urahara as soon as he met him, Hiwajima's intuition told him that this was a good person and a bad person at the same time. He was a little confused about what this meant, but he trusted his intuition very much. After he confirmed what kind of creature this was, it would not be too late to say anything else. Anyway, this flea was extremely tough, and he couldn't kill him today. Hiwajima put the road sign back in place. "Oh, really? That is good." Urahara glanced at him, folded the knife, and put it back in his pocket, preparing to turn around and go upstairs. Then he turned back and waited for the guest he invited to catch up. "Mr. Hiwajima." Odajirai looked at Urahara, then at Hiwajima, and suddenly called out to the tall man who had already walked a few steps away. Hiwajima is more than 10 centimeters taller than him. Ikebukuro's strongest guy actually has a good temper when no one messes with him. So he just turned his head and hummed in question. If there is a chance, can I buy you a drink tomorrow night?" Hiwajima obviously didn't expect him to say this. He was a little confused. "Aren't you on the side of that dead flea, Brother Linya? Now in front of strangers." He quickly changed his address. "Is this kind of thing important?" "I just want to buy you a drink, Mr. Hiwajima." Hiwajima Shirzwa paused, holding a cigarette that he had lit at some point, and said, "You rewrite. It doesn't matter at all, I accept it, kid." The strongest man in Ikebukuro just left like that, but there is still a trouble behind him to deal with. Odajirai turned around. As expected, the information dealer known as Dead Flea was standing at the dark stairwell door. Only a few faint beams of light came through from the department store next door, making this ordinary human who called himself Yokai Kamaitashi look even more similar to an unspeakable non-human. "I'm surprised. You actually want to invite Paramecium for a drink?" He looked confused. "I wanted to do it, so I did it. Don't you know me well enough? You can explain it to yourself." Odajirai answered lightly, then walked around Urahara Izaya and went upstairs. Urahara Izaya followed behind him. He really didn't understand. "I don't understand why Odajirai invited Xiaojing, nor do I understand why Xiaojing agreed." He thought that Odajirai and he were essentially the same kind of people who would help good people and contribute to bad people, and who also acted only for their own pleasure. Then why didn't Xiaojing feel bad about Odajirai? They were obviously exactly the same. Hiwajima Shirzwa is a creature that he cannot understand, and has almost escaped the scope of human beings. However, he said that Odajirai and he, Urahara Rinya, should be on the same side. So why does Odajirai not care at all? If he know, the thought of it was unbearable. If he invited Xiaojing to drink, either they would have a fight or he would be crazy, and Xiaojing would definitely not agree. Unless some special method was used. Shirzwa Hiwajima, who only acts on his instincts, is indeed the most annoying guy in the world. But, Orihara Izaya looked at Odajirai Haru, who was moving forward steadily in the darkness, opened his mouth, but said nothing. By the way, did he know which floor the studio was on? 4th floor, right? In the empty and dark corridor, there were only the two of them climbing up in silence, floor after floor. As if Odajirai Haru had heard what Orihara was thinking, he pushed open the door to the stairwell and asked him, "Are you still human?" Orihara Izaya suddenly thought of this question. Odajirai gave him a strange look, as if he was surprised that it had taken him so long to ask this. "Of course, I am genuine. I am just an ordinary human being. You have not been corrupted by them?" Orihara Izaya walked to the door of his studio, took out the key from under the flower pot at the door, and then stood there without moving. He wanted to ask this clearly before entering the studio. Odajirai naturally knew who they were talking about. Since he got this pair of glasses, the more he can see and the more abnormalities he knows, the more those people in that world should have eroded him, but Odajirai is still just an ordinary human being. No, it should be said that he will only be an ordinary human being. He saw the information dealer standing at the door without moving, so he urged, "Of course not. Open the door quickly. I don't want to stand here stupidly." He would not tell Orihara Rinya that this was the price, but it was necessary to let Orihara Rinya know that he was still an ordinary human being. Because of Orihara Izaya's love, except for excluding Hiwajima Shirzwa, he is currently included, which will be helpful for their subsequent cooperation. He is an intelligence dealer who puts profit above all else, and this is certainly no different. Orihara Izaya opened the door. Odajirai walked behind him. Orihara Izaya has good taste. At least his studio is very simple and elegant. There are 2 tables on one side and a whole wall of bookshelves on the other side, although it is not only used to store books. There are sofas and coffee tables near the door, which should be used to entertain guests. Because it is a simple rectangular room, there is only a curtain in the middle as a partition. "Didn't you bring the head here?" Odajirai didn't see what he wanted to see. "I really want to take her with me." What this means is that it's gone. However, this was not the purpose of his coming here today. It would be better to complete what he wanted to do first. The silver-gray curtains were now gathered aside, allowing Odajirai to see directly into the innermost part of the room. Behind Orihara Izaya's chair was a whole floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass one could see the flow of people at the entrance of the department store downstairs, as well as the flashing neon lights on the opposite building. This is the busiest street in the entire Ikebukuro. Odajirai was invited by Orihara to the French window to experience the extravagance of Tokyo. "Isn't this city nice?" Orihara Rinya was obviously very satisfied with Tokyo. Whether it was Ikebukuro or Shinjuku, they were all part of Tokyo, the incomparable magical city he loved. "It's very good." He nodded, agreeing with Orihara's opinion, "but I like Yokohama more." "What about Kyushu?" Odajirai is speechless. Orihara Izaya asked a question that was difficult for him to answer. "Kyushu is my home. Yokohama is my territory. Is this explanation clear enough?" Of course it is. How could it not be clear enough? He has almost no secrets in front of Orihara Izaya, and similarly, it is difficult for Orihara Izaya to remain mysterious in front of him, because they used to be inseparable companions, or in other words, an accomplice. Odajirai Haru is 2 years younger than Orihara Izaya, but he became an information dealer much earlier than Orihara Rin. At first, Orihara Rinya was just an ordinary high school student who liked to observe humans. He had nothing to do in Raishin High School. However, because of Kishitani Silla's accidental acquaintance with Hiwajima Shirzwa, his world began to change. They met because of Nakura. At that time, Orihara Izaya had just started using the name Nakura and attempted to delve into some dark areas that a high school student shouldn't have entered. He was almost caught. The one who helped him cover and evacuate the online world at that time was Odajirai Haru. Odajirai had just arrived in Yokohama at that time. He felt out of place after transferring from the almost rural Kumamoto Prefecture to a big city like Kanagawa Prefecture. But he doesn't care about that. He didn't care if kids in big cities would say bad things about him behind his back, or if he would be bullied, or what these kids could do with their malice. Because he can see. Creatures called cursed spirits lingered around those children, draining their reason and anger. He just waited silently and did some insignificant little things while waiting. For example, surveillance cameras were installed throughout the campus, keeping control firmly in one's own hands. The faster those kids with inexplicable ill will towards him acted, the colder he became towards them. After all, who would care about the dead? Just as he expected, he filmed everything and uploaded it to the internet. Overnight, these children lost their names, their appearances, and their selves. Many people tried to remove the video, but no one was able to do so. And he is a victim who only needs to maintain his perfection and innocence. How ridiculous. Yokohama was still in the recovery period of the Dragon Head War at that time, and paid a lot of attention to things that were not in line with common sense. This incident attracted attention from many parties, but Odajirai still hid himself well. That's what he thinks. And so we continue to do. He was very careful and carefully cut into the entire Yokohama surveillance network. In order not to be discovered, he would stop for a very long time after each small action, so long that no one would bother about the previous small matter. During the course of this big project, Odajirai, who had good grades but had no interest in other things, helped a little mouse. For him, it was just a boring pastime. But for Orihara Izaya, it helped him prolong the life of Nakura. Of course, he could escape from there, but at the same time his identity as Nakura would be destroyed. For Orihara Rinya, who wanted to take alternative revenge on Nakura, this was absolutely unacceptable. He reflected on his recklessness, and at the same time became curious about what kind of person was behind the screen. He started chatting with Odajirai. Orihara Rin, who was always confident in his rhetoric, was unable to get a single word out of Odajirai, as if he would never be able to touch the other person as long as there was this screen between them. Until Odajirai started working as an intelligence dealer. In fact, Odajirai didn't realize what he was doing at first. He thought he was just an ordinary hacker, taking orders online and completing them. Because he was not proficient in his own abilities, the price he offered was not too high in the entire hacker forum. He also clearly wrote that all the information was obtained through the internet. If the other party was a wild man, he would be helpless. However, his value soon soared, and the increase in the number of commissions forced him to raise his prices in order to screen out the number of commissions that matched his lifestyle as an ordinary high school student. The ID used was no different from the one he usually used to chat, and it didn't take Orihara Rin much effort to find out what his online friend was busy with recently. It was also he who told Odajirai about the industry of information dealer. Of course, usually, in order to sound better, Odajirai would call himself an information man. But in essence, they were all special workers who sold information. That year, Orihara Rinya graduated from Raira Academy and officially entered the society. For various considerations, he also chose this industry. It was from this time that Odajirai Haru began to look the little mouse, whose abnormality he could sense even through the screen, in the eye. Facts have proven that Orihara Rinya is much more suitable to be an intelligence dealer than Odajirai Haru. In just a few months, Orihara began to emerge in the dark world. Compared with Odajirai's intelligence gathering, more people need intelligence integration, and apart from the aspects related to the network, Orihara Rinya is smarter than him and knows how to get along with these people and deal with these forces better than him. Odajirai simply took up his post behind the scenes at the invitation of Orihara Izaya. In addition, he made some new friends during this time and had even less time to complete individual commissions. They began to become accomplices. However, they did not work together for a long time. Just before Odajirai entered the third year of high school, Orihara Izaya unilaterally cut off contact with Odajirai. At that time, Odajirai was addicted to the spicy curry that his new friend loved and had no time to care about an ordinary netizen. When he found out later, he simply removed the backdoor he had in Orihara's computer and did not care whether Orihara Izaya would use the computer again. Even when they were still accomplices, they dug up every secret of each other, and after losing the relationship, they did not do anything inconsistent with ordinary partners. The way they meet is that one party gives a commission and the other party accepts it, that's all. Business as usual, just as it is now. Okay, let's get down to business. Orihara Izaya pulled the curtains, as if this could separate the bright lights and nightlife downstairs from the studio. Wait, It seems to be possible. It was then that Odajirai realized that even though there were crowds of people downstairs, the studio was still quiet with only the sound of their breathing. The glass is specially made. After seeing his doubts, Orihara gave the answer. Please give me the manufacturer's contact number. Odajirai quickly added, my secretary is usually in charge of this kind of thing. Orihara Izaya pointed to the remaining desk. When her work is finished, I will ask her to send the contact information of the glass manufacturer to your email. Odajirai was even more incredulous. You actually have a secretary? Orihara Izaya suddenly developed some subtle desire to show off. He was brought into the industry by Odajirai, but now it is obvious that Odajirai is not as good as him in the field of intelligence dealer. It feels really wonderful. Of course I do. Orihara raised his eyebrows and raised his hand to motion for Odajirai to sit in the chair opposite him. Okay. Odajirai shrugged and sat opposite Orihara. By the way, what exactly did you come to me for this time? It actually made you go to Ikebukuro in person. I'm really curious. Please explain it to me. Orihara Rinya looked at him. Really? Orihara Rinya rarely saw Odajirai go out. Not to mention setting foot outside Yokohama. Odajirai is like building a nest in Yokohama, and others cannot peek at Yokohama, and he would not leave his nest at will. I was in Baikatown at the beginning of this month. Odajirai frowned and thought. I received a request that I had to go to Manhwa to solve. They asked me to find a dead person. Dead person? That's part of the commission. I can't tell you anything. Odajirai was quite cautious. As for why I came to see you, this story is a bit long. Then let's make it short. Let's make it short. The two intelligence dealers said in unison. Odajirai added the second half of the sentence. I met two people last weekend. It makes me feel very uneasy. I have already done my own research in advance. They are two pseudonyms, and I can't find out more. What makes you feel uneasy? What are the characteristics of these two people? Odajirai paused. He looked directly into Orihara Izaya's bloodshot eyes. Said to him, Characteristics? Characteristics are, they look exactly like me. Orihara Izaya understood. He himself is in a huge, extraordinary situation. Naturally, I also understand where Odajirai's panic comes from. At the same time, I also understood why Odajirai did not explain the details of the commission online, but stood in front of him in person. If those two people really look exactly like Odajirai, how can Odajirai be sure that there are no traces of those two people behind his network? The more confident Odajirai is in his own abilities, the more wary he becomes of those two people. It is precisely because he knows what kind of person he is that he can understand them. There is no opponent in the world more terrifying than himself. Odajirai is very clear about this. So he escaped from the internet and gave a commission to Orihara Izaya, who was relatively less dependent on the internet. Of course, it was not without the reason that they were familiar with each other. Orihara Rinya was intrigued by this commission. He and Odajirai were originally intelligence dealers responsible for different aspects, and he might be able to do much more than Odajirai thought. He pulled out a pen from the pen holder on the table, uncapped it, and chose to use paper and pen to record. Name? He inquired. Odajirai, who was sitting opposite him, hadn't reacted yet. Huh? I mean, the names of those two people. He repeated it with rare patience. Yuan Shilio and Yuan E, well, plus Yuan Air. They should be together. Odajirai also took out a pen, wrote the two names on a piece of paper, and then turned the paper in front of Orihara. No problem. I accept this commission. This kind of name, it seems that we really need to investigate from those aspects. Thank you. Odajirai came here to submit a commission, but now it's all over. So Odajirai said goodbye to him. I'm leaving now. If you have anything, please contact me by email. Just like when he came, Odajirai left alone again. After Odajirai left, his secretary returned to the studio carrying daily necessities. Yagari threw the bag next to the sofa, looked at the boss who had opened the curtains to observe the humans, and asked in a nonchalant manner, Did anyone come here just now? Orihara Izaya turned around and looked at her. Nothing, just a client who is a little bit special. Before coming here, Odajirai had planned to stay in Ikebukuro for a few days, so he naturally solved the accommodation problem in advance. He is not short of money and he lives in one of the best hotels in Ikebukuro. Needless to say, The service attitude is absolutely first class. Odajirai had no date tonight, and he had a date with Hiwajima tomorrow. Plus, it was almost 9 o'clock when he returned from Orihara Izaya's studio, so he just found a restaurant on the side of the road, had dinner, and went straight back to the hotel. It is not far from Baika-cho to Ikebukuro, but Odajirai considered it a half-long journey, so he washed up early and rushed to his soft big bed. When he was lying in bed, he realized that he was not sleepy at all, so he unplugged the charging cable of his mobile phone, which was charging before taking a shower, and started harassing innocent people. It's a pity that he couldn't find any suitable people to play with after searching through his address book. He only sent multiple emails to Lord God Number 3 and Bandage Black Mud Spirit. In fact, he also sent emails to another email address, but its owner could no longer read them. From God Number 3, don't you ever sleep? The first person to reply to him was Seiki Kusuwa. To God Number 3, I quit, he replied. Soon, a black mud spirit with a regular work and rest schedule also sent an email. From Bandage Black Mud. So have you thought of a code name? Odajirai began to look through their previous chat records and found that the previous one stopped at the point where they were naming the new defense system. He tapped the screen, typed out all the names in his mind, and then deleted them one by one. Finally, he replied to the other party with hesitation. To Bandage Black Mud Spirit. All the names I thought of were too bad, but I heard someone describe it a few days ago, and I felt it was very appropriate. The other party replied immediately and asked him how to describe it. To Bandage Black Mud Spirit, City Ghost. To Bandage Black Mud Spirit. He used this as my code name. This time the other party was silent for a long time. From Bandage Black Mud Spirit. This idea is very interesting. Odajirai strikes while the iron is hot. To Bandage Black Mud Spirit. How about you ask Mr. Rampo for his opinion? Ask the other side. From Bandage Black Mud Essence. What are the benefits? Odajirai thought about his savings and decided to start with the small ones. The Black Mud Spirit tried to bargain. From Bandage Black Mud Essence, 20 Gene. To Bandage Black Mud Spirit. This is not a big deal. If you don't want to do it, I can also send an email to Mr. Rampo myself tomorrow. 20 kilograms, which means he can still lower the price further. Odajirai began to threaten the other party openly. From Bandage Black Mud Essence. 15 pounds can't be any less. 15 pounds? The 15 kilograms given to the detective agency can be considered. To Bandage Black Mud Spirit. Deal. Odajirai happily struck the deal. He had no idea how much of the 15 kilograms sent to the detective agency would be left in the Black Mud Spirit's mouth. Work hard, Dazai. After finishing this, he finally had time to read the email from the high school god who didn't have to go to class the next day. It was all because the Black Mud Spirit was so annoying that he had to put his whole heart and soul into talking to him properly. The god did not comment on the news of his resignation, but only said that as a high school student he should get a good night's sleep. The implication is that it's time for him to go to bed and don't chat with him anymore, as it affects him. Odajirai thought about how he and this person talked until after 10 o'clock when they first met. It was obvious that this was just an excuse for the god to be too lazy. He thought about it and replied. To God Number 3, Shaonan, I am in Ikebukuro now. From God Number 3? That's right, although God is omnipotent, he is, to some extent, otaku. He's too spoiler-prone. But Ikebukuro. This is Ikebukuro. There are many new games available for purchase in Ikebukuro recently. He didn't have time to complain about why Odajirai's way of addressing him changed so quickly, nor did he have time to ask how he knew what his mother called him. He only had time to look up the list of games he wanted to buy and send one copy to Odajirai. Ikebukuro is close to Shibuya and Shinjuku, both of which are famous commercial districts in Tokyo. In addition, with the recent increase in urban ghost stories, related secondary creations have also emerged in an endless stream. These three places usually release new products on weekdays, and as an ordinary high school student, Seiki Kusuwa is constrained by his pocket money, which is only enough to buy coffee jelly. And he is also constrained by the fact that he cannot run out to teleport and buy new products during class. Most of the new products require queuing, and his teleportation has a 10-minute cooldown time. In short, he can't get anywhere, and the god has given up a lot for this. Most importantly to God Number 3, I will stay here for a while. Odajirai seemed to see through his concerns and said in the next message that he would stay here for 2 more days. To God number 3, I can bring you some of the new products next week. You can pick them up on the same night you buy them. This shouldn't be a problem for you, God. That night? No. He would go get it right after class. By then, no one would have finished the game, so the possibility of spoilers would be much smaller. Seiki Kusuwa thought about it and felt that compared to Kensu Kuin, God-sama sounded more childish and harder to accept. From God number 3, I will save money and pay you back. God is a good child. Odajirai turned over on the soft bed and replied. To God number 3, no need. You can just think of it as an offering. Isn't it natural to offer offerings to God? Seiki Kusuwa was almost convinced. To God number 3, you are still a child, but I am already an adult in society. If you want to repay me, why not do me a favor? He knew it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Kusuwa Seiki is used to being asked for help, and his parents are the best among them. He didn't refuse. From God number 3, okay. To God number 3, thank you for your help. I want to know the contact information of Dr. Susuk. From God number 3, can't you find it yourself? Kusuwa Seiki doesn't think that Odajirai doesn't have these in his hands. To God number 3, how should I put it? I think if it was my brother who gave me the contact information, maybe Dr. Susuk would be a little friendlier? You think too much. But Seiki Kusuwa still gave Sorosuk's contact information to Odajirai. Let these two guys deal with it. He just needs to eat the coffee jelly. Seiki K is undoubtedly the god of coffee jelly. Was paralyzed in the hotel for the whole day. He is not the type to like going out. If he had nothing to do, he could stay at home all day, which is what he always did in Yokohama. This is also one of the reasons why he hates Tokyo. Ever since he went out this time, he has been in constant trouble. If you think carefully, he may not have spent his wonderful day in bed for a long time. I didn't expect it to be realized in Ikebukuro. The only pity is that the bed in the hotel is too soft. As a result, when he got up in the afternoon, he could hear the sound of his bones cracking. He still prefers something that is moderately soft and hard. Yesterday, before he fell into a deep sleep, the last reply he got was from Rampo-san. Remember to offer new snacks to Rampo-sama as well. And the sender was still Bandage Black Mud Spirit, but the content looked like Rampo-san had snatched Dazai's phone and sent it himself. Odajirai was not at the scene, so he could not comment on some of the inhumane incidents that might have occurred at the Armed Detective Agency. And even if he stood in front of Dazai Osamu, who was howling in pain, I guess they will just clap and cheer. He simply replied to Adagawa Rampo the first thing he did when he woke up, telling him that he had mailed a package of Tokyo specialties to the Armed Detective Agency before leaving Mika. If nothing goes wrong, it will be delivered within a week. Then he ignored the jealous meowing of the black-haired cat with kite eyes. Compared with Mr. Rampo, Dazai Osamu is just a wasted bandage device that has lost its meaning of existence. There's no need to care. After washing up, Xiaotian changed his clothes. Just roll up the outfit you took off yesterday and throw it into the dark bag you prepared. Tie the bag tightly and put it back in the suitcase. Odajirai hates carrying a suitcase when he goes out, so he often ordered those who were responsible for monitoring him to carry things for him, and this time was no exception. And since you don't have to carry it yourself, every time he came, he would bring a lot of stuff and leave with a lot of stuff. It would be best if these little rascals could go back and complain to their superiors. Then a new group of people would come to be tortured by him. That's right. He did it on purpose. Who told these kids that their boss is Engo Sakaguchi? They should just put up with it. Odajirai's wardrobe is all of the same type, with black accounting for most of the colors. The colorful innerwear from his hometown is kept in a box. Every day he just picks one out at random to wear inside, and then covers it tightly with a coat. In addition, he also had a formal suit, a sports suit, and several down jackets, which he naturally didn't bring this time. In order not to scare others away when drinking tomorrow, Odajirai found a pure white T-shirt from a pile of colorful clothes and put it inside. He did not exchange contact information with Hiwajima, and the only conversation was the invitation and agreement last night. They did not confirm the place and time, so Odajirai simply went to the store that Hiwajima often went to wait for him. Lucia Sushi. The store managers and employees here all have extraordinary backgrounds, and he was shocked when he conducted a basic investigation in Ikebukuro. Fortunately, there are more idle people with backgrounds, but no work in Ikebukuro. Otherwise, the situation would probably be more complicated than Yokohama. This is, of course, compared with the current Yokohama. After all, a few years ago, when the previous leader of the port mafia was still in power, there was probably no region that could compare with the chaos in Yokohama. But none of this has anything to do with him. Ikebukuro belongs to the Dokusiai gang, to the non-humans who have taken root here, to Hiwajima Shirzwa, but it has nothing to do with him, Odajirai Haru. So when Odajirai Haru sat down at the sushi restaurant, all he thought about was what sushi to order and what wine to drink. Wow, a new face. Erika Kurizawa got out of the RV and was a little surprised to see tourists at Lucia Sushi outside of mealtime. This shop is not an internet celebrity shop. Although the staff here are quite eye-catching, Erika Kurizawa does not think that this can be considered a popular snack bar in Ikebukuro. Ikebukuro is well known as a commercial district, and no tourist would choose to give up the delicious food and come here unless he has other purposes. So Kurizawa Eri walked a few steps faster, leaving her companion behind, and asked in a familiar manner, "Hello, are you waiting for someone?" As she was talking, she sat down opposite the new face, her eyes fixed on the paper bag with only the cover showing in the corner of the table. "Well, I guess so." The other party looked up, seemingly not expecting that there would be another person on the other side, and then suddenly realized when he found that Kurizawa Erika's eyes were fixed on the paper bag. "Ah, this. Do you like devil too?" Kurizawa Erika nodded. She looked at the skinny young man in front of her, wondering if he was a rare species among them, or if he was just a poor guy who had no idea what Kweso stood for and was sent to buy it. Although she is a little devil who will fantasize about others in her heart, it does not mean that she will say it out loud, or even really try to match people up in real life. Please tell her to be rational and be the number one in RPS. Before the other party figured out how to get rid of her, Kurizawa Erika kept looking at this person, trying to see something. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to have this talent. The companion she had left behind had also walked into the sushi restaurant and sat down in a seat not too far away, obviously waiting to see what she would do next. You should know about the evil beast. She still couldn't help but want to remind this poor guy with a high probability. But the wretch interrupted her. "I know. Dear lady, it's only a little interest of mine." Sitting behind them, Kadota, Yamazaki, and Watakusa, who had good eyesight, also saw the cover, which did not look good, and the three grown men shuddered at the same time. This is considered a small interest? Although he is a pure-blooded 2D fan, Yamazaki, who only loves 2D beautiful girls, said that this is the ultimate dream of a big man. Brackets, otaku, brackets. Kurizawa Erika blinked and decided to ask this man, who was probably quite friendly when she first met, a slightly offensive question. Is he not going to mind? She asked as she thought about this. "May I ask, are you a gay man?" Or, what she said was very cryptic, but the person on the other end could totally understand her. "I don't mind." Odajirai Haru, who was sitting opposite her, also winked at her, the one without the glasses. "I treat men and women equally. Given my abnormal view of love, I still prefer men more at the moment." He looks really cute, Kurizawa Eri thought dazedly. And this was her first time meeting a gay person in real life. She was going to heaven. She had a lot of questions to ask this person. The first thing he asked was, "Are you waiting for your lover here?" "No, Odajirai always had a softer heart towards women. It was someone I met for the first time yesterday, but you locals should be very familiar with him, right? The person I'm meeting is Mr. Shirzwa Hiwajima. Ikebukuro's strongest guy just happened to walk into this sushi restaurant." Ikebukuro's strongest froze. He lost the ability to move freely for a moment. He didn't know how the current situation happened, but he knew he was in big trouble. Odajirai, who had arranged to drink with him yesterday, looked at him innocently. Sitting opposite him was Kurizawa Erika, who was probably uninvited. Kurizawa Erika was also accompanied by the same three people, who sat behind Kurizawa. "Mr. Hiwajima, please come and sit over here." In the weird atmosphere, only Odajirai Haru moved freely. In order to save the woman, Kurizawa Erika, from having to stand up and give up her seat, He even chose to leave his seat and lead Hiwajima to her seat. Hiwadeo is still thinking. Hiwadeo stopped thinking. He was a creature driven by emotions. So at this moment he could only follow the only sober person. Actually, the purpose of his coming to Lucia's Sushi today was to meet Odajirai, with whom he had not agreed on a time and place. However, he had just finished his work at that time, and he did not expect that the air here was so suffocating. He sat down, feeling very uncomfortable. Kurizawa Erika on the other side screamed in her heart. What on earth is going on? If she had known that Kurizawa Erika was supporting Jing Linjing, how could a man suddenly show up and ask Jing Xiong out for a drink the first time they met? More importantly, this man is really not straight. Then she heard Shirzwa ask, "You came to Izaya-kun to ask for a favor? By the way, what's your name? It's not really a big triangle, is it?" Her Jing whimpered. "Just call me Odajirai." The straight man gestured to the clerk. He had already ordered some snacks before entering the store and was just waiting for Hiwajima to come. "I'm looking for Lin to verify some things, by the way. I'm also an information dealer. If you ever get annoyed with Lin, you can send me an email and I can broadcast his information for free." Izaya. This man is actually called Izaya. Although Izaya is often called by his name, he didn't use honorifics when he came to ask for a commission. He must be someone he knows. After all, he called her Miss when they first met, and Shirzwa called him Mr. Hiwajima when they met for the second time. Unexpectedly, he was a very distant information dealer. Kurizawa Erika tried hard to pull herself out of her fantasies about these three people. Speaking of information dealers, are there overlaps in their personalities? Kurizawa pulled out the Orihara Izaya in his mind and matched him with the man in front of him. They seem to be about the same height, about the same thinness, have the same profession, and both care about Shirzwa Hiwajima. But Odajirai looks much more likable than Rin. It's decided. From now on, she will be on Odajirai's side. No, as long as that dead flea walks into Ikebukuro, I can smell the stench on him. The sushi was brought to the table by the waiter, and Hiwajima asked the waiter for some wine. Then he was stopped by Odajirai. "You probably don't like beer, do you? How about some sake? I recommended it to the store manager before you came. He's really an information dealer." Shirzwa Hiwajima realized this somewhat slowly. The waiter brought over a bottle of niche sake. Transparent bottle, you can see the clear wine inside. Odajirai smiled and thanked the clerk who spoke Japanese with a strange accent. Then he looked at the other person calmly. Simon Brezhnev, a black Russian, has withdrawn from the but in the past. The weapons trading companies in Russia had a great record. Is she a dangerous character worthy of his attention? No way. Surprisingly, such a strong man. Surprisingly, he is indeed a pacifist. Although Simon is able to fight against the unarmed Shirzwa Hiwajima, his self-control ability is much stronger. He looks more like an ordinary black uncle with his gentleness. After all, they are black people. Russia, height and body shape can be explained by racial advantages. He was actually worried about other people. Odajirai opened the lid skillfully. "Pour wine for Shirzwa." My eyes swept over the store manager who was sitting at the counter. But never mind. Anyway, he will only be here for a short time. So there is no need to pursue perfection in everything. Please. It turned out that Erika Kurizawa, who was sitting opposite them, quickly returned to her companions. Odajirai was also able to sit opposite Shirzwa. You know, it's really not convenient for two men to squeeze together. Especially since this was only their second meeting, they couldn't even be considered acquaintances. Not to mention getting close. Hiwajima Shirzwa has no taste for alcohol. He has a childish taste. Sweet things are more to his liking. He could only feel the spicy, sour, and bitter taste of the wine. What he couldn't accept the most was bitter beer. Sake is just okay. Although many people put tobacco and alcohol together, he is still more interested in smoking. So Shirzwa Hiwajima just took the wine glass handed to him by Odajirai and took a sip. It seems a little different from what he usually drinks. Shirzwa Hiwajima tasted a little bit of sweetness in it, which was a pleasant surprise for a sweet lover. Things went much more smoothly afterwards. Two adult men, drinking wine and eating sushi, neither of them were talkative people, and it seemed that they had no topics to talk about except exchanging contact information. Instead, The group of 4 people sitting behind Odajirai kept whispering to each other. Odajirai guessed that it might be related to him and Orihara Hiwajima. After all, in less than a minute, he was linked to 2 urban legends. This must have been a big shock to the locals. He looked at the man drinking silently across from him and fell into thought. You should be an ordinary person, right? Odajirai was startled by Hiwajima Shirzwa's sudden words. Then he smiled and replied, "Aren't all the people here ordinary people?" Hiwajima Shirzwa, you know what I mean. Hiwajima prefers to speak directly rather than beat around the bush, but it seems that there is no more accurate description of what he wants to say than now. But Odajirai just answered him. I think Mr. Hiwajima is also an ordinary person. Is that clear enough? Hiwajima Shirzwa was stunned. No one would ever think that Shirzwa Hiwajima is an ordinary person. He was a monster, physical strength, power, even emotional control. Everyone said he was abnormal. He is an abnormal person who should not exist in this world. Even Orihara Izaya, who is also an urban legend like him, refuses to put him on the same level as ordinary humans, or humans. This was the first time that someone other than his younger brother Hiwajima looked at him in such a normal way. It seems like it feels pretty good. Hiwajima Shirzwa drank the sake in the bottom of the cup. Are you also a monster? Hiwajima stared at him, as if he could see some difference in Odajirai's face and body. Odajirai shook his head. It is so rude to do this, Mr. Hiwajima. I have a younger brother. Hiwajima Shirzwa suddenly said. Huh, what do you mean? He already knew that. He had even met Mr. Hiwajima's younger brother. Hiwajima, you. Just call me Shirzwa. He finished the second half of the sentence. Odajirai was silent for a moment. I understand, Mr. Shirzwa. A bottle of sake was naturally finished quickly for 2 people, but there was still some sushi left as a side dish. Odajirai didn't drink much, and he didn't eat raw food, so there wasn't much he could eat from the sushi served, so naturally he only touched that. Hiwajima Shirzwa drank more than half a bottle. He rarely indulged himself like this. It was easy for people to lose control when drunk. If other people lost control, they might only need a few people to subdue them, but he was Hiwajima Shirzwa. I'm afraid no one would dare to do this to him. He shouldn't have drunk so much, but he just felt happy at the moment, which was much better than he expected. After paying the bill, Odajirai said goodbye to him and left. He seemed a little anxious when he left, as if he was chasing something. But normally he didn't like to think, and he disliked it even less in this state. Then he staggered to his feet, holding onto the wall. Then he was stopped by the store clerk. It's Simon. He has a good relationship with Simon. After all, there are not many people who can compete with him. So he stopped and stood there waiting for Simon to speak. Shirzwa. It was Simon calling him. What's wrong? He took a moment to react. Simon motioned for him to look at the store manager standing at the counter. He looked over. There were no other customers in the store, so the manager had no qualms. He wiped his hands with a towel, and a serious look appeared on his expressionless face. He slowly looked into Shirzwa's eyes and warned him, if you can, stay away from that person. I've heard of the name Odajirai. He's a very special person among information dealers. In a way, he might be more dangerous than Orihara Izaya, but he's a much better person than that guy, right? The store manager was stunned. Thus, Hiwajima Shirzwa got the answer he wanted. Isn't that enough? Compared to the unfounded rumors, Shirzwa still values the person himself more. If he listened to the rumors, the first person to be shunned would be himself. He had a strong premonition. Odajirai is different. Odajirai was actually very surprised that Shirzwa would bring up the topic of ordinary people with him. Ikebukuro is a bizarre second world where people perceive themselves differently from the outside world. The same is true in Yokohama. Hiwajima Shirzwa clearly knew the Dullahan himself, but he still classified himself as abnormal, which made Odajirai very confused. Even if we take a step back, Pingy Island can at most be considered a place with special abilities, and can barely break free from the shackles of ordinary people. But he couldn't see it. The number of spirits on the streets of Ikebukuro is almost twice that of Yokohama, but Shirzwa Hiwajima, who is regarded as a monster by outsiders, just walks through this street normally. Odajirai does not consider people who cannot see to be abnormal in any way. Call him weird or crazy, Hiwajima Shirzwa is undoubtedly just an ordinary person. So he also said the same thing to Shirzwa Hiwajima. He said it easily, but it seemed that this was not the case for Hiwadeo. Hiwajima's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. Odajirai could see through his glasses that face that was 80.9% similar to his celebrity brother. So he explained it to him again. This time, Shirzwa Hiwajima calmed down. Alcohol can stimulate emotions, but it can also paralyze nerves. At this moment, the latter is probably flowing in the strongest body in Ikebukuro. He was then allowed to address Hiwajima as Mr. Shirzwa. Of course, Odajirai knew that there would be no problem even if he called him by his name, but he didn't think that he and Hiwajima could be called friends right now. Odajirai likes to take his time when it comes to things like this. And as it turned out, he was right. Hiwajima Shirzwa is well accustomed to being addressed as Mr. Shirzwa, or perhaps it can be said that in this city, only a few people honestly call him Hiwajima. Most people think that Shirzwa better represents him than Hiwajima, just like Orihara is more often addressed as Mr. Izaya. Hiwajima Shirzwa doesn't care about any of this. Odajirai followed him, eating and drinking slowly, until his peripheral vision, which happened to be to the left, caught a glimpse of something passing by. He perked up. He knew he had to keep up. So Odajirai said goodbye to Hiwajima Shirzwa, paid the bill, and walked out of Lucia's sushi restaurant. But he could no longer see anyone. He was a step slow. It would be complicated to walk back now, so Odajirai simply went back to the hotel where he was staying. Since he didn't know the name of the person who passed by at that time, he called Orihara's studio. No, it wasn't just the name. At that time, all Odajirai could be sure of was that something abnormal passed by. Appearance, figure, and identity were all unknown, and he could not make a direct judgment. The call was connected quickly. Odajirai raised his eyebrows. Hello, this is... Sure enough, the voice coming from the other side was a female voice he had never heard before. Probably the secretary that Orihara Izaya mentioned. Odajirai interrupted her before she could finish her words. Please ask for Orihara Izaya. The person on the other end was obviously familiar with this situation, and soon someone else answered the phone. Hello, do you know what love is? Odajirai asked quickly. Hello, this is Orihara. What? It's you. After hearing a certain keyword, Orihara Izaya suddenly became positive. Of course I know about love. And then? I asked my secretary to send you an email. Remember to check it. Then Odajirai was hung up. Okay. Orihara Izaya, he could understand. Odajirai, who originally came to Ikebukuro with the purpose of leaving the work to other intelligence dealers, sighed and took out a portable laptop from his suitcase and started working. The hotel's wireless network was not very good, and Odajirai ended up having to use his phone to turn on a hotspot for his computer to connect. After the loading circle in the mailbox disappeared, Odajirai clicked on the latest email. There was only one name written on it. Hina Shikagawa. Haruna Shikagawa herself is not abnormal. The information Odajirai found said that the source of the abnormality was a knife. A knife that attempts to love. Why do I always feel that he has the same character as Orihara Rinya? Odajirai still thought so before he found out about Hiwajima Shirzwa, but he quickly got rid of this idea. Guilt Song is just an ordinary sword that wants to love people and the strong. Unlike the garbage man Orihara Rinya. But it is clear that Shikagawa Haruna is not the first host of Sin Song. What's the point of Orihara Izaya sending this name to him? He doesn't understand. The Sin Song incident that broke out not long ago, the process of calming down is too vague. Odajirai could only confirm his guess from the side. It was not until he turned to the current situation of Haruna Shikagawa's love that Odajirai discovered the fact that Orihara Izaya wanted to show him. A Liaoyang trio. There is the black-haired girl who Odajirai suspects is the host of Sin Song, the founder of Dollars who he helped Orihara investigate in the past, and Bajura. What a unique coincidence. It would be weird if Orihara Rinya did nothing. Make trouble, you can always trust Orihara Izaya. After checking this, Odajirai realized that it was time to end the story. But he still couldn't help himself, and wrote down the names of Liaoyang's trio. After that, it depends on whether he has time to continue investigating. Odajirai looked out the window at the full moon hanging high in the sky. Go to the refrigerator and take out a bottle of ice water and drink it. Shut down the laptop and put it back in place. There weren't any carbonated drinks, which was a shame. He never expected to see Sin-song again so soon. Or meet the host of Sin-song, Anri Sanahara. It's Monday, a day when students should go to school obediently. Odajirai went to buy the newly released game for God number 3 as agreed. He waited in a long line. If it weren't for God, Odajirai would never do this. He would rather wait until the product is fully available before buying it to play with. It's just entertainment anyway. There is no difference between morning and evening. While waiting in line, Odajirai ordered the person who was monitoring him to buy ice cream of a new flavor, and after getting it, he handed the other person a pile of change like a tip. Ah, that's right. This is how he spends his spare change. This is how most of the small denomination notes and coins disappeared from his hands. But generally speaking, the monitors who received his tips would be recalled within 3 or 4 hours. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to see him again next month. Odajirai himself didn't feel anything about these things. Whether there were a few people or a lot of people, he just needed to know that there was always someone following him. You can't expect the monitored person to develop feelings for the monitor. It's as rare as Stockholm, and it's better not to happen if possible. Just when he finished tasting the first ice cream and tried to find someone to buy the second one, he saw Anri Sanahara. The knife that spoke of love all the time whispered inside her body, trying to lure her into Hades. Like countless innocent girls who were stopped on the streets of Ikebukuro, she was approached by street thugs. This is the first time that Odajirai faces the surging love and evil. The Sin-song unconsciously forms a circle around Anri Sanahara, releasing malice towards ordinary people who cannot hear its voice. With its love, Odajirai rubbed his ears. He began to admire this girl. He couldn't imagine hearing such voices all the time. If it were him, he would either be seduced by the Sin-song or have a mental breakdown and leave this world. Odajirai took off his glasses and put them in his pocket, and the sound of the Sin-song that did not belong to the ordinary world also disappeared. Then he walked across the street. No matter what, he couldn't just watch a woman being bullied in front of him. The situation across the street had reached a point where he had to intervene. Those street thugs wanted to force the girl to do something not very nice. Those people stretched out their hands, and Anri Sanahara flinched. If possible, she didn't want to attack others, so she had to be patient, and always be patient. But now is not the time to be patient. Mississippi Odajirai arrived just in time. He pulled the girl out of the crowd and behind him. This is not a busy street. On the contrary, it is rare to have such an alley in Ikebukuro, which is convenient for street thugs and also for Odajirai Haru. If Anri Sanahara is willing to help, this place is of course also suitable for zooage. Thinking more about yourself, this is a virtue. At least that's the case for Anri Sanahara. Odajirai's other hand grasped the hand that the gangster extended, pulled it over, and pressed it down. The gangster's back was exposed in front of him, and Odajirai kicked him in the knee. With a bang, the other party knelt in front of him. You rascal! Odajirai had no intention of answering their thoughts. He was now fully focused on how to get Anri out of the encirclement of 3 people. Every time he was like this, he wished he could be better at physical skills, but unfortunately, after this crisis, he would just be a useless person lying at home again. The second one also rushed up. This time, Odajirai released the hand that was protecting Anri. He turned his head and motioned for Anri to find a safer place to watch. Odajirai, who could use both hands, was obviously much more comfortable than before. Under one of his feet was the gang leader's knee, which he crushed with almost malicious intent. Ah, isn't that a nice cry? Odajirai leaned down and looked at the man. Boss. The remaining 2 people had been beaten back by him once, and when they heard the usually dignified boss wailing under someone else's feet, they showed obvious fear on their faces. Just in case, I'll ask you in advance. He stood up and tilted his head to look at the 2 people who had unconsciously stepped back a few steps. Would you like to be knocked out directly, or would you like me to do something more extreme? They looked at each other. You 2. Come over here and beat this rascal together. There are 3 of us. Why are we afraid of him? The pain continued, but the corpse under Odajirai's feet was obviously not obedient. As the boss, He naturally had his own set of methods. Two of his men were still hesitating. So you choose the latter? Odajirai didn't have time to wait for them. He quickly knocked out the one under his feet, then walked over to the remaining two. We were forced to do this. It's all because of the boss. The boss saw that this girl had a good figure. So, right, it's all the boss's fault. Odajirai glanced at Anri Sanahara, who was standing in the distance. Although she is not tall, the girl is well-developed and is the type that can easily attract perverts. So, you are not naive enough to think that I will stop here, right? It's clearly 3 against 1. But the current situation looks more like he is the villain. Kids nowadays are so weak. Odajirai moved closer. I have already called the police. Please let me go. Huh. This is a shame for Ikebukuro. This is a shame for Ikebukuro. In her life, Odajirai Haru had never thought that there would be a perpetrator who would call the police. But the fact is, the 2 thugs called the police and sent all 5 of them to the police station. He doesn't understand. Anri Sanahara didn't understand either. However, she was the only girl among the 5 people and a high school student. So the female patrol officer asked her what happened first. Anri Sanahara was a little fidgety. Well, I had something to do after school today, and it was very late when I left school. And then on the way home I met the 3 people over there. They seemed to want to. I see. The female patrol officer indicated that she could skip this part. Then the guy next to me showed up. He helped me. And then he beat one of them seriously? The patrol officer's gaze towards him was not so gentle. Don't worry, he will be fine. And his bones are not broken. He only needs to rest for a day or 2. 3 or 4 days. He will be fully recovered. Odajirai's action was very measured. I think he will wake up in 10 minutes, Miss Officer. He also threatened to beat us to death. The perpetrator turned victim was originally hiding in a corner, but when he saw that the patrolmen seemed to be on their side, he became bolder. Hey, it's better not to talk about this kind of thing, right? My original words were clearly, do you want me to do it more excessively? I meant that the knockout time was longer. I'm just an ordinary college student, and I have always been law-abiding. Ms. Sanahara. The only person the patrol lady at the scene could trust was the high school girl Anri. I was a little far away at the time, but I'm sure this gentleman didn't say anything like he was going to beat anyone to death. Anri shook her head and denied the accusation of the assailant. You are all in the same group. I am sorry, but I am from another place. I just came to Ikebukuro last Friday, and this is the first time I met Miss Sanahara. Odajirai explained to the patrolman. Anri Sanahara raised her head and quickly glanced at the person whose name she didn't know yet. Although this was their first meeting, Anri always felt that the words this person said before were meaningful, as if he knew what was hidden in her body. The patrolwoman confirmed Odajirai's ticket with her colleague. Please continue to explain. I will explain. One of them obviously couldn't stand the serious look of the patrolman. He was the one who called the police just now. I don't know how such a weak character could become a gangster on the streets of Ikebukuro. Aikino. The other one looked like he wanted to cover his mouth, but there was a burly police officer behind him staring at him, so he dared not move. The patrolwoman nodded to Aikino. They were ready to record. You tell me. It was a man named Odajirai Haru who hired us to do this to this chick. We were really just following orders. Aikino had tears in her eyes, and she looked very sincere. But my name is Odajirai Haru. Odajirai was stunned. What? No one present had expected this to unfold. Even the quiet Anri Sanahara opened her eyes wide. The patrolwoman glanced at the names these people wrote when they entered the police station. The column for Odajirai simply says Odajirai, but her colleague found that the ticket was registered with the full name. It was indeed Haru, but the one who contacted us was a woman. Aikino was also shocked. He stammered. One person, female. Now everything connects. Odajirai couldn't help but sneer. He was tricked by Orihara Rinya. Starting from giving him the name of Chikawa Haruna, he walked into this station on his own. How could Orihara, who had known him for many years, not know that he would never leave a woman to die? Can I trouble you with something? To ensure the chain of evidence, her colleagues did a basic investigation on Odajirai. The phone numbers they got from Aikino's 3 mobile phones were completely different from Odajirai's, and combined with the confession of the woman, they could basically confirm that Odadjirai was also a victim in this case. Since you are a victim, you can get corresponding help. So the patrolwoman asked her colleagues to take the unconscious gang leader till they were taken to the interrogation room with the remaining two. They were already criminals who had attacked women. The only difference now is between the principal offender and the accomplice. What's the matter? Can this matter be left at this point? In the surprised eyes of the patrolwoman, Odadjirai slowly said, I will take care of the rest. Certainly, and give Miss Sanahara an explanation. Huh. No need. Anri Sanahara waved her hand. She could almost guess who did it. This is our job as a police officer. The patrolwoman turned him down. Odadjirai said, that number should be a temporary number, right? I'm afraid it was thrown away after giving the order to the three of them. The money was paid first. Apart from the possibility that the other party is related to me, you police have no other clues. Next, you will also investigate my interpersonal relationships. I should be right? The patrolwoman couldn't refute it. This is indeed their process. Then you can stop now. You can't find anything. It is impossible to find out. The best way is for me to solve this matter myself. Odadjirai looked directly into the eyes of the patrol lady. I think the officials who work in Ikebukuro are smart. You know what I mean. So the patrolwoman let the two men go. It was completely dark when I walked out of the police station. Odadjirai looked at Anri Sanahara, who was hesitant to speak, and simply extended an invitation to the little girl. He said, how about I treat you to a meal, to make up for the misfortune you've suffered? In fact, Odadjirai knew that Anri Sanahara was just like him. They are all important parts of Orihara Raini's plan. But he wasn't sure if Anri herself knew. At least this shows his friendliness. Not good at rejecting others. Anri Sanahara, who was a very honest person, nodded in agreement. There was something she really wanted to ask Odadjirai. Eating with a high school girl is very different from dating an adult man. Odadjirai called and made a reservation at the restaurant he had chosen. He specifically asked the restaurant to reserve a table in the lobby. Anri was a cute-looking high school student, and he didn't want to be thought of as some weird old man. Anri accepted his offer and got into the back seat of the taxi after Odadjirai opened the door for her. Odadjirai closed the door and went to the passenger seat to fasten his seatbelt. He seems to be a very gentle person. Anri Sanahara thought as she observed the bright lights and nightlife in Ikebukuro from the car window. In her left arm, the Sin Song was still telling of a love that she still couldn't understand. Have dinner with the Sin Song host. This was a path Odadjirai had never imagined. They arrived at the restaurant at a very coincidental time. Meal time had just ended. While they were waiting for their meals, groups of people left the restaurant one after another. In the end, only a few tables of guests who had dined at the same off-peak time as them were left. After being taken to the location, Odadjirai had to go outside to answer a phone call. When he left, he took the game he bought in the afternoon with him. He also went to the police station with him. When he came back, the paper bag was no longer in his hand. Anri Sanahara, Mr. Odadjirai, the paper bag. Odadjirai explained, I bought that game for my friend. He called just now to pick it up. I told him that he could wait for me here. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Odadjirai's friend is just outside the restaurant? Anri Sanahara, Mr. Odadjirai, you don't have to worry about me. Huh. Odadjirai was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand to refuse. He has left. He came to see me after dinner. Miss Anri, don't force yourself. It should be okay to call me that, right? Anri Sanahara shook her head. I can hear you. Also, I didn't think you were someone who would be interested in JK. Does he really look like someone who can be easily misunderstood? Odadjirai took the germanium ring off his hand so that he could communicate with Seiki more conveniently. I don't. I still have someone I'm pursuing, okay? Oh, by the way, Xiaonan, can you hear what Sanahara is thinking? I can hear it, but her inner voice is very noisy. She keeps saying she loves humans and so on. Kusuwa Seiki hid in a toilet cubicle in the shopping mall, which was only separated by a wall from the restaurant where Odadjirai and his friends were having dinner, and there were very few customers, so he easily found the woman sitting with Odadjirai. That's not the voice of Sanahara's heart. It's the voice of a demon sword that resides in her body. It's called Sin Song. There are really more and more non-human beings in this world. What on earth did I do to the world consciousness? Blame it on the volcano. Blame it on the volcano. A knife? Oh, I see it now. In her left arm. Seiki Kusuwa used his transparency to follow a customer into the restaurant, keeping a safe distance. His perspective saw the overlap of the knife that was no longer related to science and the skeleton of the girl's left arm. The left arm? Thank you, God. Call me something else. Okay, Xiaonan, go home and study hard. Xiaonan's teleport CD ended, and the god didn't even bother to say goodbye to his believers and teleported back home. I don't want to talk to idiots anymore. Xiaonan, today we have coffee jelly sent by a kind person before. I'm fine again. Oh, Kanasa-chan? Odajirai called out to God several times in his heart, but received no response. It seems that he left. He put the germanium ring back on. The dishes have been served. Speaking of which, Sanahara's food preferences are a combination of his and Dazai's. When ordering, Odajirai also deliberately avoided these, hoping that this restaurant would not disappoint them. Mr. Odajirai, do you also know Mr. Izaya? How should I put it? The purpose of my coming to Ikebukuro was to find him, but I didn't expect him to give me such a big surprise. It seems that Anri Sanahara knows about it. Sanahara Anri then asked, so what kind of person is Mr. Rinya in Mr. Odajirai's opinion? Odajirai glanced at her and said, he is a child who will never know satisfaction. What he pursues is actually very simple. Anri Sanahara hesitated for a while, but decided to ask this question. Mr. Izaya, is he a good person? She added, in your opinion. Odajirai, I don't think so. My advice to girls is that it would be better to treat him as non-recyclable garbage. Anri Sanahara was completely stunned. Non-recyclable garbage? Odajirai explained. It means stay away from him and don't listen to what he says. Rin is really smart and unscrupulous. I don't care about what boys say, but I can't just sit back and watch what women say. This is one of the reasons why he tricked me today. Anri Sanahara. Mr. Odajirai is a very nice person. This time it was Odajirai's turn to be stunned. Huh? It would be funny if my opponent heard this. I am called the devil by many people. Anri Sanahara. But isn't Mr. Odajirai very gentle to women? Has Mr. Odajirai been accommodating me since just now? Odajirai waved his hands. These are basic manners. If Miss Anri's future boyfriend can't do this, you can contact me and I can help you find someone to teach him a lesson. Anri Sanahara. Odajirai. At times like this, just say yes, Ms. Anri. Anri Sanahara's gaze followed the crab. She hasn't eaten anything since the class ended. Let me make it clear in advance that I have no interest in seafood. That's right, Odajirai brought Anri to a Chinese restaurant, and crab dishes are naturally best steamed. But they can also be eaten hot. As expected, Chinese food is still the best in the world. Odajirai signaled Anri not to pay any attention to him. He was waiting for a dish that took a long time to prepare. He came here just for this dish. If he ate it right away, he would not be able to forgive himself. Anri nodded lukewarmly, but only started to enjoy her crab after Odajirai moved his chopsticks. It's like coming alive. So during the meal, Odajirai seemed to be curious and asked, Ms. Anri, you don't seem to have any opinions. You hold the guilty song, but you just live like an ordinary JK. Anri Sanahara raised her head, looked at the man she had just met today, and for some reason had a strange feeling for, then lowered her head and said, that's not the case. I am neither a human nor a monster. I am just a parasite. I see. In this city, what is important is never self but self-awareness. It is for this reason that Ikebukuro becomes a bridge between non-humans and humans. Here mankind is crumbling. The non-human climbs the rope toward the human. The Liaoyang trio is the best proof of this. Odajirai Haru began to understand Orihara Izaya a little bit. Faced with these three people who hesitated and concealed the truth from each other, he also wanted to reach out and give them a push now. Anri Sanahara did not ask Odajirai why he knew about the sin song. Odajirai also tacitly did not pursue the matter any further. He just reported a string of numbers, called the waiter over under Anri's blank gaze, and then wrote the string of numbers on the back of the receipt and handed it to her. It was his phone number. If you need any advice, Ms. Anri can also come to me. Seeing that Sanahara Anri was still there doing that and that, Odajirai simply stuffed the receipt into JK's school bag. After all, no matter what, I'm more reliable than non-recyclable garbage, right? The non-recyclable garbage between them specifically refers to Orihara Rinya. This time, Anri Sanahara did not try to refuse, and Odajirai finished half a bowl of rice with satisfaction. After finishing the meal, Anri wanted to say goodbye to Odajirai. But Odajirai would not allow the woman who was traveling with him to go home alone at this time. Not to mention that Anri Sanahara is just a high school student. Even a high school girl who could pull out a long knife from her left arm couldn't do that. Don't bother. I can do it alone. But Anri Sanahara's attitude is also very tough. Odajirai looked at the time. High school students still have to go to school tomorrow. He had no intention of adding unnecessary burden to Anri at this time. So he sighed and said, "At least it lets me know that you got home safely." Anri Sanahara compromised. She took out the receipt in front of Odajirai and entered the number on it into her phone. "I will contact you when I get home." Another honorific. Odajirai nodded, watching the girl who had endured the horrible love leave. Although he was a little unhappy about being rejected, Odajirai had to admit that there was nothing wrong with Anri's behavior as a JK. It's not some little movie with color. Asking someone of the opposite adult love to walk you home when you meet them for the first time is definitely unreasonable. Even if Anri Sanahara knew that Odajirai would not hurt her, it would still be the same. "Do me a favor." A few seconds later, the man in the couple at the table behind Odajirai stood up and walked over to him. "There should be a woman among you, right? Follow her until she enters here." Odajirai threw away the second receipt that he had not used. There is an address written on the back, which is where Anri Sanahara currently lives. You should be able to do it, right? Otherwise, you can only monitor ordinary people like me. Odajirai hailed a taxi and got in, telling the driver the address of the hotel. "Then I'll leave it to you, elites." Humans are animals that can never be satisfied. Even though he knew in his heart that Odajirai had a bad nature, he still wondered if he had done something wrong. There were quite a few surveillance personnel following Odajirai Haru, some disguised as old people, office workers, college students, and of course, ordinary young couples. Before she thought of this method, they didn't even know each other. Just to be able to do the work better, she suddenly had the idea of pulling one of them who was suitable in appearance to be her boyfriend. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the surveillance work, the other party readily accepted it. Of course, they didn't always look the same throughout the day. Their names are Sawano Hideko and Yamashita Hiroya. They have met twice so far and have a good impression of each other. They are preparing to move on to the next step. They have prepared a script of this level. After all, in this line of work, you always have to consider the possibility of 1 in 1,000. What's more, the people who are with Odajirai are not all ordinary people like the little girl today. More often, they are facing mafia, official personnel, and people in another world. You never know when the other party will suddenly want to take them away for investigation. All in all, they are really dedicated. So when Odajirai called them, they just looked at each other to confirm who would stand up first and go to his side. Unexpectedly, the purpose of the information dealer Odajirai calling them this time was not to torture them and force them to buy various things, but to find someone to send the girl home for him. Required to be female. She looked around secretly and then realized that she was the only woman assigned to be with Odajirai today. Her partner looked over. Other colleagues who were not called and thought that it had nothing to do with them also left the restaurant. Their destination was clear. Odajirai was going back to the hotel to rest. Huh, no way. She just wants to spend her days here. Didn't the seniors say that it's safe to follow Odajirai? Apart from the possibility of being ordered around, this should be a very stable retirement mission, right? Oh yes, this is not Yokohama. God knows what will happen when otakus are forced to go out. In fact, her strength was not weak, and she was even considered the best among her peers in the Special Powers Department. She had a cold face and nodded to indicate that she understood. And then fortunately, he didn't have to face Odajirai's ridicule. She also didn't want to know what kind of mental torture her colleagues would suffer. She just followed the cute JK silently. Stealth is also a required course for them, and it happens to be what she is best at. If it weren't for her personality and her preference for taking care of the elderly, she would have made a knife. At this point, she had to thank Odajirai. If it weren't for Odajirai, she might never have realized in her life that she actually didn't like killing at all. But everything is fine now, and she is living the life she likes. Maybe? The cute JK walked home. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. She blended into the darkness and followed the little girl at a moderate pace. She cursed Odajirai in her heart for being a rascal and not even calling a taxi for the little girl. I completely forgot who it was who, after being sternly rejected by the little girl, still insisted on finding her and asking her to confirm that the little girl returned home safely. During this time, the little girl looked back every once in a while. She was a little scared, but finally she concentrated her mind and attributed it all to the little girl's alertness to Ikebukuro at night. And most importantly, the little girl was still walking towards that address. In this case, she shouldn't have been discovered, right? She was quite confident in her stealth ability. Before coming to Ikebukuro to take the mission, she used her not-so-good-at-thinking brain to memorize the Ikebukuro map and decided to stay calm. As long as she could complete the mission, everything else could be put aside. Now the situation seems good, and the girl is only a few dozen meters away from the address. Very close, just a little more. She was in a state of tension, and even kept brainwashing herself that everything would soon be over. But in fact, her intuition and her body's instincts had already told her that something was wrong. Whoosh, she turned around suddenly. She saw a woman with a good figure wearing a black tights and a helmet standing not far from her. Her mind screamed danger, and she was very clear about what she was facing. "Hello, may I ask, why did you follow me home?" She looked back. The pretty and cute JK girl, holding a knife that appeared out of nowhere, asked her, This is a misunderstanding. I was just sent to take Miss Only home. Please believe me. I'm really not a bad person. She wouldn't die here, would she? She doesn't want it." Odajirai had no idea how much trouble his willfulness this time would cause the female monitor, or rather, she wouldn't care even if she knew. At most, he was just jealous that he could come into contact with the Dullahan earlier than him. After all, he had seen the strongest in Ikebukuro and was on good terms with the worst in Shinjuku. The only famous urban legend left was the Dullahan, right? The most important thing is, according to Urahara Izaya, the other party is a very polite and gentle non-human. It is quite difficult to hear good things about a non-human from Urahara, which also raised Odajirai's curiosity to a higher level. And then there is the head. The most important head of the Dullahan is now in Urahara's intelligence house in Shinjuku. He had wanted to see the legendary face of magical beauty for a long time, but the head had been missing. After Urahara contacted him and said that he had got the head, Odajirai had been looking for an opportunity to come to Tokyo, and now was the right time. It's a pity that Urahara didn't bring the head with him for this meeting. He still has to find time to go to Shinjuku. So as soon as Odajirai returned to the hotel, he took the laptop out of the suitcase and threw it on the bed. After a quick wash, he turned off the lights and went to bed. By the way, he used the time before going to bed to conduct some basic investigations on the Carrara trio. Anri Sanahara, with whom he had already met, talked, and had dinner, could be put aside for consideration. Odajirai thought over and over again, and was torn between the two male high school students. One looks more outgoing, the other looks more introverted. Odajirai certainly knows that you can't judge a person by appearance alone. The three members of Carrara are all tough guys. If he pushes someone a little slower, or if he's not careful, he'll probably get bitten back. Finally, he smiled and mentioned the first person, Bajura, who he had met once but never told him his real name until the end. He is typing on his laptop and searching for Kita Masaomi. Although he conducted a detailed investigation on Kita Masaomi last night, it doesn't mean that he wants to meet Kita Masaomi right now. Therefore, Odajirai was still very surprised when he saw the boy code named Bajura in the hotel lobby. But it didn't matter. He quickly adjusted his mentality. I walked up and said hello to the person. Certainly, at present, Kita Masaomi is still just Bajura. Bajura's purpose for coming to the hotel was simple. The rent for Urahara Rinya's previous studio had expired. Naturally, they moved to a bigger place, and then it happened that Urahara had something he wanted to talk to him about. so he asked Bajura to go to the hotel to find him. Odajirai was a little confused. If Urahara Rin really wanted to find him, there were thousands of ways to do it. The simplest one was to send him an email. It's not like they didn't exchange email addresses. Even if Urahara didn't know his number, is it possible that the tipster couldn't get his email address? So Odajirai left the hotel with Bajura in a skeptical state of mind. Before leaving, he had a silent breakfast with Bajura. In the hotel's cafeteria, let me tell you one thing. The taste is good. It was just that the people he was eating with were too silent, which made him feel a little indigestion. He just ate a quick meal and then left. Obviously, Kita Masaomi is not like this in the information. Could it be a special supply from Bajura? Odajirai couldn't understand. But he is not the kind of person who would flatter someone who is not welcome. Even if he likes someone, don't even think about it. Naturally, I didn't chat much with this kid. So he simply played a game on his phone in the taxi and then checked his contact list. I want to pick a few lucky people to come out and chat with, or it can be perfectly replaced by harassment. About these lucky few, Odajirai was carefully considered. For example, he passed the task of doing it abroad. There are also those who are in class and those who are about to go find me. There weren't many people left, but Odajirai still enjoyed it. Speaking of which, isn't today Tuesday? Why didn't Bajura go to school? He remembered that Anri Sanahara from the same school should be in class today, right? He swiped his finger and saw a name on the phone screen. He paused for a few seconds and then quickly continued. He didn't want to always be the one to contact first, so he swiped away quickly. But the reality is that he looked through all his contacts and couldn't find a suitable person to chat with. It's a weekday, everyone has to work. Nothing unusual. Odajirai consoled himself and then saw the message from god number 3 in his unread emails. He should have very few friends, right? Odajirai clicked on the message. It seems that this should be the contact information of Dr. Susuk. He is worthy of being called God. So reliable. Seki K, that's not necessary. Odajirai entered the phone number into his mobile phone with the note Seki Sarasuk, but he had not yet obtained the other party's email address, and his current situation was obviously not suitable for talking to anyone. Odajirai looked at Bajura, who was sitting in the front seat with her seat belt fastened meticulously, and sighed, then retreated back into the back seat of the taxi. We re-here. Bajura signaled the driver to stop the car. Odajirai followed him out of the car and walked into a store that looked magnificent on the outside but had a mixed crowd inside. It was difficult for him to describe what the store was about. Odajirai was speechless, but Bajura, who was leading the way, looked straight ahead with a cold expression. So he had no choice but to give these people the same cold expression, and then was taken to a smaller room. Bajura knocked on the door. Soon the door was opened from the inside. The first person to come out was a young lady with a graceful figure and good looks, who immediately attracted Odajirai's attention. But this obviously has no effect on Bajura. Firstly, this young lady was dressed maturely and looked to be in her 20s, which was not a good match for the underage Bajura. Secondly, after an in-depth investigation last night, Odajirai found out a name, and Bajura felt guilty towards her and still had feelings for her. Bajula just made way for the door so the girl could come out. Then Nakura-kun, let's talk next time. Odajirai heard the girl say this to the room. It's my honor. Urahara Izaya's voice came from the room. Although Odajirai couldn't see the person, he could imagine this guy's state of peacock spreading its feathers. The girl ran out like a rabbit and disappeared. Bajura signaled Odajirai to go in first, and then he closed the door. Urahara Izaya had just sat down in the room. The lighting in this store is very dim, and he needs to get very close to see other people's expressions. It seems that Urahara Rin also deliberately chose this place. Odajirai decided to strike first. I didn't expect you were still using this name. After saying this, he sat down opposite Urahara Izaya. Urahara Izaya asked back, Nakura? Odajirai, Go get us a cup of coffee, Urahara Rinya said to Bakura first. Then he turned his head back. The value of this name has not yet ended. I certainly won't abandon him. The name itself should have been it, but they both knew that it would be he who would be thrown away. Odajirai shrugged. Good luck, can you tell me now? You called me here for more than just to see this scene, ah? Thank you. Please pass me the sugar cube. One piece is enough. Thank you very much. I have to say, Bajura is really obedient. Odajirai couldn't help but think as he watched the boy quietly wash the cup, pour coffee, and then find him a sugar cube and hand it to him. Urahara Izaya, how much do you remember about the king? Almost all. Odajirai clenched the coffee cup in his hand. The king's sovereign. More than 10 years ago, or 15 years ago to be specific, two incidents occurred in Kanagawa that must be talked about. One is the birth of Labwa Street, which the government could not give a reasonable explanation for, and the other is the Kagudu crater formed by the sword dropped by the third king at that time. Both incidents caused tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of casualties, and many ordinary people in Kanagawa are still in the panic of that year. 15 years ago, Odajirai was just a little fool running around following Kachirin. He couldn't imagine what it was like to survive a natural disaster of this magnitude. But he had been to Reibo Street and Kagudo Crater in person, and in the first few years after arriving in Yokohama, he had walked through every corner of the city. He could see it. He could see the devastation of the city he loved, and everything was caused by the kings and their sword of Damocles. And from now on, there will be no more such things. For just the year before, the Dresden slabs, which provided the king with superhuman strength, had been destroyed by the Silver King and his companions. At the same time, what collapsed was the absolute dominance of the Golden Clan over the political, economic, and military aspects of all of Japan for nearly 100 years. While politicians were jubilant, capitalists were not optimistic about Japan's future economic situation, not to mention the military, which suddenly gained actual power. Everything is back to normal. It's so desirable. Yet it also makes people feel scared. Odajirai cannot say that he did not participate in the destruction of the stone slab. In fact, he has been providing assistance to Scepter 4 behind the scenes as an assistant. Especially after Fushimi Sarahiko, who is also a computer expert, was sent to jungle undercover, he almost took on all the information-related work. He is not particularly interested in the king who will cause huge losses, but he absolutely cannot accept the idea of the Green King wanting to release the power of the stone tablet. He would rather this world be peaceful, even without Seiki Kusuwa, than live in the nightmare of being threatened and killed by ordinary people every day. Reality has also proved that his choice was right. In order to prevent the creation of another Kaguta crater, Ao no Munakata Reiji, who personally killed the Red King who was about to drop his sword, and other royals who stood on his side chose to lose their power in order to successfully destroy the Dresden Slate for the sake of a better future. Those with royal power are dead, those without power are no longer there. And in this world distorted by the god of the new world, a kind of abnormality has been lost forever. But perhaps for them, the people around them are still alive and well, which is the greatest luck. But at this moment, why did Urahara Rinya bring up these things? Odajirai has no idea. So Odajirai put down his coffee cup and said to the non-recyclable garbage he was walking with, I remember everything. Does this have anything to do with why you came to see me? I guess so. Urahara Izaya also put down the cup, which was no longer filled with coffee. What if I say that the 3 people you asked me to investigate before are related to the king? While saying please continue, Odajirai was thinking that if it was really related to the royal power, it must have happened many years ago. 4 years ago? 5 years ago? 6 years ago? Or maybe it was the year he went to Yokohama. But Urahara Izaya refused him. I haven't investigated that deeply yet. I'm still verifying the rest. You know, I won't hand over any information to my clients without confirmation. There's not much I can confirm now, and even less I can tell you. Jin Siryu wasn't called this name before. He changed it later. Geniki Jenny just took his last name, Jen. Odajirai rolled his eyes at him. Isn't this nonsense? If the real name of Jensai Ryu is Jensai Ryu, why does he need Urahara Rin to check for him? He can do it himself. That's not the point, Odajirai. Then tell me. The point is they didn't look like this in the past. That is to say they have been targeting you for a long time, probably earlier than you think. It is true. Odajirai was not surprised. There are some things even Urahara Izaya may not know about Odajirai Haru's past, but Odajirai himself is always very clear about it. Just like this one. Odajirai nodded. I understand. Urahara Izaya. What about the sequel? Odajirai frowned. Finish your work, and I will take care of the rest. Just like the ones in the past, he would handle it. I don't know when Bajura, who was sent out by Orihara Rinya, came back, looking crestfallen, like a puppy that wasn't petted. Odajirai felt much better as he read on, because he thought of Kita Masaomi's ex-girlfriend who was completely exploited by Orihara Izaya. He must have gone to see the girl, and he obviously didn't know that the girl had recovered. The longer you hold on to the guilt, things would be better for Orihara and the girl. Bajura looked pitiful, but Odajirai was not prepared to help him. On the one hand, he has not yet completed his commission to Orihara Izaya. It was not easy to sabotage him. On the other hand, he and Bajura were not so familiar with each other that they would reveal Orihara's plan for him. In short, it is pitiful but useless. If it was a cute girl, he might be soft-hearted for a second. The man is so handsome. You're back? Orihara Izaya raised his hand. He stuffed the coffee cup into the arms of Bajula, who walked beside him. Go get another drink. Then, Orihara Rinya saw the half-empty cup of coffee in front of Odajirai and said, Please give our guest a bottle of carbonated drink. That's why I say this guy is really annoying. I know very well that he has no interest in coffee. He was also asked to be given coffee when there were carbonated drinks. Bajura responded, Walk over and take the coffee cup in front of him. Orihara Izaya took this opportunity to tell him a story. He didn't give the protagonist a name. It's just a common way of speaking about boy and girl. The boy in the story is a bad boy. After falling in love with the girl, he still stays in the organization he founded. As a leader, he needs to do and can do a lot. He was indeed a good leader. Until the girl was captured by the enemy organization, he backed off. He failed to save his lover, and the girl was beaten by him. He fled in panic, leaving his organization. He also left his lover. Odajirai glanced at the protagonist of the story standing beside him. The high school boy's face almost merged with the wall. But Bajura still handed the coffee cup to Orihara Izaya steadily. Also put a bottle of iced cola in front of him. If you don't look closely, you might not be able to see the subtle struggle in this person's eyes. Compared to Kita Masaomi, who only had a vague understanding of some of the behind-the-scenes stories, Odajirai found out more than just what Orihara Rinya said. For example, this story is missing a key character, and that is Orihara Izaya himself, who should have been the main character throughout the story. At the very beginning, it was him who introduced the boy and the girl to each other. He was the one who instigated the girl to be kidnapped by Blue Square and even had her legs broken, which was also his plot. And the girl has been hospitalized for 2 years, pretending to be injured, of course, also following his orders. Does this make it sound like Kita Masaomi has become much more innocent? But Odajirai didn't think so. How do you think the story will develop next? Orihara Izaya asked him. How about having the two protagonists commit suicide for love? For example, the boy returns to his hometown and finds that the girl has no news since the incident. In despair, he chooses to end his life. Then the girl returns home after recovering from her illness and sees her former lover dead in front of her house. In the end, she also commits suicide for their love. Romeo and Juliet. What a perfect remake. I believe you will like it. Odajirai pulled the ring on the can of Coke and made a half-seriously suggestion to Orihara. Orihara Rinya was very clear that Odajirai knew what he was implying, so he asked this question just to hear Odajirai's opinion, how he felt about his previous layout, and what he would do if it were him. Then he got a tragic ending. It was obvious that this was Odajirai's warning to him, warning him that if he didn't stop in time, he would probably lose both his life and his wealth. Love? Orihara Rinya thought about Mishima Saki, who was still lying in bed, and felt that Odajirai was worrying too much. What a sad ending. How about we talk about the characters? Do you like the heroine more? The hero? What do you think of these two characters? It's time for them to get down to business. This is why it is so important to have Kita Masaomi and Odajirai present at the same time. You re-asking me? Odajirai smiled, but didn't hold back any emotion. If you can't even protect your own woman, then you're just a waste, right? Bajura's figure shrank again. Yes, that's right. It is most appropriate to use Odajirai, who always has more kindness towards women, to stimulate Kita Masaomi, who is still hesitant. Orihara Izaya looked at the two people fighting invisibly and took another big sip of coffee with pleasure. Kita Masaomi, also known as Bajura, stood in the shadows. He did not speak. In fact, Orihara Izaya did not tell Odajirai the name of the protagonist of the story. If he showed too much, he would be revealing himself. Especially this person. This person called Odajirai was such a terrifying existence. As long as this person knew his real name, his past would be like a book without a cover, unfolding in front of the other person, without reservation. How could anyone not be afraid of such a person? The darkness, cowardice, and weakness that should have been buried with him would be seen by others, and the thought of this made Kita Masuomi shudder. And just like Odajirai said, he was a loser back then, and even now, he has not been able to reconcile with himself, let alone meet Saki. He lowered his head, and his clenched fists loosened because of the scolding. But Orihara Izaya was very dissatisfied with Kita Masuomi's performance. He hoped to achieve his goal of pushing Kita through Odajirai, and it would be best if he could get Kita to return to the Yellow Turban Bandits, so that the Liaoyang trio would be complete. But now it seemed to have the opposite effect, and Kita retreated even more. So he continued to ask, "You haven't told me what you think of the heroine yet. What do you think of the character's portrayal?" Odajirai also found that what he had just said was not effective, so he simply followed Orihara Izaya's intention and belittled Mishima Saki. He dragged out his voice. She has a lover who is the leader of an organization, but she doesn't know how to protect herself. This girl must have some mental problems. It's God's blessing that she survived. If it was a different story, she might not even be able to save her life. Out of the corner of his eye, Odajirai saw Bajura's fists clenching again. He added, "But stories are just stories after all. There shouldn't be such a stupid person in real life, right?" Yes, of course. The three people present knew exactly what was going on, but they all remained calm on the surface. It was as if they knew nothing. "I'll go get another can." Odajirai sighed and decided to break the self-deceiving silence. He shook the empty Coke in his hand, stood up, and asked, "It's over there, right?" Bajula stepped forward. "Let me do it." Odajirai had already left the sofa. "No. My suggestion is, how about talking to your employer? Maybe you will learn something new." He had a hint of meaning, but unfortunately, Kita Masuomi, who was still naive and gullible to some extent, did not receive his message. Instead, Orihara Rinya, who was sitting upright on the sofa, understood it. Odajirai opened the door of the freezer and found that there was no stock inside. It seemed that Orihara prepared it specially for him, but he didn't expect that they would talk for so long, and a can of 330 milliliters was not enough for him to drink. "There is no Coke in the freezer. I'm going out for a while, and I can bring you something by the way. Is there anything you want?" This statement is a bit confusing the subject and the guest, but Kita Masuomi's mind was not on that, and he did not react in time. As for Orihara Izaya, he just wanted someone to run errands, and he didn't care who ran the errands. Besides, Odajirai was not an ordinary customer, and they had known each other for a long time, which was enough for him to ignore these things. But he didn't want anything right now, so he just told Odajirai that he didn't need anything. There was no need for Masuomi Kita, who was an underage child laborer. Odajirai closed the door and went out. There was still suffocating silence inside the door. Kita Masuomi thought he had nothing to talk about with Mr. Izaya, as he knew very well what a bad guy Orihara Izaya was. Although he worked under this intelligence dealer, it didn't mean that he trusted this person very much. In other words, he was extremely suspicious of Orihara Izaya and didn't want to have any in-depth interactions with this guy other than work. But Orihara Izaya was obviously unwilling to let him go just like that. It just so happens that some people have temporarily left now, so now is the right time. It was time to break through Kita Masuomi's self-deception. He lay down on the back of the sofa. When talking to Odajirai, if he didn't concentrate, he would be easily led astray by the other party who understood him well. So he sat upright with his back straight the whole time, and even when drinking coffee he was not as casual as usual. Now that he and Kita Masuomi were the only ones in the room, he could relax for a while. "By the way, play with the child. Kita-kun. You should remember what I told you before?" About Odajirai, Kita Masuomi replied, "Yes, of course I remember. I still remember it clearly, and the consequences were very serious." He still hasn't told Odajirai what Bajura's real name is. Orihara Izaya stared at him. "So what kind of person do you think he is? Or Do you think he is hiding something from you? What? Kita Masaomi frowned, not understanding what Orihara Izaya meant. Orihara Izaya was really a little surprised this time. Wait a minute, I say. You are not really so naive? You don't really think that an intelligence dealer of this level can't get your real name? Huh. What's the matter? Just at this moment, Odajirai pushed open the door and saw that the two people in the room turned their eyes to him the moment he opened his mouth. He blinked, a little confused about this development. Orihara Izaya simply explained to Kita. He pointed at Bajura and asked, "What is his real name?" Bajura himself held his breath, hoping to get the answer he wanted. But the reality is cruel. Odajirai had no intention of hiding anything from him. This devilish information dealer just opened the ring of the second can of Coke in front of them, tilted his head, and said to him, "I remember his name was Kita Masaomi, wasn't it?" A great panic came over him. Kita Masaomi left. He almost ran away. It was exactly the same as what Odajirai had found. Kita Masaomi was an ordinary and timid man. The Yellow Turban Bandits back then did not need such a leader, and Mishima Saki could not win back such a boyfriend. Even if Orihara Rinya stopped, there was no need to stimulate him by saying his girlfriend was injured. He might also slowly leave the Yellow Turban Bandits. Lin Ye's move only accidentally accelerated the process. At that time, Orihara Izaya just wanted to intensify the conflict between Blue Square and Yellow Turban Bandits. Unexpectedly, the fight between the two organizations ended unexpectedly. It was also his mistake. It's just that he has always maintained an accepting attitude towards the different results resulting from the complexity of human nature. After all, he loves humans the most. Human repetition is also part of his love. At this time, Odajirai already understood what Orihara Izaya was thinking. He did not comment and prepared to say goodbye to Orihara after Kita left. He shrugged. "It seems that you have achieved your goal. Then throw the empty can in your hand into the trash can." He originally thought there would be a public trash can outside. He just took the empty can out directly and ended up going from here to where he bought the drink. There is not even a trash can in the middle. He had no choice but to bring the empty cans back with him. Also, throw away the pull ring that you pulled off. Since he was about to leave, he had no intention of sitting down again. Orihara Izaya also stood up. "Thank you very much? Is that what you want me to say?" Odajirai shook the Coke in his hand. Or, he originally just wanted to shake the fingers holding the Coke. "I didn't mean it that way, but if you want to thank me, I have nothing to refuse then." Orihara Rinya knew this man's nature very well. Odajirai would never be polite to someone he knew. "Hey," I said, "I think you haven't paid me your commission yet." Odajirai turned and left. "Okay, goodbye. Close the door and leave in one go." From behind came Orihara Izaya's undisguised laughter. But Odajirai didn't care. I have to say, Masaomi Kita runs really fast. But Odajirai could probably guess where he went. It's just those few places. The most likely place is the hospital where Mishima Saki is currently located. In the situation just now, it was natural for Kita to realize that something was wrong. This included his ex-girlfriend who had been bedridden for more than 2 years. What kind of illness could require 2 years of hospitalization? Odajirai wondered if Kita could figure it out. However, judging from the way Orihara Rinya behaved, the matter between the Yellow Turban Bandits and the Blue Square has not been resolved yet, and Kita should be in a difficult period of decision-making now. At this time, the presence of his ex-girlfriend is very important. Odajirai only found out that Kita had returned to the Yellow Turbans, but he didn't know the specific reason. Was it the dollars related to Ryugamin Tijin? Or was it the well-hidden sin song of Anri Sanahara? Could it be both? That would be too much of a coincidence. So much so that if it really developed like this, Odajirai would have every reason to believe that Orihara Izaya was also involved. But these are all things of the past. What is important now is how Kita can regain his position as general and how he can overcome himself and reconcile with his ex-girlfriend. Whether they broke up completely or got back together, there must be a definite result between them so that both of them can break free from the past. Otherwise, they will always be moths that cannot fly in the palm of Orihara Izaya's hand. He didn't care, as Orihara had plenty of chess pieces under his command, but it was clear that Kita didn't want to let this go on. He was really curious about what these people were thinking. How did Linyi manage to make them follow him all the time? So he took another taxi and told the driver the address of the hospital. The driver was a local and was very enthusiastic. On the way, he recommended many delicious restaurants to him that only locals would go to. Odajirai silently turned on his mobile phone, swiped the screen to find the recorder, and started recording. He decided to cross-compare the places the driver mentioned with the guides he found on the internet tonight, trying to find the best and most suitable ones for him. Odajirai calculated how long he would have to stay in Ikebukuro, and for a moment he felt a little regretful. But as soon as he thought that after the commission from Mika was completed, he could go home and continue to lie down, he felt that none of this mattered. Ikebukuro is just a busy neighborhood in Tokyo, not too big or too small, and the driver quickly took him to his destination. Odajirai gave the driver a small tip. Taxis in Japan are expensive, so there is no tradition of tipping. The driver tried several times to give him the extra money, but was always gently rejected by Odajirai. It's just a small amount of money. The driver has been introducing the beautiful scenery and food in Ikebukuro to me along the way. Please treat it as a part-time job as a tour guide. He blinked, but his hand gestures did not allow anyone to refuse. I am very happy to meet you, Mr. Driver. Please don't refuse me. Maybe we can meet again if there is a chance. I am from Beihua Town. Isn't he from outside the city? The driver watched Odajirai walk into the hospital, started the engine, and drove away in reverse. No, he is from outside. Odajirai said that he came from Baika-cho just for convenience. He couldn't say that he went from Yokohama to Baika, and then from Baika to Ikebukuro because of some things. Besides, he didn't like to mention Yokohama to strangers. If he got a negative evaluation, he might not be able to help but do something bad. Yokohama is the best, no doubt about it. But these can be put aside for now. It was not surprising that Odajirai did not see Kita when he walked into the hospital. After all, he left in a taxi. Judging from Kita's personality, it didn't matter whether he used a means of transportation or not. So it was natural that he was slower than him. Besides, even if Jition came, he might not come in. Wasn't he always like this before? There were some things he had to figure out by himself, and no one could help him. Odajirai asked the front desk where Mishima Saki's ward was, but was met with suspicious looks. In the end, he had to explain to the nurse that he was a friend of Mishima Saki's guardian, and that the other party was very busy recently, so she asked him to visit Mishima Saki. Note: Mishima Saki's guardian's surname is Orihara and his given name is Izaya. So when you think about it, he is not lying. Although the nurse still had some doubts about him, didn't Mishima Saki's guardian come to visit him 2 days ago? Odajirai smiled coyly and whispered in the nurse's ear. Miss Mishima's ex-boyfriend wants to get back together with her, and I was sent here to play as a striker. Don't worry, if Miss Mishima didn't have this intention, I would never allow that guy to do anything reckless. The nurse didn't know much about the relationships between young men and women, but she finally told him the exact location of Mishima Saki's ward suspiciously. He was also warned that there were surveillance cameras operating in the ward all day long, and they could see everything that happened. Odajirai nodded, indicating that he understood. The nurse was a really nice person. In such a strange situation, when she saw Odajirai looking confused, she kindly took him over. When Odajirai knocked on the door of Mishima Saki's ward, he sincerely thanked the nurse. Thank you so much. Saki Mishima lay in the hospital ward in good health for 2 years. Odajirai suddenly thought when he heard a female voice coming from the ward. Come in. During this period, did Mishima Saki really have no complaints against Orihara Rinya? Odajirai turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. The girl sitting on the bed in a hospital gown didn't look very well. It might be because she had been forced to rest for 2 years, or it might be because she needed to look like this to deceive her ex-boyfriend. In short, when Odajirai closed the door behind him, what he saw was a girl who was fragile enough and enough to make anyone feel pity for her. Even Odajirai couldn't help but develop a liking for her. But he suppressed this impulse and forced his thoughts back to Mishima Saki. Hello, Miss Mishima. He wasn't so familiar that he forgot this was their first meeting. Mishima Saki was obviously confused. Excuse me, who are you? Didn't Orihara Izumiya mention him to her? Odajirai frowned slightly. He took a few steps forward, trying to find a vase to put the flowers he bought on the way here. My name is Odajirai. I should have told you about me, right? I'm sorry there's no vase here, but you can just find a place to put it. It's okay. Mishima Saki also subconsciously followed Odajirai to look around the ward, and then she remembered that there was no vase in the ward where she had lived for 2 years. Odajirai simply put the flowers on the TV cabinet so that Shashu could see this beautiful bouquet of baby's breath as long as she turned her head. He didn't find out what flowers Shashu liked, and he didn't need to find out about this kind of thing. When visiting a patient, he just needed to give flowers suitable for the patient. I did hear about you from Mr. Linya. Odajirai remembered what the nurse said to him in the hospital lobby when his first excuse was exposed. Orihara Izaya had come to see Saki a few days ago, and it was very likely that this rumor came from that time. After all, he had made a last-minute decision to come to Ikebukuro, and before that, there was no need for Orihara to tell anyone about his existence. The more people knew about him, the more risk Orihara Rin would be controlled by others. You have to know that when he and Rin were acquainted, Rin was still a rookie. Rin probably wouldn't want anyone to know his dark history. He said you are a very powerful intelligence man. Mishima Saki carefully chose his words. He smiled and said to the girl, "Would you like to guess why I came here, Miss Mishima?" Mishima Saki thought about it distressfully and finally looked him straight in the eyes and answered him, "Forget it. Compared to all that, I just want to know one thing now." Odajirai became interested. "You go ahead." Mishima Saki smiled at him. "I just want to know whether Mr. Rinya will win this time." Odajirai sighed slightly. "Of course he will. Of course Orihara Izaya will win. His subordinate is you, and you are involved in the guilt of the foolish boy downstairs, and the fool has 2 not-so-ordinary friends who are worried about him. Orihara Izaya only needs to move his fingers slightly, and this group of people will all take action. How could he lose?" Odajirai stood by the window, looking at a silly boy who was sneaking around downstairs, wanting to go in but not daring to, and couldn't help but sneer. "I hope he won't be seen by the nurse. He doesn't want to see this man being taken to the police station." Wait, if things really continue like this, will it be Orihara Izaya who goes to the police station to bring the person out? Thinking of this, he felt better. "What's wrong, Mr. Odajirai?" Odajirai shook his head. "No, nothing. Just your stupid ex-boyfriend. I have other things to do today. I'll contact you if I have the chance later." Odajirai pointed to the bright and colorful bouquet of baby's breath with a greeting card on it. He wrote his phone number on it when he was in the flower shop. He closed the door and said goodbye to the girl. Goodbye. Shashu also said goodbye. They didn't talk about anything, and even after this man left, Saki didn't understand why Odajirai came to see her. He was like a gust of wind blowing in and left without taking anything. It was not until some time later when she talked about that day with her boyfriend that she realized what had happened. She looked very happy, which caused her boyfriend to complain. "I'm sorry, but if you heard that Mr. Izaya had to go to the police station to rescue someone, you wouldn't be able to control yourself. So I would rather Miss Yaguri come at that time." So far, Odajirai Haru has already dealt with 2 of the Kararashiro trio, either directly or indirectly. Now there is only the last one left, and it is the one that seems the easiest to approach. So Odajirai decided to take the initiative. But taking the initiative also requires compliance with the basic law, right? The students are studying well. Where was he going to run into a high school student? After thinking about it, Odajirai decided to start from the side. He couldn't see Ryugamin T-Jin for the time being. It doesn't mean he can't find other dollars people. Odajirai flipped through his phone's address book and saw the contact information of Erika Kurizawa, whom he had met at Lucia Sushi before. He left in such a hurry that day that Kurizawa's contact information was later passed on to him by a clerk at Lucia Sushi. Odajirai went there twice more alone, but did not meet any interesting guys again. He got the email address first. Later, I got the phone number and line account through email. Then he was inexplicably pulled into a small group of 3 people. Including him, there are only 3 people. The members are Kurizawa, Erika herself, Yamazaki, and him. It seems to be a small group dedicated to the second dimension. He thought about it. He also invited Seiki Kusuwa. In the end, it was rejected as a matter of course. The reason was that he didn't want to receive spoilers from people 200 meters away. And he is not a otaku. He just likes playing games and watching Jump. All right, whatever the god says is right. Odajirai turned around and joined Karizawa and Yumazaki's heated conversation. Actually, strictly speaking, their three favorite fields are different. But their shared identity as two-dimensional people still gives them some common topics. For example, how beautiful the characters are, the opening of a new cosplay cafe, and whether we should go buy new books and games together. For some practical reasons, Odajirai rejected them several times. Although he explained well every time, he still felt heartbroken for a second when he saw Miss Karizawa's disappointed expression. So this is a great opportunity, isn't it? Odajirai found out that there was a small sales event in a nearby shopping mall. Although he didn't know whether Karizawa and Yumazaki were interested, they probably wouldn't mind accompanying him to pick out souvenirs for their friends. This friend specifically refers to a pink-haired high school student who claims that he simply likes playing games and reading comics. Resigned and traveling. Ms. Karizawa, Mr. Yumazaki, are you free tomorrow? Resigned and traveling. I want to buy a souvenir for a friend, but I don't know what to give. I would like to ask you two to help me choose. Resigned and traveling. My friend is an ordinary DK who likes niche comics and games. I really don't know much about this. Karizawa Erika and Yumazaki Walker are both freelancers, and they have a lot of leisure time on weekdays. When they are not working together, they reply to messages in the group in seconds. This time is no exception. BL Love. Let me check. BL Love. It seems that Lei Ming's new work will be released tomorrow. BL Love. How about going to see this first? Mimi In is not wrong. Okay. I also need to go restock tomorrow. The progress was really fast. In the blink of an eye, several pieces of information popped up. Before he could reply, his rhythm was disrupted by these two people again. BL Love. Then let's meet at 10 a.m.? There is nothing wrong with squinting. I have no problem. Resigning and traveling. I'm okay here too. I'm resigning and traveling. I'll leave it to you guys. He had no choice but to delete the previous part. BL Love. You're welcome, BL Love. See you tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with squinting eyes. See you tomorrow. Resigned and traveling. Okay. See you tomorrow. Odajirai exited the chat software. He looked at the release trailer of Mr. Lei Ming's new work on his laptop with satisfaction and thought to himself, isn't this the problem? The next day, 9:50 in the morning. The entrance to the largest shopping mall in Ikebukuro. Odajirai Haru had been standing here waiting for more than 10 minutes. He got off the subway at about 9:34 and then went back to the ground. At his usual walking speed, it would take him about 4 minutes. In order to avoid having his plans disrupted by the traffic conditions in the metropolis of Tokyo, Odajirai left home early, took the bus early, and arrived early as usual. Karizawa and Yumazaki, who were already familiar with the road conditions in Ikebukuro, arrived at the checkpoint. Just like the last time Odajirai had seen them before, the two of them came together. It seemed that they had met in advance and came to meet him again. Odajirai-kun, good morning. Erika Karizawa waved at him and said hello, while Yumazaki Walker next to her just raised her hand to signal him. Odajirai nodded slightly. Good morning, Karizawa-san, Yumazaki-kun. Odajirai-kun looks very normal today. Karizawa came up to him, looked up and down, left and right, and finally sighed. That's right. Yumazaki echoed. Odajirai hummed in question. Karizawa tilted his head. He's just a little different from the one I saw at Lucia's Sushi that day. How should I put it? More like an ordinary office worker? Not an otaku? Anyway, it's a temperament that's hard to describe in words. Let's not talk about this. The new book release will start at 10:30, and if we don't go into the mall and queue up, we won't be able to get a signed copy. Karizawa pushed them both from behind. Yumazaki yelled, Don't push me. I can walk by myself. Odajirai slid forward a big step due to Karizawa's push and almost fell at the door of the mall. Thinking that if he really fell, he would replace the blood of the surveillance personnel following him tonight, he held the door handle for support. Fortunately, some people's jobs were saved. Otherwise, he would have been really guilty. The little fools following Odajirai sneezed together. Achoo, they rubbed their noses and continued to catch up, not realizing that they had just brushed past unemployment. Oh, sorry. Sorry, did I use too much strength? Karizawa hurriedly apologized to him. No, it's okay. It's because I didn't stand firmly, Karizawa-san. Please don't worry about it. Odajirai waved his hand to signal her. Yumazaki, who was not involved in this little episode, had already walked to the front. When he turned around, he saw Odajirai let go of the door handle. Wow, it's really quite dangerous, Odajirai-kun. Be careful. Kurizawa changed the subject. Compared to that, Yuma-chan, have you seen Mr. Laming? The line is not very long, right? Not really. Yumazaki turned back and pointed to the side passage. There are about a dozen people in line now. If we include them, there may be 20 people, right? Ah, it seems that someone else is coming. Kurizawa Erika chased after him. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and line up, Yuma-chan. Slow down, Kurizawa-san. There are only 20 people. We're the ones who can even take advantage of Denjiki Bunko's discount days. Yumazaki also followed him into the line, next to Kurizawa Erika. He was the 25th one. Odajirai, who really needs to buy souvenirs today? Hello? He doesn't exist, right? Do you remember that you came here with him today? Well, he won't humiliate himself. Odajirai also followed the crowd to the teacher's sales point. Between him and Yumazaki, there were 3 or 4 short but large adult men. Odajirai looked at himself, then at Yumazaki and Kurizawa, and finally his gaze fell on the man in front of him. For some reason, he always felt that he lost if he just looked at his body shape. He was not a typical otaku, and neither were those two. Because he was separated from the person he knew by other people, Odajirai could only stand there and listen to the quiet discussion between Yumazaki and Kurizawa. The two seemed to have talked about Laming's new book and the book they were going to buy at Denjiki Bunko. In the end, Kurizawa even agreed to go to the figure shop with Yumazaki. In fact, Odajirai guessed that Kurizawa was probably because of the newly released Junjo official figure. According to the news Odajirai heard, there will be a hidden version this time. Anyway, I hope Miss Kurizawa is lucky enough. Ahem, don't ask him why he knows this. It's inside information. After hearing this, Odajirai didn't find the 30 minutes too long to endure, so before he could react, the line was already shrinking. 20 or so people passed by quickly. Odajirai followed the procedure and bought the book first, then walked to Mr. Laming and asked him to sign the title page. Then he just had to leave. Kurizawa and Yumazaki were waiting for him not far away. Hey, Odajirai had his head down, mechanically thanking the sales staff and the autographing teacher himself, and was stunned for a moment when he was suddenly called. Huh. He looked up and saw that it was teacher Laming himself who called him. Odajirai asked politely, "Excuse me, Mr. Laming, what can I do for you?" He was a little confused. Although this was not his first time attending Mr. Laming's book signing event, he didn't think he would be remembered by the busy writer. Teacher Laming smiled. I remember you were in Yokohama 4 years ago? It should be Yokohama you came with a tall red-haired man, right? When encountering uncertainties, Mr. Laming subconsciously sought answers from the editor and only continued speaking after receiving confirmation. Odajirai nodded stiffly. I said I was right. You should be in college now, right? That's great, young man. Laming, who was already a well-known writer 4 years ago, is in his early 30s. He is already a very remarkable young man in this field, but he still can't help but sigh when he sees a younger child. Oh, right, didn't the man who came with you at that time say he wanted to try writing? How about it? Did he write anything? I've always been curious about what kind of stories people like him would write, and I really want to read them if I can. Odajirai lowered his eyes and said coldly, I'm sorry, he's gone. No one will ever have the chance to read the books he wrote. He didn't even leave a single word, and was so cruel even to his friends. Wait a minute. What does gone mean? Just like that, Odajirai held the book signed by Mr. Laming and turned away rudely without saying thank you or sorry to anyone present. Just like that, he died alone. They were left in pieces. Are you okay, Odajirai-kun? I saw Mr. Laming stop you. Kurizawa Erika looked worried about him. Odajirai interrupted the second half of her sentence that was stuck in her throat. It's nothing, just something from the past. Let's go. Don't we have to go to Denjiki Bunko together? He wants to leave. Odajirai was in no mood to test Kurizawa and Yumazaki anymore. Intellectually speaking, Odajirai certainly knew that Laming was innocent. The author had no idea about this. He just suddenly saw a familiar face at the sales conference and asked about the current situation of the person he had met before. No one would think that there is something wrong with teacher Lei Ming's attitude. But Oda Sakunosuk has been dead for nearly 4 years. When Odajirai heard Mr. Lei Ming's question, he was unable to think normally or remain polite. But he still suppressed his surging emotions. I only explained to teacher Lei Ming in an almost frozen tone. The red-haired man he wanted to meet and thought would be his colleague was dead. No matter how many stories Odasaku had thought about in his mind, they no longer existed. All he could find was that tombstone. It had been a long time since that happened. Odajirai hadn't expected that the scar would still hurt so much when it was touched again. He would occasionally think of it, but it didn't have a big reaction. He thought he had long been desensitized. Things change all the time. But at the age of 21, Odajirai Haru is no longer a skinny teenager who is still applying for college. Adults have their own way of regulating themselves. So does he. So after drinking a cup of low-sugar milk tea in the food street, he was able to hide his emotions well. Then continued working. Kurizawa and Yumazaki finally breathed a sigh of relief. You have to know that the short distance they took a detour was enough for them to go to Dengeki Bunko twice. Odajirai, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have made you worried. Kurizawa waved his hands. Don't say that. This is what we should do. Can I ask what happened just now? Yumazaki was obviously very curious as well, but he saw that Odajirai only treated women preferentially. It's good that he doesn't say anything at this time. Odajirai said casually, nothing. The friend who came with me to Mr. Lei Ming's book signing event last year passed away. Mr. Lei Ming just asked me about him. I asked you such a difficult question, you can just reject me next time. Kurizawa didn't expect to get such an answer. This was totally beyond her expectations. Now she felt like a bad guy. This added salt to Odajirai's freshly opened wound. Odajirai shook his head slightly. It really doesn't matter. I just didn't react for a moment, and I left a bad impression on Mr. Lei Ming. This impression is indeed deep enough. If it was her, she might never forget it for the rest of her life. Kurizawa Erika thought. But in fact, Odajirai didn't care about these things at all. After all, Mr. Lei Ming was just one of his favorite authors, and he always said such things. He was just talking. If he took it seriously every time, he would probably be so tired that he wanted to reunite with Odasaku directly. Mr. Lei Ming shouldn't mind. Compared to that, I think I saw Shingo just now. It's the one we just passed by. What a poor way of changing the subject. Odajirai smiled and followed the jumping Kurizawa Erika. As soon as Yumazaki saw the beautiful girl Nendoroids in the shop next door, he ran to purchase the goods with shining eyes. They were two good people. He was a little reluctant to use them to get close to Ryugamin Teijin. Fine workmanship and sophisticated materials. If there is room for improvement, it is that it is not one with the real person. It is hard to imagine that there are figures that can be made to this level. Compared with the mass-produced products on the market, it is more like you have a good eye. This Shinwu is made by me. The owner who had been sitting at the counter rubbed his hands. I spent a lot of effort to get the gray mold from an old friend, and then painted it bit by bit. The effect is very good, right? Purely handmade. Kurizawa was completely lost in his imaginary world, and could only nod his head frantically and say him. Odajirai was much more tactful. I can see that you put a lot of effort into it. How about a deal? Can you praise me more? It's rare to find a man who likes this. The owner asked him with a smile, but this is not for sale. Among the 3 gray models, only this one has perfect coloring. I can't bear to sell it. Of course, my friend and I don't have the right to do so. Odajirai was amused by her. You did a great job. The expression was well captured, and the tension was also sufficient. Is this okay? The shop owner waved her hand. Although you were praising the gray model, never mind. I forgive you. Miss over there, if you like Black Cat boyfriend, would you like to come with me to take a look inside? There are a lot of peripherals that are not convenient to display. Huh. I want to go. Kurizawa Eri said with starry eyes. Odajirai said helplessly. Aren't you going to take me with you? The shop owner looked him straight in the eyes and explained seriously. Well, those things may be quite large in scale. I personally don't recommend you to come with us, but if you really want to see them, that's not impossible. Then forget it. He is very self-aware. Odajirai is not a BL man who shares the same interests as Ms. Karizawa. He just has ordinary thoughts about love towards men, so he doesn't mind seeing things related to BL. Sometimes, when someone recommends a BL game to him, he can still play in endings without batting an eyelid and then pass the strategy along to that person. But this does not mean that he will be interested in certain large-scale gay reading materials or peripherals. To put it simply, being able to accept it does not mean wanting it. The shop owner took Karizawa to open the door at the back of the shop and turned back to say to him, "Then you can look around here, we will leave first." "No problem." Taking his eyes off the giant Shingo, Odajirai finally had the chance to take a closer look at the layout of the store. The classic rectangular store is about 6 meters long and 4 meters wide. There are glass display cases all around, and the keys are hung on the keyholes. It seems that this is to protect the figures while making it easier for customers to pick them up and appreciate them. There is also a row of low cabinets in the middle, which are filled with relatively low-value peripherals, such as clay figures, and a giant Shingo placed in a giant glass display case. It's simple and reasonable, and you can see the owner's care. "Odajirai-kun? Where's Karizawa-san?" Odajirai looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yamazaki standing in front of the store holding 2 pink paper bags, looking reluctant to enter the new world. Odajirai pointed behind him. "She went to the warehouse with the store owner and won't be back for a while. Come to think of it, you seem to have bought a lot of new items." Yumichi opened the paper bag to show him the packaging inside. There were about 3 or 4 boxes in one paper bag, each containing a different beautiful girl. "Yes, the beautiful girl is Tianan. I just asked the store manager, and there happened to be a batch of new goods to be put on the shelves today, so I bought them all directly." When talking about his favorite field, Yamazaki was really excited. This made Odajirai suspect that he would be ripped off. "Odajirai-kun, do you have anything you like? If not, please let us recommend it to you when you go to Dengeki Bunko. No one is better than us at this, so don't be confident in strange things." Finally, Odajirai said, I guess so. I just don't know if I can buy it, so I may have to ask you guys for help later. After all, I rarely have the opportunity to read light novels in Dengeki Bunko after I went to college. In fact, he was not so interested in light novels later on. In addition, he had a lot of work commissions and was very busy with study tasks at that time. Over time, he officially became a stay-at-home, rarely going out, and naturally would not go to Dengeki Bunko. "Then leave it to us." A female voice suddenly came from behind him, and Odajirai saw Karizawa jumping out from behind him, holding a bag of things in her hand. "Miss Karizawa, please come over here to pay." The shop owner also returned to her original position and greeted her fellow enthusiast Karais with a smile. Karizawa was in a good mood. "Good." The shopkeeper tapped a few times on her screen. "The total is 17,650 yen, and with your 10% discount, it will be 15,855 yen. Ms. Karizawa only needs to pay 15,000 yen. 15,000 yen? Odajirai looked at the bag in Karizawa's hand, which was only half the size of Yamazaki's, and couldn't help but sigh. It's so easy to make money in the 2D world. "Karizawa-san, your budget for today is only 20,000 yen, right? We still have to go to Dengeki Bunko later." Yamazaki was worried about the remaining 5,000 yen. They always buy 3 servings. "I wonder if Karizawa has enough money today." Karizawa gestured to him. "It's okay. These are for my private library and won't affect the Dengeki Bunko. But compared to the Dengeki Bunko, shouldn't we take care of our own stomachs first?" As soon as Karizawa finished speaking, the 3 of them's stomachs started growling one after another, as if they were saying hello to their 3 owners who were only concerned with shopping. Yamazaki asked, "Then let's go to the restaurant we liked yesterday?" Karizawa gave him an okay sign. "I remember that you like spicy food, Odajirai-kun, right? Then you should like that restaurant. It's famous for its spicy curry." Odajirai paused. "I just happen to like spicy curry very much. I like it very much." Karizawa pressed the button to go upstairs. "Then let's get going. I was so excited just now that I didn't feel how hungry I was. It would be super embarrassing to have my stomach growling in front of the store owner. And the warehouse is really empty. I can even hear the echo. He could feel it. How embarrassed you were." If he or Yamazaki had done something like this in front of the opposite adult love, They might have dug a hole and crawled into the floor right then and there. Or he could have narrowed the scope again, so that only he would do this. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor, which was full of delicious food. They had been here once before. Before the three of them walked into the restaurant, Kurizawa asked him as if he had finally remembered something. This should be Odajirai-kuen's first week in Ikebukuro? I wonder if you have seen the specialty here. Delicious food. Odajirai raised his eyebrows. Special? Don't underestimate me. I talked to both of your urban legends in one day. There shouldn't be anyone in Ikebukuro more special than those two, right? Hearing this, Yumazaki suddenly became interested. Have you ever seen dollars? The fish is hooked. Kurizawa Erika and Yumazaki Walker were both looking at him. Odajirai realized that he seemed to have to say something. So Odajirai said half-truthfully, I am an information dealer. Of course I have heard of dollars, but just like he always claims to be colorless and transparent, I have never seen it with my own eyes. What a pity. At this point he changed the subject. But I remember there was a dollar gathering incident before. I heard it was a big commotion. Did you guys see it? The two people who received the email looked at each other. They didn't mean to hide anything. I just feel like if I tell you, Odajirai might keep asking me questions. Therefore, Kurizawa simply changed the topic. Have you ever considered joining dollars, Odajirai? We welcome you very much. Anyway, Odajirai should already know that we are also dollars members, right? How about just treating it as a recruitment notice? Odajirai said helplessly. Even if you don't welcome me, there's nothing I can do, right? After all, doesn't the label of dollars mean everyone is welcome? Something seems wrong? Odajirai glanced at Kurizawa, who was nodding his head rapidly. He suddenly reacted. A bit amused. Wait, I think you guys have led me astray. I never said I wanted to join dollars. I am a Lone Ranger. But if you need any information, I can give you a 20% discount. This is a special offer that even Lin Yi can't get. Kurizawa. Okay, that's fine. But there's something I wanted to ask you last time. But I didn't find the opportunity. Are Odajirai-kuen and Rin very close? Rin? Odajirai was confused for a moment, then realized that Kurizawa was talking about Orihara Rinya. You mean Lin Yi? Yeah. Sorry, take your order this way. Yumazaki finally got the waiter's attention. Maybe it's because Odajirai-kuen only calls Orihara-san Izaya. I see. Odajirai nodded. Izaya and I have only known each other for a longer time. Nothing special. Just another 3 or 4 years. Kurizawa-san and Yumazaki-kun may become Arihua and Walker in my eyes. No way. Odajirai knows himself very well. After leaving Ikebukuro, he will most likely not have any contact with these people. Not to mention deepening the relationship to the point of calling each other by their first names. The only one who could possibly succeed would be Shirzwa. After all, there is Lin standing in the way. Odajirai was still happy to make things difficult for Rinya. That is a really long time. Yumazaki couldn't help but sigh. That's right. Sir, could you please place your order as soon as possible? The store is very busy today. The three of them realized that the waiter had been standing at the table for a while. Let me see, is chicken curry rice okay? Medium spiciness is fine. Odajirai read out the menu that he had thought of before entering the store. It just so happened that this restaurant also had this dish. Or in other words, a curry restaurant without chicken curry is soulless. The waiter wrote on a piece of paper about the chicken curry. Our chili may be quite spicy, so it would be better to order one level lower than usual. Would you like to stick with medium spiciness, sir? Odajirai winked at the waiter and smiled. I've already lowered the spiciness level a notch than usual. If you're still worried, how about adding a bottle of milk? The waitress, who was probably only in high school, couldn't help but blush. Then please add a bottle of milk. Hey, Odajirai-kun. It's forbidden to show your charm to minors. Kurizawa quickly interrupted them. Please also give me a serving of chicken curry, just normal spiciness. Yumazaki was the last one to order, and then he handed the menu back to the waiter. What? You two both want curry. I still want a grilled meat set, please? Oh, okay. But he remembered that when he told Kurizawa before, he just said that he was more interested in men, right? I always feel like I've been completely misunderstood. So should he explain it clearly? Odajirai stroked the milk bottle brought by the waiter with one hand and fell into deep thought. Then the chicken curry was served, and Odajirai happily chose to give up. Anyway, the person he liked now was a man, so it didn't matter if he was misunderstood. As for explaining something, it won't be too late to say it when he meets a woman he likes. By the way, Karizawa-san and Yumazaki-kun, are there any juniors that you care about? I feel like you know a lot of people. If I have to say it, Karizawa and Yumazaki looked at each other. Then they said in unison, "It's T-Jean, isn't it? It's T-Jean, isn't it? T-Jean? Is there really someone with that name?" Odajirai asked. Karizawa always has a strange insistence on this. Right? Right? I said that Taito's name really sounds like the protagonist of a comic. It's the name of a super handsome guy. Yumazaki also agreed. It's really incredible, but we confirmed it at the time, and it's the real name. Karizawa is full of energy, but I'm just an ordinary high school student. Although there is a little sense of incongruity, it doesn't matter. Just ignore it. Looks like a lot of effort has been put in. Odajirai. He sounds like an interesting person. I'd really like to meet him if I get the chance. However, I'm leaving Ikebukuro next week, so it probably won't be possible. It's easy to just meet T-Jean. If I remember correctly, T-Jean should be a student at Ryogakyu, and how about waiting in front of the school gate after school? You, totally being SDK, right? Please don't bring the two-dimensional world into reality. I'll be arrested. Really? Please give me some reliable advice, Yumazaki-kun. T-Jean usually goes with Masaomi and Anri, right? Then how about kidnapping Anri? Older men and high school girls are a very common setting in comics. Aren't you committing a crime too? Wake up, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Odajirai Haru was completely numb. He had not discussed anything unrelated to the second dimension before, which made him accidentally have expectations of these two people. Sure enough, among the four people, only Kadoda was reliable. The others were just idiots of different levels. Karizawa and Yumazaki, who were labeled as 2D idiots, were still having a heated discussion on the side. Odajirai sighed, waved his hand to the waiter, and handed over his credit card to pay the bill. Odajirai-kun, how could you do such a thing privately? You mean paying the bill? Odajirai stopped Karizawa and Yumazaki's hands. He shook his head. No need. I've been bothering you all today. It's just a meal. I'll treat you. We didn't do anything Let's Go Dutch, right, Yuma-chan? Me too. I choose AA. If you want to go AA, why not treat me to a meal next time? That way we can eat at 2 restaurants. Leave it to me this time. How about you guys come next time? I always feel like I've been fooled. But looking at Odajirai's expression, it's unlikely that he's going to go AA. He's really seriously rejecting them. Karizawa Erika took back her hand. Okay, then it's a deal. The day you leave Ikebukuro, we must have another meal together. I'll go too. Yumazaki nodded. Then I'll be responsible for bringing you a gift back. Odajirai joked. Then I'll be looking forward to the gift you give me if I don't like it. I'll ask you to go out and buy it yourself while we're having dinner. Wow, what a vicious curse. He didn't want to do anything else while the other two were enjoying the food. Don't worry, you will like it. At the end, Yumazaki made a solemn promise to Odajirai. Ah, what bad luck. It seems that there are no new products today. In the afternoon, after a short lunch break in the restaurant, the three of them went downstairs to Denjiki Bunko to buy books. Karizawa and Yumazaki bought new books, and also introduced and recommended Odajirai, who hadn't been there for many years. Odajirai is not a picky person when it comes to reading, but he does have some preferences compared to light novels that talk about love and friendship. He likes those with a bit of suspense and mystery, such as the last book he read in his apartment, Danganronpa/0. Karizawa Erika exclaimed that this was impossible and found Hayuka for him. Although this book has been adapted into an animation, I still recommend reading the novel first. That's what Karizawa-san said. Odajirai flipped through a few pages and quickly placed the set of books next to the cashier counter. It was now 1:10 in the afternoon, and there were only a few people in Denjiki Bunko, so there would be no problem even if he placed the books here. So Odajirai did just that. Not long after Karizawa left, Yumazaki came over with some other books, and Odajirai hurried over to take them. Wow, the cover is a bit strange for a light novel. The title of the top book is There is a Dead Body Buried Under Miss Sakurako's Feet. Odajirai flipped through it again and put it together with Hayuka. I remember Odajirai-kun said that today we are here to select souvenirs for friends who have niche hobbies, so I found these. Yamazaki pointed to the rest of the book, which was already extraordinary just from the name. I just don't know if your friend will like them. As long as there are not enough people who have read them, he will probably like them very much. Odajirai couldn't help but feel that Yamazaki was really considerate. Because that guy is surrounded by people who like to spoil the plot. As long as the work is a little bit popular, he will be spoiled by others, and he is the kind of person who likes novelty, so over time, he can only read the garbage novels that everyone talks about. In a way, he wasn't lying. I'm really sorry for Xiaonan's innocent friends. Isn't that bad? So thank you so much, Yamazaki-kun. Thank you so much for being with me all day today, Kurizawa-san. Yamazaki-kun. I'll send you gifts when I return to Baika Town. No thanks, I don't need it either. Don't you want the Baika Town limited edition figures too? Please do. Emperor Ryugamin. Odajirai last saw him in front of the shopping street. 5 p.m. On weekdays, they should have just finished school. Odajirai couldn't understand why Ryugamin Tijin looked so ordinary both in appearance and from words and actions. This man is just an ordinary high school boy, so why would Lin give him such a high evaluation? He is still exploring. He had already given Anri the contact information. Therefore, he did not act rashly, but waited until the three of them said goodbye on the streets of Ikebukuro before he began to think about how to appear in front of Emperor Ryugamin. In Anri's case, it was a hero saving a beauty who was being plotted against, and in Kita's case, it was a reunion with old friends. So what should happen next? He was sitting on the second floor of a store on the shopping street, near the window. When Ryugamin Emperor looked up sharply, he subconsciously gave the other person a smile and raised his hand to shake it in Taito's opinion. It probably sounded like she was saying hello to him. So, at Ryugamin, Tijin walked into this store for some reason. When I went up to the second floor, he was still daydreaming. Until Ryugamin Taito sat down in front of him. Hello. Ryugamin Taito greeted him. So simple? Odajirai blinked. He seemed to be pulled out of his own world by these words. Oh, sorry. I was just daydreaming. Hello. He also wore his glasses today. In fact, he has basically never been without it since he came to Ikebukuro, but he would occasionally take it off his nose because of something. For example, now, the driver that day recommended the store's signature American coffee. The waiter brought it to the table. The hot steam rises up. White fog forms on the lens. If you only use one eye, even Odajirai couldn't continue. He wasn't a Chinibu, nor was he Dazai Osamu. So he put away his glasses and placed them in the chest pocket of his inner garment. The chain was still attached to his ear. This kind of thing was not important, and he could completely ignore it. But Ryugamin Taito could not. He looked at the golden chain hanging from the man's ear, the bottom of which fell into the collar of his black coat, and then looked at the umbrella that he had accidentally kicked at his feet. Well, it didn't rain all day today. I'm sorry. I think I accidentally kicked your umbrella just now. Not good. It seems that he is not easy to talk to, but it was not like that when he was downstairs just now. It's okay. Please don't mind it. Taito realized that this man was quite handsome. At least not the kind you can see casually on the street. The man casually called the clerk. Please give this classmate a cup of hot American coffee too. You should be able to drink it, right? Ryugamin Taito nodded subconsciously, then suddenly realized, The man, Odajirai, waved his hand. You are still a high school student, right? Let the college students who have already stepped into society take care of this kind of thing. If I let a minor who has not yet found a job pay, then I, as a senior, would be negligent, wouldn't I? By the way, it seemed like he came up to me on his own. Even so, I didn't get mad at him at all. He really is a strange guy. Ryugamin Tijin quickly shook his head. Not at all. By the way, you probably wanted to ask why I brought an umbrella when it's a sunny day today? Yes. Odajirai doesn't think there is anything wrong with comparing himself to women. To him, perhaps he is the more fragile one. Aren't there girls who hold umbrellas on sunny days? That's it, parasol? Yes, that's the name. There are also more delicate boys. I really hate sunny days. I would be happier if it rained. Please enjoy your meal. Thank you. Ryugamin Tijin took the cup of hot coffee from the waiter. The other cup was Odajirai's hot cocoa. He just ordered another cup for himself. Thank you, the dessert I just ordered can be served now. Thank you for your help. Odajirai had a late lunch and arrived at this store around 4 in the afternoon. He was not very hungry yet, so he simply placed the order and asked the waiter to serve it later. Do you like rainy days? I don't think I've met many people who like rainy days. Most people probably prefer sunny days. Ryugamin T-Jin tried a small sip first, and when he looked up his eyes sparkled. It's really delicious. This is a kind recommendation from a local taxi driver in Ikebukuro to outsiders, and it suits the taste of outsiders like me. Odajirai smiled. As for whether you like sunny or rainy days, it's not like the side with more people is better. Just follow your own interests, nothing else matters. Huh, are you from outsiders too? There was no need to hide it from T-Jin. After he left, Izaya would be eager to tell him about his past behavior, just like he did to Kita. My last name is Odajirai. You can just call me Odajirai. I'm Ryugamin T-Jin. You can call me T-Jin. After talking for nearly 30 minutes, the two of them exchanged names. Isn't it strange? Odajirai, yes. I came to the big city from a small rural area. I started high school in Yokohama, and I'm still in college there. By the way, where is Ryugamin Taijin's hometown? Me too. Although I go to school here now, I was in my hometown of Saitama when I was in junior high school. Oh, it's Saitama Prefecture. Saitama Prefecture is also part of the Tokyo metropolitan area. It feels like he just went to study in a nearby big city after growing up. It is slightly different from someone like him who really came from the countryside. This is what Odajirai, whose hometown is in Kyushu, thought. But he still pretended to be very interested. You come out of school by yourself? That's really amazing. T-Jin scratched his head. I have a friend who transferred to Ikebukuro when he was in elementary school. He invited me to attend high school here. Well, he also knows that your friend is called Kita Masaomi. That's great, he said as the chocolate milfy arrived, nodding to the waiter. I spent 3 years of high school alone. Even though I'm like this now, I was still a gloomy boy who easily attracted bad guys in high school. Taito completely agreed. He was the class monitor, and it was common to see some students who were not lively enough being bullied in their school, like Anri. She was very introverted, and he was worried about Anri a lot of the time. Perhaps only people like my friend would not care about these things at all and integrate smoothly into the new environment. Before coming to Ikebukuro, I also did a lot of psychological preparation. Now I think about it, I was really childish at that time. Minor matters are not childish. After all, you are still a child. Ryugamin Kuin. Odajirai swallowed the sweetness that was still a little too sweet for him. You should wait until you are my age before saying this. Or when you are your parents' age. There is no need to talk about his parents' ages. As the youngest son in the family, there is still a big age gap between him and his parents. Ryugamin Taito looked at the sky outside the window. Unconsciously, they had been chatting until past 7 o'clock. Tomorrow was still a workday, and if they didn't go home now, it would be late. But he still had a very important question for Mr. Odajirai. Mr. Odajirai. What's the matter? Tell me. Regarding what you said before, right or wrong is not determined by the number of people, but by what you like. I really want to know why you have such an opinion. From what I know, everyone seems to have been following the majority. It means to do whatever you want to do. Of course, people will follow the crowd, but I think personal preferences are more important. This kind of thing is not even right or wrong. It's just a personal choice. Some people are born not to like adventure and think that it is good to sit still. Some people love things that are different from ordinary people, so they go to pursue them. See, isn't it very simple and clear? Ryugamin Taito was standing on that edge, the edge he had stepped on without hesitation in the past. Odajirai never minds being a caring big brother and answering questions and solving problems for confused children. Ryugamin T-Jin seemed to have made up his mind. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Odajirai. Then he went downstairs and left. The movement was so fast that he had to swallow the words "you're welcome" back into his throat. But Ryugamin Taito's eyes were bright. Did he awaken some terrible monster? Odajirai realized it later. But never mind. He said it as if it was the first time he had done this. Check out. I don't know whether Ryugamin Taito and Sanahara Anri had any communication, but that night, Odajirai Haru received a call from Sanahara Anri. Miss Anri obviously doesn't talk to people like this often. and she seems particularly slow compared to her usual shyness and insecurity when talking. It seemed like he was thinking carefully about every word he said. This made Odajirai more patient. If his client heard him talking like this, he would probably be shocked to death. Mr. Odajirai, what do you think I should do? After listening to the recent events around Anri Sanahara and her inner thoughts, Odajirai, a reliable adult, said, just act according to your heart. Miss Anri, if you want to be honest, then be honest. If they can't accept your difference, then it's better for them to leave. If they want to hide it, that's fine too. Everyone has their own little secrets. I don't believe that they can be said to know everything about you, Miss Anri. But my advice is this: if they still hide things from you, don't be honest with them. On the contrary, it would be good if the three of you can become better friends because of this. Think more about yourself. This is a virtue. When Anri Sanahara hung up the phone, these two sentences were still circling in her mind, telling her the same fact. The next morning, Odajirai Haru got up and headed for Shinjuku. It all started with a phone call that came in right after Anri Sanahara last night. From the other side of the ocean, Italy. The moment Odajirai saw the caller ID, he felt something was wrong. He said he forgot something. I just can't think of it. The natural consequence of quitting my job is that the client will come to me. But Odajirai didn't dare not answer the phone. Just after 3 rings, he reached out and pressed the answer button. On the other side was a childish voice that could not be more childish. It's that devil. After he complained about the so-called force majeure, Reborn did not make things difficult for him, which was a bit unbelievable to Odajirai. You have to know that he was already holding his breath on the other end of the phone, not daring to make a sound, for fear of being caught, even for a second. But at the same time, Reborn didn't let him go. Odajirai did not do nothing. It's just that since he arrived in Ikebukuro, there have been a lot of things and a lot of people waiting for him to meet. He was dazzled for a moment when he was still in Baika Town. He has been working hard. Therefore, he still has information to provide to the Vongala. For example, the last place where the 10th generation of the Vongala appeared. Reborn did not comment on this. Odajirai only heard a pause on the other side. Then she said to him, I can't leave now. I'm doing all the stupid things for you. But the Guardians can go back to Japan to help you. At least they can remind you to get things done in time. It seems that he has to go, but fortunately, the location happened to be near Kumamoto, so he thought of it as going back to his hometown to visit his parents. I don't need a guardian, right? I can do it alone. He doesn't want to be with those natural disasters. In the other world, the Vongala War Damage Bill has been circulating times n. Idea. The battle losses here are the losses incurred during daily battles. In order not to collide with the Guardian, Odajirai booked a flight to Kyushu that night. Or to be more precise, back. This was also the fundamental reason why he ran to an apartment in Shinjuku to wait for someone before 8 o'clock in the morning. Then didn't come. That being said, in fact, when he arrived, the host had not yet arrived, and the secretary was in charge of entertaining him. This was also the first time Odajirai met Yagurihei, a completely unfamiliar character whose only sense of existence may be that he once had a conflict with dollars and brought a head to Orihara Rinya. If possible, can you let me take a look at the head? I've always been interested in this kind of thing. Drinking the coffee made by the secretary, Odajirai tried to see the head that he had never seen. Then you have to be careful. There may be some magic on that head that makes men unable to help but be fascinated. Yagurihei loves and hates the head, so she brought the head to Orihara Rinya. She said this simply because her beloved brother fell in love with the head at first sight and even dated Zhang Jianmei, who had plastic surgery to become the head. This was something that Yagurihei could not tolerate. Odajirai also has a biological sister. He felt complicated when he thought that a sister would have such a twisted mentality towards her brother. Fortunately, his sister is normal. There is no problem between them except for the big age gap. Speaking of this, Miss Yaguri, aren't you Izaya's secretary? It doesn't seem right to kick Izaya out of the ranks of men like this. Odajirai hinted. Yaguri Nami also leaned on the edge of the table with the coffee she had made. She waved her hand and said, he is an outlier among outliers, right? I don't want to discuss this kind of person with ordinary people. Wow, what a harsh comment. It seems that the boss Rinya is not very popular. But it is normal. I am afraid that no one can tolerate Rinya except the believers. How rude, Miss Nami. The owner of the intelligence room who pushed the door and came in raised his eyebrows. Don't you see it? The guy in front of you is obviously also the weird you mentioned. Odajirai responded, I don't want to be compared with you. Urahara Izaya. You haven't refuted that you are an alien, have you? Odajirai looked away. Rather than this, since you are here, why not take me to see the head? Of course he would not refute. Odajirai has always been very self-aware. If Urahara Izaya is also considered an outlier, then he is naturally one of them. But in fact, in Odajirai's mind, the two of them are just ordinary people, at most just a little special. The boss of the intelligence shop who just walked in took the coffee handed to him by the secretary and gently blew away the hot steam. Unfortunately, the steam from the freshly brewed coffee was endless. You are really rude. Although he said that, he still opened the door for Odak with a cup of coffee. He placed the head in another room, and not all customers who came to the reception room were qualified to see the head. Odajirai, who was following behind him, retorted directly. Then do you want me to add Mr. Rinya, and please? No, that's not necessary. Rinya opened the last door. It's here, come in. It's really an exaggerated place. Odajirai first put his head in, then his upper body, and finally his whole body stepped into the room. Don't get me wrong, it's not that he's weird. It's just that he has to be a little wary in other people's territory, which is a habit he kept from when he was in Yokohama. Urahara Izaya is very rich, of course. People in their line of work will never be short of money. As long as they have some connections in the other world, it will be enough for this world to open its doors to them. If you are a little more powerful and reach the level of him and Izaya, you can even choose your clients in reverse. Isn't that what happened to Akai Shuichi? Come to think of it, he seems to have not decided which side to choose yet. Forget it. Let's wait until he comes back from Kyushu. During this period, he will not accept any other commissions. The Vongala affairs alone are enough for him to run around. Even if it's just Mika, he must rest for a while. Let's pull back our thoughts. First, Urahara Izaya's financial affluence can be seen from this room. The high-tech bookcases, floors, and walls all tell Odajirai that this place is special. Before seeing the head, he saw other extraordinary things. You actually have the 3 bright swords? No, the problem is that this thing is something that doesn't exist in the world, right? How did you get it? The 3 swords are the weapons of the legendary Suzuka Guzan. The original sword was fictionalized by someone. As a game character, Suzuka Guzan has been widely discussed recently because of the popularity of the game, but no matter what, the 3 swords here by Izaya look like the real thing. He means they look like real swords. Urahara Izaya said nonchalantly, well, it's a replica. A few years ago, the cursed spirit of Suzuka Guzan appeared on Mount Suzuka. After it was exorcised, a craftsman in the world of curse made these 3 swords based on the cursed spirit's weapons. If I remember correctly, these should still be cursed tools. He was absolutely right. This is why Odajirai thought it was the real thing. Behind the lens, his left eye saw the cursed power emerging from the 3 swords, and there would never be such power in the game peripherals. He was beginning to be jealous of this person again. You know, he didn't have these weird things in his hands. But then again, he didn't like collecting these things anyway. Okay, don't you come and see? As for the head, it should be here. Look, I found it. Here it comes. Odajirai let go of the 3 swords. He just asked Rinya a few more questions on a whim. Obviously, the head was more important to him. Urahara Rinya took down the culture tank containing the head and placed it on the table so that Odajirai could observe it more easily. This is it. He opened the culture tank and took the head out. Would you like to feel it? Obviously, this was not the first time that Urahara Rini had done this. When Odajirai entered the room, he had already seen a large barrel of culture medium, enough to change the nutrient solution for the head culture tank more than a dozen times. No. He hesitated. No, please let me feel it. Urahara Izaya raised his eyebrows and handed him the head. Odajirai looked much more restrained. He received it with both hands, and his fingertips were trembling slightly. It wasn't obvious, but of course Rini could see it with his eyesight. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have given him the thing. But Urahara Izaya didn't even say a word. as if he knew very well that he would never let the head leave his hands. This was indeed the case. Odajirai's hand had already stabilized when it touched the soft skin through the hair. This was the abnormality he had always dreamed of, and now it was in the palm of his hand. He only needed to squeeze it gently, and perhaps the headless knight would never get her head in this life. So close to him. Odajirai forced himself to calm down. He turned his attention to the head itself. Odajirai had seen many beauties, but he had to admit that the beauty of the headless fairy was rare in the world. Even if she closed her eyes, it was enough to make people have endless fantasies. Beauties of this level were rare, and so far he only knew of two. The headless fairy Kelty Strolson, and the strongest in the world of sorcery Gojo Satoru. He had only seen photos of the latter, with a pair of sapphire eyes that seemed to be able to captivate people, but as he grew older, Gojo wore various protective gear to cover his 6 eyes, and his beauty became less aggressive relatively speaking, but the Celti in front of him now was different. She was incomplete, and he could only see her head, but her beauty shone through her hair, from her closed eyes, and from every inch of her soft and cool skin. Just as Yaguri Hama said, compared to anything else, this was more like a magic, an attraction that came from the soul. To sum up, Gojo relies on his looks, while Celti relies on his temperament. But these are secondary. For Odajirai, the most important thing is the head itself. Celti, the headless fairy, is considered abnormal. This alone was enough to free him from the fatal attraction. What an incomparable head! He exclaimed sincerely. If I could see it return to its owner, it would be so stunningly beautiful. No need to talk about that. Linyi took the head from his hand and put it back into another uncontaminated culture tank. Okay, visiting time is over. Odajirai complained with rare genuine emotion. You are so heartless, Rinya. Compared to this, what is your purpose in coming here today? Rinya turned around and put the head back to its original place. I don't believe you came to me just for the head. That's true. Odajirai nodded. That's true, I came to see you for the information I asked you to find before. The commission fee has been received this morning. You can check it yourself. I handed the commission fee to my secretary. To be honest, you came at an unfortunate time. Odajirai wondered. What a coincidence. Orihara Izaya sneered. I checked the information yesterday and gave it to someone else. I made an appointment with her to deliver the information to the hotel you were staying at around 5 or 6 this afternoon. He didn't understand why someone would complete a commission like this. So Odajirai said expressionlessly, you must have a backup. Why don't you give it to me first, and then ask the person you find to send it back to you? Huh, that's not okay. You won't allow it, will you? Orihara Izaya smiled confidently. After all, the person I found is a porter. Pronounced as Porter, written as Kelty Strolson. Now Odajirai knew what Rin was planning, but as the guy expected, he wouldn't take no for an answer. Although he was a little annoyed, Orihara Rinya knew him too well. He came here so early but had to go back empty-handed, like a fool. Odajirai sighed. Okay, Orihara Izaya, don't be so reluctant. You've been in Ikebukuro for so many days, but you probably haven't seen the Dullahan himself, right? Don't say anything. If you didn't have the head in your hand, he would beat you to death right now. Odajirai thought to himself, not knowing Orihara Izaya's fighting ability. Thank you very much. He rolled his eyes and pulled out his phone to change his flight ticket to tomorrow. If he had followed his pace, he could finish this matter in the morning and return to Ikebukuro to pack his luggage in the afternoon. Therefore, the original flight was booked at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It would take 2 hours to reach Kumamoto, and then he would take the local bus. He would still have time to go to his sister's house for dinner. But now all of this has come to nothing. After leaving the warehouse with Odajirai, Izaya closed the door and locked it. Come to think of it, I wanted to ask you this just now. Odajirai was still figuring out how much extra money he had spent on the refund for the flight change, and he didn't have time to waste time chatting with anyone. You tell me? You look anxious today. Did something happen? Indeed, Odajirai himself hates being urged by others, and basically he never urges others. They have been working together for so many years, and this is the first time that Orihara Rinya has been approached by him, whether offline or online. End of brackets. The date they had agreed on has not yet arrived, and Orihara Rinya had even calculated the time Odajirai would stay in the hotel before placing the order with the porter, but he did not expect such an accident to happen. Odajirai paused. Well, there was a problem with the previous commission. It was a matter of life and death. I had to leave Ikebukuro today. Who knew you would find a porter to deliver the information? I was just changing my flight ticket. It was really troublesome. Orihara Izaya avoided the question. Ah, it's already 11 o'clock. Do you want to stay for lunch? Nami's cooking skills are first class. Odajirai was silent. He thought about the distance between here and Ikebukuro, and then thought about the lunch he had originally booked. I'll eat. Everything is just as Lin said. When they returned to the reception room, Yaguri Nami had already gone to make lunch. Orihara Izaya put the key back to its original place in the corner of a bookshelf and took him to the dining room to sit down. Orihara Rinya's office, which is also his base, is located in a high-rise apartment in Shinjuku, Tokyo. The room size is slightly larger than his base in Yokohama, and it has all the living facilities. However, the current resident here is a secretary, while Rinya himself has another residence. Odajirai didn't investigate the next part. He didn't bother to put in extra work when no one paid him to do something. It was enough to investigate Orihara Izaya up to the office. The last time was because he saw the rental flyer at the door of the store and there were traces of trying to tear it off. So he followed the rice flour specialty detectives and made a simple deduction. Facts proved that he made the right bet, and he was facing Izaya, so even if he was wrong, it wouldn't matter. At most, he would be laughed at a few times, which he could bear. Sure enough, Yaguri Nami, who brought out the first dish from the kitchen, saw the two people already sitting at the dining table and said. Odajirai tilted his head and looked at her. Bojiang took out yesterday's can of luncheon meat from the refrigerator. Today was the second day, so she needed to eat it quickly. While thinking about this, she answered Odajirai. I mean, you really stayed for dinner. Tell me more about it. Odajirai began to be curious. Aren't you a friend of this guy? Yaguri Nami didn't care what consequences her words would bring. Friend? What did you say to the secretary? Odajirai looked at Orihara Izaya. He needed an explanation. Orihara Izaya didn't know what he said that gave Nami the illusion. From the beginning to the end, he only said that Odajirai was an ordinary guest and did not give the other party any preferential treatment. Instead, Hei's reaction made him a little confused. Finally, he retorted, We are just ordinary partners, far from friends. Really? Nami returned to the kitchen. I don't think so, at least not for Mr. Odajirai. Me? Odajirai pointed at himself in disbelief, not expecting that he could be involved in this. What does this have to do with me? Didn't you call that guy Izaya? Through the kitchen door, the secretary's voice was a little distorted. Odajirai was very tired. It is just that we have known each other for a longer time. Please don't get me wrong. Do women rely on this kind of thing to guess? Miss Yaguri, yes, Kurizawa-san asked me the same question before. Oh? You have been in contact with Odata and the others. Izaya rested his elbows on the dining table and pressed down the back of his crossed hands with his chin. Not only that, do you want to guess again? Ms. Yaguri turned off the fire and served the next dish. Maybe it's because women are more sensitive to this. She replied. Ms. Yaguri, have you finished everything? Then please let me help you serve the dishes. Super self-aware Odajirai is here. Oh, okay. Sorry for bothering you. Hey, can you guys at least pay attention to me? Izaya complained half seriously. This is obviously my office, right? Why do you seem to be getting along better? Odajirai asked Yaguri Haim to sit down first, and then he brought all the dishes to the table for the secretary, including the cooked rice, and he was the first to serve Haim. Bojiang was a little surprised, but still took the bowl of rice. Thank you. Aren't you still thinking? I think it's best for you not to be disturbed. Is there any problem? The second portion was his own. After serving himself, Odajirai handed the empty bowl and rice shovel to Orihara Rinya, who was sitting opposite him. Orihara Izaya took it subconsciously, but soon he realized, am I not the boss? Odajirai, if you serve yourself rice and don't participate in the cooking process, you should do this yourself, right? Don't push it too far. Orihara Rinya tried to find an ally. He looked at the secretary sitting on his right and found that the secretary's eyes were full of approval. She had even started to enjoy her share. Okay, Rinya, who had become half a useless person after having the secretary, once again personally served himself a meal. By the way, speaking of which, you should have seen that guy who looks very similar to you, right? Who? With such a wide range, he really didn't know who Orihara Rinya was referring to. Isaiah took the opportunity to grab the last piece of tempura and put it in his own bowl. Ijin, Ryugamin Tijin, didn't you realize? That guy is cut from the same cloth as you. Ryugamin Tijin? Odajirai recalled the boy's expression when he left, and was non-committal. Seeing this expression, Rin knew that Odajirai probably didn't think so, so he explained. You see, both of you are longing for abnormality and have been fighting for it, right? Even if you need to use some unjust means occasionally, you are willing to do so. It's just that what he pursues and what you pursue are not exactly the same things. To be honest, I was shocked when I first met Tijin. I didn't expect there would be another you in this world. Your essence is the same. It's just that Ryugamin Taito pursues a life that is completely different from ordinary people. He longs for excitement, thrills, and being different. But at the same time, he is low-key, secretive, and prefers to do things in the dark. What Odajirai longs for is something that humans cannot see, the other side that perhaps only those blessed by God can see. Lin is a person from this side. He doesn't know much about the other side, and he has no interest in that aspect. He is more concerned about what will happen to humans. As for these monsters, as long as they follow his arrangements, it's fine. Just like the porter who took over his commission last night. Eat your food. Miss Yagarius' excellent cooking skills can't shut you up? Lin also laughed. It seems that you have noticed it too? As Isaiah said, before this, Odajirai was only interested in Ryugamin Taijin's paranoid personality. It was not until Isaiah enlightened him that he realized that rather than being interested in Tijin, he was more interested in his past self. Of course, he no longer has that kind of obsession, but that's because he got what he wanted a long time ago. Was he such a madman 7 years ago? Odajirai felt it for the first time. Ah, I understand a little bit now, he replied. So, you've met all three of them, right? Then you should have taken action as well. And then? No, I believe you made the same choice as me. Then you are really confident. Of course, in the end, you and I just want to make Ikebukuro chaotic. It's not surprising that we would choose the same approach, right? I can't listen to it anymore. Yagari Nami took the empty bowl to the sink, filled it with water, let it soak for a while, and then put it in the dishwasher. Her work in the kitchen was finished. Seeing what Nami did, Odajirai also took the empty bowl to the kitchen. He didn't want to talk to Rin anymore. It was meaningless. Instead of chatting here, he might as well go back to the hotel and watch a movie. He meant the cartoon. Ms. Yagari. Nami turned around in front of the refrigerator and looked at Odajirai. What is it? Thank you for the hospitality. Your cooking is really good. If you don't mind, please consider my studio. He just handed his business card to Yagari Haim. But before the other party could take it, Orihara Isaiah jumped up from the chair and took it away and tore it into pieces. Hey, eating at my place doesn't mean you can poach my people, right? Haim is my right-hand man. Besides, Yagari Haim is hiding here from being hunted down, not just working under him. No, thank you. Yagari Haim rejected Odajirai. Don't spoil him too much, Miss Yagari. I suggest you take one of my business cards. If anything happens to this guy, I'd be happy to be your next customer. After all. Looking at the way this guy looks now, he probably won't live for many years. Indeed. Yagari thought about what Orihara Isaiah usually did. He deserved a beating and was courting death. He was really lucky to be alive until now. No way. No way? So she took the business card from Odajirai. Thank you. I'll contact you again. I'm looking forward to it. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon when I left Orihara Rinya's office in Shinjuku. Odajirai returned to the hotel holding an umbrella under the scorching midday sun. Then I took a nap. It was around 4 when I woke up again. With still an hour until the porters arrived at the hotel, Odajirai simply started emailing his sister. To my elder sister, I will take the bus back to Yahara at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Please hold the door open for me. Odajirai has a good relationship with her sister, but there is a 16-year age difference between them. So when Odajirai was just in elementary school, his elder sister got married. At the same time, his family's small workshop business suddenly became popular that year. His parents, who were officially in their 40s, were not energetic enough to take care of their young son and the family business at the same time. Of course, Odajirai was entrusted to his sister. Then, until Odajirai left Kyushu, he lived with his sister and brother-in-law. I also went to school in Yayuan. His sister and brother-in-law like children very much, but due to physical reasons, I cannot have children. For many years, Odajirai had been urging them to adopt a child, but his sister and brother-in-law declined. As for a child, we already have Xiaoqing, right? Then don't look so lonely. At that time, Odajirai could only swallow these words in his heart. But when we talked on the phone before, my parents said that my sister and brother-in-law adopted a child this year. A distant cousin. They had not seen it with their own eyes, but his sister said that he was a very gentle child. This made Odajirai feel a lot more relieved. Such a gentle sister and brother-in-law should have a child as gentle as them. He has always thought so. From Wani-sama, is Xiaoqing coming back? Is studying okay? Soon he received a reply from his sister. Not many people can call him Xiaoqing now. Among them, the ones he could least refuse were his parents and sister, and his brother-in-law could barely be counted in the list. To my elder sister, it's okay. I am currently in the internship stage. I need to go back to Kyushu for work. I just wanted to go home. By the way, sister, do you want any Tokyo souvenirs? I will bring them back from Tokyo for you. To Wani-sama. Oh, by the way, if the child you adopted wants one, you can tell me. As an uncle, I should also bring a gift. Ah, the phone call came in. Odajirai picked up the phone. Sister? The woman on the other end of the phone said, some things are more convenient to talk about over the phone, Xiaoqing. Have you heard from your parents about the specific age of the child that Shige and I adopted? Huh. He hadn't checked. Odajirai was not a control freak. It was enough for his sister and brother-in-law to live well. There was no need to monitor them every day like a pervert. Mom and Dad didn't tell me, but I guess. 5 years old? 6 years old? 10 years old? My sister sighed. As expected. Odajirai was not convinced. Aren't all adopted children of this age group now? That child was the one Shige and I saw at the funeral. He is already 15 years old and is in the first year of high school, the same school you didn't go to back then. If that incident had not happened, Odajirai would have already decided where to go to school, and he even went to see that school. Unfortunately, he left Yahara in the last few months of his third year of junior high school, and soon after took the entrance exam and entered Rikkai University-affiliated high school. Then he went straight to Rikkai University. Odajirai, who spent 7 years in Yokohama, can certainly call Yokohama his second hometown. I remember it was called Prefectural Furuichi High School, right? I really miss it. But if you were in high school in Yahara, you might not be able to get into the university you are in now as a sister. I still hope you do what you like. What do you like? Odajirai doesn't know if he likes his current job, but given his abilities, there shouldn't be a job that's more suitable for him. Compared to this, I would still give a gift to my 15-year-old nephew. Don't worry, I'll pick something that's suitable for his age. Giving a greeting gift to the younger generation, this is his last stubbornness as an elder who is only 6 years older than him. The elder sister laughed and decided to go along with her younger brother who had just become an adult. It's up to you. It's up to you. Anyway, I have nothing to do tomorrow afternoon. I can pick you up at the station. What time will you arrive? Oh, that's okay. I will find someone else to pick me up. If he's not in Yayuan, I'll go back by myself. I'm not a directionally challenged person. I'm sure I can find the way. Odajirai thought about it and rejected his sister's kindness. He didn't want his sister to travel such a long way to find him, which would be putting the cart before the horse. Let me guess. Is it Xiaojing? It is Xiaojing, but I haven't asked him yet. I don't know if he is in Yahara these 2 days. After all, Xiaojing is a great young master, and they usually have to make an appointment in advance to meet, although he always likes to go directly to her house to give Xiaojing a surprise. Then you go quickly. I'm hanging up here. Okay, goodbye, sister. When facing his family, Odajirai is always incredibly well-behaved. He looked at the only clock in the room, and the hands showed 4:50. Is it so late already? He must go downstairs and wait for the movers. So Odajirai simply sent an email and then ran to knock on the door next door. The boy from the young couple I met in the restaurant opened the door and took the suitcase from him very smoothly. Just put it in my apartment. Don't do anything extra. It's useless, he warned. At this time, he received a response to his email. To Xiaojing. Are you in Yayuan tomorrow? From Xiaojing. Yes, what's up? Very cold. Odajirai wrote with a raised eyebrow. To Xiaojing. Pick me up at the station at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Then he turned and went downstairs. Kelty didn't know why he took on Orihara Izaya's order again. She knew clearly that the guy had ill intentions towards her and was even hostile to her to some extent. Sure enough, it was because of Scylla? Because Lin Yi was an important friend to Scylla, she would temporarily put aside the previous matter about her head and decided to take on this commission. But there is also curiosity about the object of the mission. After all, she had heard of him before. It was probably last week when she received an email from Anri at night, saying that someone was following her on her way home. Celti arrived at the scene quickly. I thought it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be just someone hiring, ordering, commanding. Yes, that's right, the stalker is a woman. According to the woman, the man who invited Anri to dinner that night asked her to do this because she was a woman and it was safer for her to do such a thing than a man. At that time, Celti said that stalking is a crime regardless of whether the person is a man or a woman. The woman hurriedly explained. Safe means that it is not appropriate to ask a man to take Miss Anri home, that's all. Kelty asked Anri using her PDA and got a positive answer. It was a false alarm, but that name still left an indelible mark in her heart. Celti went home and asked Scylla, who said he didn't know either. But not long after, she heard about it from Orihara Rinya, or as a delivery object. So at 5:40 in the afternoon, she rode her horse, which transformed into a motorcycle, and arrived at the agreed hotel. There are really too many people. As an urban legend, the headless horseman naturally did not enter the door. Instead, he found a small alley nearby to hide and started sending emails to the other party. To City Ghost, hello, I am a porter. Please go to the alley on the right-hand side outside the hotel to pick up the goods. The email address was naturally obtained from Orihara Rinya. The other party did not reply. But soon, a man who was about the same height as her and about the same age as Scylla appeared in front of her. Excuse me, are you the porter? I'm Odajirai. It's me. Odajirai Haru was wearing the same black clothes and black pants as her, and the brightest part of his body should be his glasses. It was very exaggerated. Kelty had never seen anyone who connected earrings and glasses together. Would it really not get scratched? Although he thought so, the mature and steady Dullahan still typed on his PDA. That's it. She handed Odajirai Haru a file back. It was very thin, and Surti guessed there were probably only a dozen sheets of paper at most. Odajirai Haru opened it in front of her, lowered his head to glance at the name of the file, and counted how many there were. Finally, I looked up and said thank you very much to her. Celti's favorability towards this person suddenly increased. The transaction is concluded. Kelty Strolson, the porter, mounts her horse and rides off. On the way home, I was still thinking about how someone like Odajirai could be related to Izaya, and then I thought of Scylla. The non-existent part under the helmet began to turn pink. After getting the information he wanted, all of Odajirai's work in Ikebukuro was finished. He has seen all the urban legends, and he also got involved in the affairs of the Laoyang trio. This time there are really no regrets. So after saying goodbye to the Dullahan, he walked towards the station holding an umbrella. Although it was already sunset, he really didn't want to be exposed to the sun. The distance from Ikebukuro to Beihua was short, so he didn't think about rushing. Instead, he walked slowly on the road, his mind wandering. Wait, did he see something just now? After crossing another intersection, he returned to where he stood before crossing the road. This is a very subtle angle. Odajirai looked up. In the road mirror at this intersection, he could see a car that he was very familiar with, a white Mazda RX-7 with license plate number 7310. Although I don't know what's going on, but Odajirai still followed his inner choice. He walked over. Then he knocked on the passenger window. The glass window was rolled down by the driver. He smiled and asked the driver, although I know it's presumptuous to make such a request, I still want to ask Mr. Driver, would you mind taking me back to Beihua town? Odajirai saw the driver smiling at him. Then he shook his head slowly. Of course not. Toru Amuro couldn't explain what his mentality was. Anyway, when he realized that he was driving behind Odajirai Haru, Odajirai had already knocked on his car window. So he readily invited Odajirai to sit in his passenger seat and fasten his seatbelt. Odajirai asked him, "What is the reason you came to Ikebukuro?" Amuro Toru paused, then realized that the man in front of him knew all three of his identities. It seems that there is nothing to hide. It's a job at the Metropolitan Police Department. But that's all he said. It sounds very hard. You probably haven't had time to rest recently, have you? If Amuro wasn't dark-skinned, the dark circles under the eyes should have shown through. Amuro started the car. Nothing, he replied. For Toru Amuro, it is normal for him to sleep no more than 4 hours a day. He can only get a good night's sleep when he is responsible for the Amuro Toru part. But with the recent frequent incidents in Tokyo, Fongjian has been working overtime. Not to mention him. But you don't look like it doesn't matter. But never mind. Odajirai decided to let Amuro go. But they didn't have any relationship. Just as a familiar person, he shouldn't have delved into it. What's more, adults shouldn't get to the bottom of things. Being together without any private space is a big problem. Amuro Toru replied without any sincerity, "Thank you very much." Odajirai made a cross with his fingers. Taunting is prohibited. Amuro Toru changed the subject. What about you? Didn't you go to Ikebukuro to find the information dealer? Did you find out what you wanted to find out? Odajirai raised the file bag in his hand. Isn't it here? But I haven't taken a closer look yet. That guy found someone I couldn't refuse to send it to me. Otherwise, I would have flown to Kyushu by now. Kyushu? Ikebukuro is fine. Going from Tokyo to Kyushu? Isn't that too far? Toru Amuro didn't think that Odajirai, who usually went between his apartment, library, and polo cafe, would be willing to go somewhere so far. Unless Odajirai unbuttoned the file bag again, biting the thread, and said, "Although I didn't expect that the lie I told about quitting my job would come true in this way, I'm still very happy to be able to go back to my hometown to visit my parents and sister in addition to parents. Do you have a sister? She's surprisingly ordinary." Odajirai's family. Amuro Toru seemed to be thinking about something. Then he asked, "So, what form is it in?" Odajirai paused as he flipped through the documents, his eyes wandering. It looked like he wanted to evade the question, but he finally answered honestly, That. I accidentally had too much fun in Ikebukuro, so the client called me to urge me to do it. In a way, it was a matter of life and death. Can you be so careless about matters like life and death? And Odajirai really doesn't care about the life or death of the person he is talking about. Amuro Toru turned his head and stared at him with a serious expression. "It's your fault?" Odajirai waved his hands. Yes, I didn't deny it. But I was so relaxed because I knew that if it was that place, the other party would be fine. Please don't look at me like that. Definitely nothing will happen? How can you say that? Seeing that Amuro was no longer aggressive, Odajirai breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, but this is a secret. Even I can only tell you that there are some things there. Something that ordinary people can't see. Maybe it would be better not to say anything to Toru Amuro, who is an ordinary person. Toru Amuro didn't say anything else. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. The only sound that could be heard in the car was their breathing. Then Odajirai thought about how to break the current deadlock. He made an invitation. "By the way, do you want to have dinner together? Didn't you bring any luggage when you came to Ikebukuro?" At the same time, Toru Amuro also spoke. "Oh my god. Isn't this even weirder?" Odajirai simply replied, "As for my luggage, someone has already taken it back to my apartment. I don't want to carry a suitcase around with me." Does anyone mean he's been under surveillance? And he knows it? What kind of person is Odajirai Haru? Toru Amuro began to fall into deep thought again. Of course, before that, he answered Odajirai's question. "There's a new delicious ramen restaurant in Baikacho, right near Polo Cafe. Let's go and have a meal together." Great. What's good is that he and Amuro Toru finally don't have to torture each other anymore. But at the same time, he really wanted to have dinner with Mr. Public Security. Does that sound strange? Odajirai also found it strange. It was obviously not the first time that he had such feelings towards someone, But whether it was inviting someone to dinner or asking someone to walk the dog, it was the first time. Why didn't I have this urge before? Was it because I didn't like it enough? Or was there some other reason? Odajirai was not good at thinking, so he soon gave up worrying about these things. Compared with these, the ramen that was about to be served in front of him attracted his attention more. Thank you. Amuro Toru took the bowl of ramen brought by the waiter. By the way, Odajirai, you like spicy food, right? I remember when we were in the Chinese restaurant before I also teased you, right? Odajirai added the second half of the sentence. That's right, but you ordered original ramen today, right? I'm a little surprised. Amuro Toru looked at the ramen with clear soup in front of Odajirai and said, "This one." Odajirai pointed at the blonde high school girl sitting alone in the corner. The JK who looked very cute was still waiting for her ramen. Did you see that girl? She's super cute. I've seen her in Yokohama before. When it comes to ramen, I haven't met anyone who knows more about it than her. When we were chatting before, she told me that if you eat ramen at a certain ramen shop for the first time, it's best to order the basics. I don't have a preference for ramen, so there's nothing to lose by following her advice, so I just ordered like that. Even though she was being discussed like this, the girl didn't even raise her head. She only said one sentence when the waiter brought the ramen, and then she concentrated all her attention on the ramen. When Toru Amuro was looking at that girl, a sentence suddenly popped into his mind. She looks like someone who is Odajirai's type. He shook his head. Even someone like Odajirai would not attack a minor, right? Hey, I have a feeling you are thinking of something very rude. Odajirai bit off the noodles in his mouth, his voice unclear. Amuro came back to his senses. Huh? No, if I don't speed up, the noodles will rise. Odajirai couldn't help but complain. It's you who didn't eat a bite, right? Thank you for the hospitality. The blonde JK who came in after them left the store earlier than them. Boss, can I have an extra serving of rice? Odajirai didn't know if this store provided such a service, but generally speaking, ramen shops would have such a service. So when he found that a bowl of ramen was not enough to fill his stomach, he raised his hand to ask the boss for advice. Fortunately, this ramen shop is also an ordinary ramen shop. It is a routine operation to add noodles and rice. Soon, another portion of rice was served to Odajirai. Mr. Amuro, don't you need it? You exercise much more than me. It's obviously not enough to only take in this little, right? Odajirai thanked the clerk, then turned around and said to Amuro Toru, who had also finished a bowl of ramen, Boss, please give me another bowl of noodles. Amuro Toru also felt that one bowl of noodles was a bit too little. For dinner, it's better to eat something easier to digest, right? Odajirai replied nonchalantly, I don't have the habit of exercising. I just eat what I want, but you are so busy with work recently. What will hello do? Hello. Amuro Toru thought of the dog he had left to his subordinates to raise, and for some reason he suddenly felt a little guilty. He looked away. I just got back from a business trip today. I asked my subordinates to take care of Haro before. Before he left, he had already informed his subordinates of Haro's living habits. Given Kazami's personality, there shouldn't be any mistakes, right? You just finished your business trip today? Am I lucky? Fortunately, Odajirai gave up on further investigation. It is indeed pleasant to get along with adults who know their limits. Yuya Kazami, who was driven crazy by Odajirai. Mr. Furuya, are you confused? Wake up. Odajirai is a willful devil. Not being able to hear his subordinates freaking out, Amuro Toru happily asked the reason. How do you say it? Odajirai looked at him, and then looked at him again. Then he replied meaningfully, I saw you right after your business trip. Am I not lucky enough? Toru Amuro is speechless. He didn't know what to reply. How could he forget that there was such a thing between them? The problem just now was that he handed over the pillow as soon as Odajirai fell asleep and hit the gun point. So he quietly finished his second bowl of noodles and decided to follow his lead, and Odajirai, who also didn't speak, also finished his meal. Thank you for the hospitality. Please take care. The two of them walked out of the steaming ramen shop in the cold night wind. It was Toru Amuro who broke the silence between them. Mr. Odajirai, is there anything wrong with the information you were looking at in the car just now? You didn't look too well at the time. So, wouldn't it have been better to ask about this kind of thing at the time? However, Since he was the one who started and ended this awkward atmosphere, Odajirai decided not to pursue the matter. No, on the contrary, there is nothing wrong with the document. That's why I find it even more strange. In that document, Geniki and Genji were, as he guessed, experimental subjects who escaped from the laboratory, but Genxiliu was different from them. He had been an ordinary person since birth. The only doubtful point is that the twins' names are Geniki and Genji, but the people who met him at TGC at that time called themselves Gunshi-Lu and Geniki. Other than that, they were very, very ordinary. It was so ordinary that even Odajirai himself wondered if he was too sensitive. Ah, it's okay by the way, you don't have to give it back to me. After saying that, he turned and left. Toru Amuro watched his back, gradually walking away. A few minutes later, he also got into his car. It dinged in his hand that was thrown into the passenger seat. Then the screen lights up. From Odajirai Haru, "Good night. Please go to bed early from today on." Amuro Toru smiled, started the car, and went home. Shizuji Deba didn't expect to meet Fujiwara Tuko here. But when I think about it carefully, I think there is no problem. After all, the person who is about to return here is Odajirai Haru, the 16-year-old younger brother of Fujiwara Tuko. Not long after Odajirai returned home, he received an email from Amuro Toru. Although it is very plain, it is still a good night after all. Coupled with Xiao Xuanran's reply in the afternoon, his mood was quite high throughout the day. It perfectly covered up the humiliation he suffered at Orihara Izaya's hands that morning. Then he almost didn't fall asleep. Just like a fool who was afraid of home, Odajirai got out of bed the next morning with dark circles under his eyes. The flight is at 1 p.m. It's still 9 o'clock in the morning. There is plenty of time. Although I saw that it was a flight with meals included when I changed my flight, but Odajirai has never been very trusting of airplane food. Should I go pack some food? Convenience store or polo? Odajirai thought as he spit out the toothpaste foam in his mouth, as he had a rare chance to take his time to wash. After all, I should go to the convenience store, right? The most important thing is, the girl with blue hair last time, the one called Sanlunxia, he is very interested. Was he a sorcerer? A witch? An exorcist? Or something else? She must have seen something in him that day. He himself is on the side of the sorcerer. But after their last meeting, he suddenly remembered the last name Sanluan, which reminded him of a great dead prophet, the former king. So annoying, he can't concentrate when it comes to the king's affairs. Of all the natural disasters, Scepter 4 is the only one still operating openly, right? Anyway, he hoped it was just a coincidence. It's best if it's just a coincidence. As a result, the girl named Sanluan didn't come to work at the convenience store today. Are you asking about Sanluan? She was just a part-time worker before. I think he went back to Kyoto because school started. The store manager who was in charge of moving the goods wiped his sweat off his face. Say it to him. But, isn't it October now? Normally, school should start in September, right? After running into her working part-time at the convenience store several times, he thought the girl had dropped out of school or graduated. That's really hard work. She has to work many jobs in a day. After hesitating, Odajirai chose the newly arrived Manteco chicken cutlet rice ball and ordered a portion of Odin. Huh, you knew that? I thought that kid would keep it a secret. The owner heated up the rice ball for him and wrapped it in several layers of paper before handing it to him. Huh. No, I guessed it. Miss Miwa works too hard, compared to other people of her age. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I have to rush to the airport. Odajirai had just finished his Odin for breakfast. If you're not in a hurry, remember to eat slowly. The rice ball just out of the microwave is very hot. What a kind-hearted shop owner. I will. He nodded. Then, the next step is to take a taxi to the airport. The luggage that had been packed last night had been sent to Kyushu in advance by his little followers. He just needed to go find someone to bring it back, or if he was a bit more devilish, he could ask them to send it back to his parents. But Odajirai should never do this. If his mother sees him exploiting others, she will definitely lecture him for a long time. It is a rare trip back home, so it would be better for him to show his good side to his parents. Little followers. Thank you so much. Then when you come back, remember to bring souvenirs for everyone. You can count the exact number on the plane. It will be very boring by then anyway. Then, Let's head to Narita Airport. Yahara, 3:30 p.m. It had been about 30 minutes since Odajirai got off the plane, but it would still take about that long for him to reach Yahara. To be honest, Yahara is a bit too rural. The residents here are basically gentle and simple people who have lived here for generations, or they are families who built their houses in the deep mountains and old forests and used them as their ancestral homes. Although there are many young people working hard outside, there are also quite a few people who are willing to live in this beautiful place forever. This is the case with Fujiwara no Tarako. Come to think of it, she and Fujiwara Shige had been married for 15 years. She moved here with Shige from the center of Kumamoto. Although she is just living an ordinary life with her husband, there will always be people who feel it is not worth it for her. Her younger brother was 16 years younger than her. When Xiaoqing could have become the heir to the family business, she was still just an elementary school student. She actually gave up such a huge advantage. To many people at that time, this was incredible, but Tatsi didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She was gentle by nature. Although she had a deep understanding of the family business, she was not suitable to be the heir. Her parents had a good talk with her about this matter when she was an adult. Her parents, who were extremely rational in this matter, decided that if her younger brother Xiaoqing's personality was also not suitable for running a winery in the future, the business would be handed over to a professional agent, and she and Xiaoqing would only need to receive a fixed dividend. Tatsi agreed with this. Rather than running such a huge winery, she prefers to spend each ordinary day with Z. Is it wrong to like this kind of life? Of course, she was also confused in the first few years of her marriage. There were too many opposing voices around her, which made her unconsciously develop psychological doubts. Z was very busy with work at that time, and although he loved her very much, he couldn't take care of everything. It was her younger brother who was living at her house at the time who enlightened her. If you like it, why don't you just do it? You are so easily influenced by the people around you. Are you stupid? Xiaoqing, who is 7 or 8 years old and hated by everyone, is a quiet and gloomy elementary school student outside. But when she returns home, she becomes a naughty child trying to attract the attention of her family. After Tatsi skillfully picked up the bamboo stick and spanked his brother, the psychological pressure was relieved. Also, due to her parents' busy work, her younger brother lived in her house until he was in the 3rd grade of junior high school, and then left from Yahara to go to Yokohama to study. Therefore, although there is a huge age gap between Taizi and her younger brother Xiaoqing, their relationship is much better than that of ordinary siblings. After all, to some extent, she is raising her younger brother as her son. So even after her brother refused to let her pick him up at the station, she still sat in the cafe opposite the station and waited for her brother to show up. It would be nice if I could see Xiaoqing's surprised expression. After all, they haven't met in person like this in a long time. The last time Xiaoqing returned to Kyushu was 4 years ago. That child must have had a hard time living alone. Odajirai Haru, achoo. So, when Fujiwara Tuko saw Shizuka, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, she greeted him in the face of his surprised look. Long time no see, Shizuka. Although he was dissatisfied with this nickname that originated from childhood, Chang Jingxi still suppressed some emotions when facing his elders. Long time no see, Ms. Tatsi. Ah, Xiao Jing can call me Sister Tatsi as before, it doesn't matter. Shizuka Chang, whose past was exposed. Sister Toko. Come to think of it, Shizuka has grown up too. I remember you are 1 year older than Qing. Is that right? Fujiwara Toko asked with a smile, and waved over the waiter, with 2 cups of coffee. We should be able to make a cat latte art, right? Shizuka is a cat person, which is completely opposite to Qing's dog person, right? That guy is not really a dog person, right? If anything, Odajirai Haru has only a basic interest in furry things. Instead of asking him whether he likes cats or dogs, it would be better to ask him whether he likes monsters or gods. But the man in front of him was a ruthless man who could spank Odajirai Haru when he was in his teens. Shizuka Deba didn't want to argue with him over such a small matter, so he had to nod stiffly and got a cup of coffee with cute cat latte art. By the way, does Shizuka know where Haru's car is? Haru didn't let me pick him up, so I can't contact him now as expected. He knew it. How could Odajirai Haru let Sister Tagore pick him up at the station, especially when she asked him for help? In the end, Shizuka still couldn't find a way to keep the cat latte art intact and still drink the coffee, so he had to modestly take out his phone from his kimono and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, I'll send him an email now." To Ching, "Where are you now?" Get a reply. From Ching, "Of course I got on the bus." To Ching, "Be more specific." From Ching, about 10 minutes away? If I remember the way correctly. He said it will be here in about 10 minutes. Dek Hang turned the phone screen to show Tatsi. The pace of life in Yahara is very slow, and the streets will not change much in a few years. And with Odajirai's ability, he will never make mistakes in such a place. Then I'll have to ask Xiaojing to wait with me. It's my job. The person originally invited by Odajirai Haru to pick him up was Deba Shizuji. Although it cannot be seen on the surface, he is actually quite looking forward to Kokunen's return to Yahara. After all, compared to the 4 years that Odajirai Haru spent with his family, he and that guy hadn't seen each other for nearly 7 years. Since that incident was over, the man lowered his eyes. Xiaojing is indeed a good child. He didn't answer, but just drank the cat coffee that he was reluctant to drink. At this moment, Natsume Takashi and Notori Shuichi, who happened to see the two of them from the window, rushed into the store. "What the Hades? What are you going to do to Aunt Tachiko?" The two people mentioned looked towards the store entrance. Do Takashi and Shizuka know each other? Silence is today's Yahara coffee shop. What is even more despairing is that the other man who followed Natsume and Notori into the store was also obviously surprised. "Xiaojing? Sister Toko? Why are you all here?" What is going on? In this situation, the only one who could remain calm was Teacher Miao, who was held in Natsume's arms. "I see. Did you think I would say that?" 10 minutes after the 5 people and 1 cat successfully reunited, Odajirai Haru finally understood the ins and outs of the current situation. He sat on the chair that the clerk had specially brought for him, touching the warm coffee cup in his hand, and complained to his relatives and friends. Relative refers to the eldest sister Fujiwara Toko, friends, referring to the childhood friend. "Isn't it enough to have Xiaojing to pick me up? And you, Xiaojing, look how scared you made my lovely nephew." Changjingxi was a little dazed. He hadn't seen Odajirai so energetic for a long, long time. After all, before Odajirai left Yahara, they had just had a quarrel and were still ignoring each other. It's only been 2 days. He received a letter from Nanace that Odajirai left for him before going to Yokohama to study. He still misses it a little. Then this inexplicable melancholy was interrupted by the person involved. "Xiaojing?" He saw Katsurin put the empty cup back on the table. The waiter saw this and walked over to them and refilled Odajirai's cup. What's up?" Nothing. I just feel a little annoyed when I see you distracted." The man gave a fake smile. This level of fighting is also it ended long ago. In addition, now that they are all adults, Odajirai has taken this attitude. It was really hard to get used to it. It was as if what happened back then had never happened. So, Annie Tatsi's brother, Mr. Odajirai, and the scene. Is it related to childhood contact? Natsume Takashi concluded with difficulty. To be honest, he is a little confused now. You have to know that his relationship with the company is definitely not good, and the atmosphere during their previous meeting was quite tense. That's why he saw Aunt Tatsi and the field sitting together. That's why I walked into this store right away. But just now, Natsume Takashi was told that Aunt Toki and Toki had known each other for a long time, and that even his nominal uncle was very close to Toki. It was understandable that he couldn't wrap his mind around it for a while. But Odajirai knew nothing about the feud between them. I just thanked the clerk and answered him. "I guess so. Xiaojing and I went to the same elementary school, but he later returned to family education. I didn't see him go to school until I left Yayuan. Speaking of which, Xiaojing, you didn't even go to high school, did you?" Shizuji Deba. "I went to school for both high school and college, and I also skipped a grade. In other words, this guy should have graduated by now, right?" They were originally in the same grade. Odajirai started a year earlier in elementary school and entered Yahara's elementary school at the age of 6. Then, his grades were pretty good, so he continued to junior high school. You two have a surprisingly good relationship. The outsider who had been sitting next to them without saying anything sighed. Since he followed Natsume into the coffee shop, he had nothing to do with this Shirasa field. In addition, he and Odajirai were strangers, which made him seem even more out of place here. After all, Xiaoqing often went to Xiaojing's house to play. Ms. Tatsi agreed with a gentle smile. Natsum and Natori looked at each other in disbelief. Did they really hear it right? No matter how you look at it, Odajirai is just an ordinary person like Aunt Toko, right? Going to the famous demon slayer family of the Ba family? Or does Odajirai still not know the true identity of his childhood friend? Come to think of it, I wanted to ask you just now, you are Mr. Natori Shuichi, right? Natori Shuichi had no idea why this person suddenly turned the conversation to him, but as a fairly famous actor, he was familiar with this. Yes, hello, Mr. Odajirai. Hey Haru, you wouldn't. Just when Odajirai was about to speak again, he was suddenly interrupted by Deba Shizuji, who remembered something that concerned the three of them at the same time. Odajirai was also very rude to Kajunran, or rather, he didn't want to be called Xiaoqing except for his sister, father, and mother. If possible, even if it's Xiaojing, I don't want to be called by my name. Please call me Odajirai, thank you. Oh, by the way, it's exactly what you thought. Fujiwara Tuko scolded. Xiaoqing. It's okay, Tuko's sister. Shizuka Otari, who had always been a treasure in the palms of older women, smiled and said, I cannot call you, but the premise is that you don't call me either. After not seeing each other for so many years, he actually didn't think of calling the person by name directly, but as soon as he arrived, he was called Xiaojing in a familiar way. No matter what, he should reply Xiaoqing, right? Odajirai was silent for a while. Forget it. Mr. Odajirai must have wanted to ask me something just now, but he was pulled away by the field. Natori smiled bitterly and decided to ask for clarification. So Mr. Natori is so interested. I will obey your command. Odajirai turned back, with an obvious malicious look on his face. This was very rare for Odajirai Haru, who had always been neutral and had almost no opinions about others. Generally speaking, the most people would describe him as willful, but now the half-strangers present clearly felt a chill down their spines. This was not an emotion that should be shown to strangers. Odajirai Haru paused and continued to finish the second half of the sentence. Because I have been interested in Mr. Natori for a long time. After all, it was the fuse for the breakup between Xiaojing and me, right? It was at that time that he faced up to his own ordinariness. Natori Shuichi was obviously a little shocked by the word breakup, but he came to his senses and thought that since Ba and Odajirai could sit here peacefully, the matter should be resolved. Natsum was even more surprised, because of Aunt Tagore, he had an initial favorable impression of his uncle, but at the same time he didn't think that Natori would do anything wrong. So all this must be Deba's fault. Dechang didn't speak. He knew Odajirai too well, and that matter cannot be simply judged by who is wrong and who is not. So he could only remain silent. As for Fujiwara Toko, she thought that she was not the same age as these young people. As Odajirai's sister, she also wanted to know the truth about her brother's escape to Yokohama. So she considerately chose not to interrupt, believing that her brother could solve his own problems. Odajirai looked this way and then that way. He finally said to Natori, because Mr. Natori and Shizuka are from the other world, and I am from this world. At that time, I was a little jealous of you too. Natsum and Natori, the people from the other world, understood this sentence. As they expected, Odajirai was an ordinary person who knew about the other world. Although Natsum was not clear about his past with Deba, Natori Shuichi himself was very clear they had a very good relationship when they were young, but later they had different concepts about monsters, so they gradually drifted apart. During that period of time, if it were an ordinary person, it would be easy to feel jealous of their relationship. After all, it's the same world on one side, but you can't see it on the other side. Natori Shuji nodded in understanding. But they are all adults now. They shouldn't quarrel or even break up over these things. Natori Shuichi was interrupted by Odajirai, who was still smiling at him. But it doesn't matter now, that's right. That's right, because I am no longer a person of this world. What? Except for Ms. Tatsi, who did not understand his metaphor, the remaining 3 pairs of eyes looked at him. So he happily changed the subject. Let's stop here today. It's already this time. Isn't it time for Xiaojing and Mr. Natori to go home? Odajirai blinked. Xiaojing, I've seen Ms. Nane's car. Your old house is deep in the mountains and forests where even cars can't drive in. If you come home too late, other people in your family will be worried, right? No. He is the head of the family now, and no one dares to say anything about his whereabouts. However, Odajirai changed the subject and directed his attack at Notori Shuichi. And Mr. Notori, next time you go out with my Natsum, please come earlier. We should all have dinner at this time. Notori looked at the watches in the store. For 45, no matter how you look at it, it's still some time before dinner time, right? Forgive him for not understanding this person's train of thought. Also, Sister Tachiko and little Natsum, I got up very early today. If I don't go home and rest, I might just fall asleep here. Little Natsum? Natsum didn't know what to call it. But Miss Tatsi obviously knows her brother very well. Who are you kidding, little rascal? But she still stood up and said goodbye to the venue. Odajirai paused. Just like he hadn't contacted his family for a long time, he hadn't heard this kind of address since he left Yahara. At that time, he was eager to prove himself, and he didn't treat his relatives or friends with enough care. Sister, Xiao Jing and Mr. Notori are still here. Don't ruin my reputation. After he finished speaking, he turned to Natsum Takashi. Oh, by the way, I also brought a gift for little Natsum. Someone should have sent my luggage back home. I will bring it to you tomorrow. Natsum was puzzled. Go home? Tachiko and I are siblings, which means we have the same parents. Little Natsum should understand, right? Ah, yes. Then my sister's mother's family is my family. Isn't this obvious? Natsum Takashi was thinking while holding the cat teacher. In other words, I went back to my sister's house just to have dinner, and then I will go home tonight. Should this explanation be clear enough? Natsum nodded. Hello, Ms. Nanes, good afternoon. Dekhang was still chatting with Notori in the store. Although it was unlikely that they would chat for long, he was still a few steps slower than those who left as soon as they said they would. Ms. Nanes nodded to him. I will visit the Ba family in a few days. I will trouble you, Ms. Nanes. Shizuji Daiba, who was standing a few steps behind Odajirai, said, If you knew it would cause trouble, you shouldn't have come. Odajirai Haru, that's impossible. Then we'll go first get out of here. The encounter between Odajirai Haru and Deba Shizuji was not a pleasant one. Or, to two first-year primary school students, none of this mattered. They sat at the desks in front and behind each other. Odajirai was not interested in this little boy who looked like a rich young master and wore a full set of kimono all day long. But Chang Jingxi, who couldn't bear it any longer, only sat at the table in front of him for more than a month. He never showed up at school again. Did something happen? Or did he die? The rich imagination of the elementary school student made Shizuka Deba turn around in Odajirai's little head. He would never believe what the teacher said about student Chang going home to rest. From what he observed in that month, Chang Jingxi is almost as strong as a bull. But at that time, Odajirai was just an ordinary kid staying at his sister's house. Although he had some special abilities, he was of no help in finding people. He could only suppress his doubts in his heart until he saw young Master Chang buying supplies on the streets of Baiyuan. Odajirai didn't think. Following directly behind the Chang Jingxi, the person who was following him did look back. But which adult would be afraid of a child? His first tracking trip went well. The door of the Chang family closed before his eyes. Odakiri remembered the path he had taken when he came down. I decided to come back to see you next time. Then he saw the abnormality. Through the window glass with the curtains blown up, he saw the monster that appeared under the formation. It was so bizarre and beautiful. Who is it? Who is there? He was discovered by his classmate Chang, because he just stood there, staring at the Godzilla in the room. Are you Odajirai-san? Dekhang Jingxi, who had only been in the first grade for a month, was a little unsure. Are you a wizard? No, he should be a demon hunter. This was their first conversation. Then, Shizuka Oda, who was not supposed to reveal these things to ordinary people, was successfully tricked by Odajirai. By the time he realized it, Odajirai already knew everything about the demon exorcist, and he also discovered that Odajirai-san is a very strange person. To be more serious, he is very weird. Wouldn't most people think this was a monster? Odajirai was looking at the monster with a devout worship. This made Chang Jingxi, who was dedicated to killing and controlling monsters, feel uncomfortable. but they soon became good friends. It's always easy for little kids who have the same secrets to become friends. This relationship continued until the third year of Odadjirai Junior High School. That was the year when Natori Shuichi appeared next to Shizueji Otani. The line connecting Odadjirai Haru and Toba Shizuji broke. This was not without warning. One could even put it another way: this omen has been appearing for too long. From the moment they became good friends, this abnormal relationship is constantly being eroded. Odadjirai is an ordinary person who can only see abnormalities through the formation. And in the Chang family, there is no one who can't see the monster. Each of them could talk eloquently about the monsters they had seen, and could name every shikigami they had received, except Odadjirai. He could only listen to his friend's impatient narration about how unfree he was as the heir of a monster-hunting family. The feeling of jealousy arose very, very early. But Odadjirai is essentially a good child, and he never shows any sign of this in front of his relatives and friends. The more gloomy, difficult to talk to, and rebellious he is at school, the more well-behaved and obedient he is at home, and the more patient he is in front of his friends. This thin layer of window paper was punctured by Natori Shuichi. That is not the case. It should be that he was exposed by Shizue Chang, who ran over excitedly to tell him that he had met a demon-hunting friend. During that time, Odadjirai Haru was in a daze. He thought of the monsters he couldn't see, the lonely face of Yadishin whom he always forgot, and Shizuji Odaki who finally found friends from the same world. He exploded. Ever since he and Dejima Shizuka became friends, there had never been a quarrel like this between them, as if they were going to forget each other from now on. They started a cold war. At the same time, Odadjirai Haru made a decision that affected his life. He prayed to the gods and finally met them. He exchanged something he owned for the pair of glasses that could see into another world. Odadjirai Haru went from being a person of this world to being half a person of the other world. After getting the pair of glasses, Odadjirai Haru's world changed, so after much consideration, he decided to go to an unknown area to study and get to know the world again. Before leaving, he only left a letter for Shirzua Chang. There's nothing written in it. Just a few words about his upcoming trip to Yokohama and about his new phone number and email address. Odadjirai Haru just disappeared from Shizue Deba's world like that. Even later, when he went home during the winter and summer vacations every year, he never saw young Master Chang again, not to mention that Odadjirai only went home for 3 years. This was almost the end for them. Until this time, until Odadjirai had to return to Kyushu because of a commission, the gears between them began to turn again. Mr. Odadjirai? It was Natsume Takashi, his nephew. Odadjirai came back to his senses. What's wrong, Takashi? During the short journey home, the way he addressed Natsume Takashi had evolved from Natsume, little Natsume, to Takashi. Fortunately, Natsume is a very gentle person and doesn't care much about these things. Otherwise, he would have noticed how strange Annie Toko's eyes were when she looked at him. It took Odadjirai 1 month to go from Deba-san to Deba, but it took Odadjirai 6 years to go from Deba to Shizuka. It was not until he graduated from elementary school that Deba Shizuka began to be called a close name by Odadjirai, but he himself had already called Odadjirai Haru in the 3rd grade. To be able to make someone as self-conscious as Odadjirai Haru let down his guard so quickly, Natsume Takashi is, to some extent, a talent. We re-home now. Well, it's home. Odadjirai, who had lived in this house on and off for nearly 9 years and had been away from home for 7 years, looked at the familiar roof. Come in. And then it became this awkward situation. Odadjirai Haru sat on one side of the dining table. Next to him was Natsume Takashi. Of course, the seats opposite should be reserved for the Fujiwara couple. This was the consensus of the two of them. Odadjirai was not wearing glasses, so naturally he didn't know what the cat under his feet was meowing. He could only see that the little cat, called Nekagoro by Shige, scratched Natsume twice and then ran upstairs quickly. Of course, he didn't know at this time that Nekagoro was not an ordinary cat. Natsume Takashi was very cautious in front of his new acquaintance Odadjirai. Even after hearing Odadjirai say that he was no longer a person of this world, he did not relax at all. It even caused doubts. If he is not a person of this world, shouldn't he be able to hear what the cat teacher says? But Odadjirai is clearly indifferent to the cat teacher. He was even more confused. Takashi, is Nekagoro unhappy today? Is it because I didn't have time to buy the steamed buns from Nanatsujiya today? Fujiwara Shige looked towards the stairs worriedly. Natsum was also worried about the cat teacher. I'll go up and take a look. Then I'll go too. Odajirai also stood up. I haven't been back for a long time. I wonder if the second floor is still the same as before. Fujiwara Shige glanced at him and said, except that your old room is now occupied by Takashi, there should be no changes. Natsum Takashi, who had already run upstairs to see his pet, naturally didn't hear this. Then shouldn't I go check it out, Brothersy? Go ahead, go ahead. Fujiwara Shige didn't say anything else, but gestured for him to go quickly. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Odajirai saw his sister's head sticking out of the kitchen. Remember to help in the kitchen later. Sure enough, Fujiwara no Toko, who constantly exploits her poor brother, is his sister. At this time, Odajirai Haru did not forget to criticize the remaining one at home. Brother Z is so useless. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I will be down soon. Hey, Xiaoqing. Odajirai didn't care at all what Fujiwara Shige said behind him and walked straight upstairs. At the same time, he took out the pair of glasses from his pocket and put them on his nose. He heard the second person's voice. No, maybe not a human. He walked slowly but steadily, just as he had left this place in the past. He heard the voice saying to his lovely nephew, I seem to have heard that child's voice somewhere. Anyway, Natsum, just stay away from him. What kind of monster would it be? Pretty? Ugly? Big? Weak? Odajirai thought. Then he opened the door to his room. Natsum Takashi inside was obviously startled. Sitting opposite him was Nekagoro. I see. It's a pig cat. Mr. Odajirai? Natsum Takashi stood up from the ground in a panic. Then he remembered that this person couldn't hear what Mr. Cat said, so he felt relieved. But, is there something different from before? Only then did Natsum Takashi notice Odajirai Haru's glasses. How should I put it? He looks a bit like a Chinibu patient. Odajirai looked around and suddenly asked, How is it? Natsum was confused. What? Odajirai waved his hand. I mean, in this room lives Natsum. It's nice here. Odajirai smiled. That's good. After all, this is my old room. Huh. I've lived here for nearly 9 years. I've lived with my sister and brother Shige since I was in elementary school. 9 years is a really long time. For a moment, Natsum couldn't think of an answer to his question. I feel relieved when you say that you live well here. Come to think of it, this guy is really noisy. He has been calling Natsum non-stop since just now. Is this little fat cat your Shikigami, Takashi? This is a reasonable guess. Natsum Takashi told himself. But the cat teacher was furious faster than anyone else. You little brat, who are you saying is a Shikigami? The cat teacher jumped onto Odajirai with his claws and teeth bared. Natsum subconsciously reached out his hand, but the cat teacher was too fast and he missed. Cat teacher? Cat teacher? It seems that you are not a master and servant relationship. Odajirai pulled the cat off him. He is not like Xiaojing who loves cats. This kind of thing is definitely neat and tidy. I thought you guys were the same as Xiaojing's. Of course Mr. Chong and I are different. I absolutely cannot agree with the practice of killing all monsters. Natsum took his cat from Odajirai, paused for a moment, and apologized to the cat teacher. Feel sorry, I didn't have time to stop Mr. Cat. It's okay. It's me who brought it up first. I should be the one to apologize. Odajirai waved his hand dismissively. It was just a piece of clothing that was torn. He was not so serious as to argue with a lucky cat. What kind of monster is the cat teacher? Is it a cat demon? A lucky cat? Will it have the effect of attracting wealth? It's just a container. My true form is a super powerful monster. I am not a lucky cat. The cat teacher's fur, which was finally smoothed down by Natsum, was about to explode again, and he retorted angrily. That's a pity. He originally wanted to use the cat teacher to gather wealth. It seems that there is no such opportunity, but with his fame, he doesn't need it. I always feel that you are thinking about something nasty. The cat teacher looked like he wanted to pounce on him again, but this time he was held firmly in Natsum's arms. Odajirai smiled. From Natsum's perspective, there was even a moment of overlap with Tachibana. How could it be? I have a lot of problems with monsters or abnormalities, but I have a very friendly attitude, maybe to some extent. Xiaojing and I are completely opposite people. The people who can see have bad intentions, but the people who can't see are shaken by it. It's a very ironic fact, isn't it? Compared to this, you little brat, you obviously couldn't hear me talking when you were downstairs just now, right? How come you can hear it now? The rare and reliable cat teacher stared at Odajirai. Odajirai pointed at the glasses on his nose. This pair of glasses is a special product. After wearing it, I can't see monsters, which means I have become half of the people of the other world. I'm afraid it's more than that. The cat teacher narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't remember when he had heard Odajirai's voice, he always had the deepest fear of those who used external forces to enter the other world, and this moment was no exception. Natsum found it difficult to join in the conversation between the two people. He was confused and only understood the fact that Odajirai could see monsters through his glasses. Odajirai readily admitted, "Yes, that's right. Strictly speaking, in addition to monsters, I can also see other things, such as souls." At this time, Odajirai Haru suddenly greeted the void behind Natsum, and then said to him in Natsum's blank eyes, "Your parents seem to be very gentle and kind people, just like Sister Toko and Brother Shige." Natsum's pupils suddenly dilated, and he turned his head very quickly, only to see empty air. Then he turned back. Yes, if he could also see ghosts, he should have been able to see his parents long ago, instead of standing here and being fooled by his new uncle who was hard to tell whether he was real or fake. Natsum Takashi's throat was dry. "Did you really see my parents?" Odajirai shrugged. "I don't need to lie to an underage child about this, right? Takashi, the monsters you can see and the cursed spirits in the world of sorcery are barely in the same system. At the same time, there is also a system of gods and artifacts in this world. Souls exist in that system, which is different from the evil spirits you can see. In short, I can indeed see two people following you, but judging from the transparency, they should disappear soon. By the way, how long will it take you to turn 18? 3 years. Natsum Takashi heard himself answering him. He has completely understood. Although Japan still has a 20-year-old adult system, it is clear that 18 is the age at which men can get married and have children, so it is completely reasonable to use this time as a turning point. His parents stayed by his side after their death, watching over him as he grew up. Mr. Odajirai. Natsum's expression was serious. Can you please tell my parents a message?" Odajirai looked at him deeply and rejected him. "No, Takashi, they have no self-awareness anymore, and they have no memory of being with you. They are just staying by your side by instinct. Instead of asking me to pass on a message for you, it would be more cost-effective to actually pay tribute to them. A dead spirit will not have any memory of its life," Yato told him, and now it seems to be true. It's just that a spirit without self-awareness can still stay awake, which sounds like a miracle. Maybe it's because of Natsum's huge spiritual power. This kid is a genius. The two transparent spirits who look very similar to Natsum just smiled gently as always and stood behind Natsum. The greeting he just gave was no different from saying hello to the air. "Xiaoqing?" Fujiwara Shigeru's shouts were heard from downstairs. Odajirai realized that the 10 minutes he had agreed to with his sister were over. So he took off his glasses and threw them back into his pocket. "If you have anything else to say, please wait a while. I have to help Sister Tatsi make dinner first." Then he ran downstairs again. Upstairs, standing in his room, Natsum Takashi blinked. "Teacher Cat, do you believe what Mr. Odajirai said?" "Well, who knows, but Natsum, you already believe it, don't you?" Of course, to Odajirai, who was not wearing glasses, this sentence was just a string of meaningless sounds. Meow meow meow. Fujiwara Tuko has been waiting for a long time. In the Fujiwara family, it was always Tachiko who was in charge of the meals. Neither Shige nor Takashi could help her with cooking, but her brother was different. Although Xiaoqing was not a good cook, he could do a lot for her in the kitchen. Therefore, she unceremoniously chose to exploit her brother who had just returned to Kyushu a few hours ago. It's better to have one more person cook the dinner for 4 than for her to do it all by herself. Odajirai Haru washed her hands in the kitchen familiarly and accepted the instructions from her elder sister. It had been a long time since Tatsi encountered an obstacle in the kitchen, another person's body. It was a little difficult to adapt at first, but she soon commanded her brother around, and all the work requiring knives and running errands was given to this person. You know, this was her privilege as the eldest sister. The siblings quickly prepared dinner for 4 people, and Fujiwara Shige, who was not in the kitchen, came in to serve the dishes. Natsume Takashi also wanted to help, but was suppressed by the gentle Shige, so he could only sit at the table uncomfortably. You are still a child. Seeing Natsume like this, Fujiwara Tuko explained with a smile. Odajirai, helping his sister cook since junior high school. Haru was puzzled. Maybe this was the privilege of being a good kid? Because entering the kitchen was originally a punishment measure after a conflict with a classmate, but later it became a regular program in the Fujiwara family by accident. But he said nothing. Because of his dignity as an elder. Dinner was home-cooked Japanese cuisine, with tempura and miso soup. The main dishes were fried chicken with lemon juice and grilled fish, and rice was added at your own convenience. In addition, Tatsi also thoughtfully added everyone's favorite seasonings, such as homemade chili sauce for the younger brother. After the happy dinner time, Odajirai put on his coat and prepared to return to downtown Kumamoto as soon as possible. You know, his home is not close to Yahara. Even if he leaves now, he will arrive home at nearly 9 o'clock. Xiaoqing, are you going home now? Tatsi brushed the non-existent dust off his coat and looked up and asked. Odajirai glanced at his phone. At 6:30, some little idiot whose name he didn't know hadn't contacted him yet. Through the window, you can see the street lights lit up on the street. The dim yellow light is scattered on the ground, blocked by the sky that has not yet completely darkened. They had agreed to meet at exactly 6:30. Odajirai sighed and said to his sister, who was worried about whether he could return home safely, "Someone will come to pick me up later. I'm still waiting for his email." Someone will come to pick you up? At this time, it was obviously not Xiaoqing's friend that she knew in the past, not to mention that she had already met her brother's only friend in the afternoon. I was friends with his boss before, and he just happened to have time to pick me up, so I agreed. Of course, this was not the case, but he could only give this explanation to his sister. Could he tell her that he had asked the person who was responsible for monitoring his parents to pick him up? If Baiyuan was not too remote and it was difficult to get a taxi, he would not have to find someone to pick him up. Fujiwara Toko didn't believe this, but she trusted her brother very much. Even if it was such a lie that could be easily exposed, she just gently handed him the bag at the entrance. "This is some sauce I made, and all kinds of miscellaneous things. Take it back to my parents for me, Xiaoqing." Odajirai Haru was suddenly stuffed with a large bag of things. But what could he do? He just held the things obediently and said good night to his sister. Then he turned around, took out his phone, and prepared to contact some late loser. But he was stopped by the voice behind him. "Mr. Odajirai, Natsume Takashi?" He stopped where he was and looked back. Natsume Takashi's small body shivered in the cold autumn night wind without having time to put on his coat. When he chased out, he didn't even bring the cat teacher with him. "Takashi?" Natsume has an average physique, and the temperature tonight is very low. Although it's not low enough to breathe out hot air, it's almost there. If this continues, Natsume will definitely get sick and catch a cold, and his sister will have to take care of him in addition to doing housework. So let's make a quick decision. Odajirai thought so. "What's the matter, Takashi? It's so cold. You should go back to the house. My sister will be worried." "I'm sorry, Mr. Odajirai. Anyway, I still want to ask you. Please tell my parents a message." He panted, but his tone was gentle yet firm. It was the kind that was hardest for him to refuse. Odajirai rubbed his head. "I really lost to you. Tell me." "Thank you. Can you please tell them a thank you for me?" Natsume looked straight at him. Odajirai put on the glasses he had just put back in his pocket and hooked his finger at the translucent sole behind Natsume. "Hey, although I know you have no self-awareness, I will still do what I promised the child. The child you have been following is Natsume Takashi. He wants to say to you, thank you very much." Then Odajirai saw a strange sight that he had never seen before. The guardian spirit that was supposed to have no self-awareness suddenly disappeared after hearing the words he brought to Natsume. The milky white halo that formed only in his eyes gently enveloped Natsume Takashi, shielding him from the cold air. This is really Odajirai's eyes widened. A miracle. That night he still contacted the late idiot. After learning more about it, I found out that I didn't contact him because the person in charge in Tokyo forgot to give him Odajirai's contact information. He almost couldn't get home. Then he reported it to his superiors overnight, and in about 3 or 4 days, new faces would be seen replacing them. Yes, that's right. Odajirai has always adopted the collective responsibility system, although the main responsible party is that idiot in Tokyo. But he will not let go of Kyushu either. As expected, it was already a little after 9 when Odajirai Haru returned home. But fortunately, their factory operates on a shift system, so there are people around at night. What's more, his parents are still waiting for him to come home tonight. Odajirai took a deep breath and pushed open the door with the nameplate engraved with Odajirai. The Odajirai family home is a typical Japanese-style residence, a 2-story building with a small attic. There is also a large courtyard. Further back is their brewery. Don't get me wrong, they are a legal wine-making company. It's just that they have always been producing in small batches. Most of the customers are locals from Kyushu. The Odajirai family's sake brewing business has been in operation for the 3rd generation by his parents' generation, and if Odajirai Haru were to take over, he would be the 4th generation. Let me tell you one thing. Their home, it's quite big. Although it cannot compare with the famous family in the deep mountains and old forests, but owning a house like this in Kumamoto City would be impossible if it had not been passed down from generation to generation for many years. Every inch of this place bears traces that are familiar to Odajirai. There are calligraphy and paintings he carved on the wall when he was a child. There are also awards he received in primary school, and when he was younger, captured butterflies and rhinoceros beetles. At this time of night, there will be no one in the courtyard. His parents were getting older, and they decided to wait for him in the house since junior high school. But today is different. Odajirai opened the door. He found his parents, wearing thick coats, sitting side by side on the cold steps waiting for him. 2 fools. Odajirai tilted his head and asked them, "Why don't you wait for me inside?" The tone of his voice was incredibly soft, and the person who followed him in was almost scared to drop what he was holding. Odajirai Naoko said stickily, "Because I want to see Xiaoqing as soon as possible." Odajirai Sugo also nodded heavily. "It's been a long time since I last saw Xiaoqing." Really, these 2 people become more spoiled as they get older. Odajirai drove them back into the house and opened his suitcase in the living room. Although time was very tight, he still packed all the necessary souvenirs. This one was for his father, that one was for his mother, and some for his sister and Takashi were also in the box. Seeing the 2 elderly people in their 60s happily being coaxed back to their room to sleep, Odajirai finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I haven't done this for a long time, and I feel a lot less rusty about it." While lying in the warm quilt that had been exposed to the sun by the nanny, Odajirai thought sincerely. Although he still hated sunny days, he didn't hate the quilt that had been exposed to the sun. Or perhaps Odajirai Haru is missing the taste of home. Odajirai really hates being woken up in the middle of the night. In addition, he had been out and about all day yesterday, and he finally closed his eyes and fell asleep, but was woken up by a strange sound the next second. No one would be happy if this happened, right? So he scratched his head, got up, opened the curtains and looked out the window. Odajirai's bedroom in his hometown has always been on the 2nd floor. During the day, sunlight would shine through the window and form beautiful lattice shadows on the ground. But since graduating from elementary school, his room has basically been in darkness. Only when the lights are turned on at night can one confirm that the eldest son of the Odajirai family is still living here. Although their family no longer has those feudal dregs, one still occasionally hears the title young master from the mouths of former servants and current employees. When I think about it this way, the Chang family is really feudal. Odajirai didn't turn on the lights, just stared at the night watchman whispering downstairs. "What's going on? It's suddenly so cold." Yes, isn't it October now? I almost thought it was December just now." Odajirai held his breath and concentrated, only hearing the whistling sound of the autumn night wind, blowing away the whispers downstairs. They suddenly didn't seem to feel so cold anymore, so they hurried back to the factory. "What's wrong? Sogo?" Under the moonlight, Odajirai rummaged through his bedside table. He didn't know where his glasses, which were originally placed on it, had fallen. But when he heard his mother's voice, he still spoke up for his elderly father. "Don't worry, I'll go check it out. You and Dad can sleep peacefully." Although he had a bad feeling, the most important thing was to comfort his elderly parents. "Oh, Shaoqing is back? I'll leave it to you." Hearing this, Odajirai felt an inexplicable sour feeling in his heart. He could easily imagine that every year when he was away, his parents lived like this, and his father had to get up in the middle of the night to check the factory when there was an accident at night. In fact, Odajirai knew that his parents had already found a suitable agent, but they had not given up on him before he graduated from college, so this matter had been delayed until now. This year, his father, Odajirai Sogo, is 57 years old, and his mother, Odajirai Naoko, is 55 years old. Even at such an old age, they are still worried about his affairs. This is not a matter of money. Odajirai has not accepted any money from his family since 4 years ago. On the contrary, his commission fees have always been very high, and he gives a lot of money to his family every month. He even paid for the renovation of this over 100-year-old house last year. He spent too little time with his family. At first, his parents were busy with their business, and later he suddenly went out to study. The distance between them was infinitely widened. Only when his mother threatened him to wear the shirts she sent him, he would feel a little real. His parents and relatives had been waiting for him to come home in this place. Odajirai folded his coat, took the keys to the factory and home from the door, changed into cotton slippers for going out, and went out. He just found his glasses under the bed. He probably knocked them to the ground accidentally with his hand. So he turned on the light and looked for them for a long time. Anyway, I hope it's not what he thinks. Then Odajirai found out that unfortunately what he said came true. He greeted the employee who was in charge of guarding the factory gate, and following the traces of dirt he saw through his glasses, he saw the door of the wine cellar. "Are you nearsighted, Qingjun? I remember you didn't wear glasses when you were a child." The old man who was guarding the door had watched him grow up, and since their family was all named Odajirai, Odajirai Haru couldn't say anything to make him change his mind. "Well, I guess so." But he didn't want to explain to these people, so he let them think so. It seems that Qingjun must be a good student, unlike my grandson, who always ranks at the bottom of the class in school. But I'm old now. As long as he can live a healthy and happy life, that's enough. Odajirai paused. He suddenly felt guilty. He simply turned around and talked to the younger workers instead of following the filth. "He will definitely understand your intentions." Odajirai even spoke honorifics to the old man at the factory. You have to know that in addition to the age gap between them, the more important one is the superior-subordinate relationship. Even if he calls Odajirai sir, there is no problem at all, let alone asking Odajirai to use honorifics. But he still used it. "Then I'll borrow your good words, Harukuin." The old man sat back in his small room, which had the warmest heater in the entire factory. When they had nothing to do, young employees always liked to chat here. Today is no exception, which is why I left the factory so quickly and returned. "Did you just say that it's particularly cold today?" Several young employees looked at each other, and finally the one who was obviously the leader among them answered him. "Yes, the weather has been similar these days, but just now everyone felt like they were in an ice cave, shivering with cold. Mr. Qing, you know that there is no heater in the winery. It was really too cold, so we went out to hide for a while. And then he just happened to hear it, right? These people are really unlucky." But he didn't mean to dwell on it. If he guessed correctly, if those people hadn't left the factory, the police would have come to their house tomorrow. So Odajirai praised, "Well done. Your lives are much more important than this factory. If you encounter life-threatening situations, the right thing to do is to run away quickly. The most important thing is, if someone dies, the parents will definitely be worried. They are so old and shouldn't be worrying about such things." The young men smiled sheepishly. "Thank you, Mr. Qing, for your understanding." They originally thought that Odajirai would be like everyone else and demand that they not leave their jobs under any circumstances, but receiving such praise made them feel much more relieved. The boss they met was very nice, they thought. "Have you heard of any strange things happening recently? This shouldn't be the first time, right?" Seeing that these people were much more relaxed, Odajirai asked, taking advantage of the situation. "Me." In the dim firelight, Odajirai looked up and saw the young man standing at the back raised his hand. Then he seemed to realize that this was no longer a school. His face flushed and he lowered his head and said hesitantly, I heard from my colleague who was on shift that it seemed that the wine cellar was very cold during the day, but the thermometer showed the same temperature as usual. He thought he was wrong and only mentioned it to me when he changed shifts. Huh, why didn't we hear you say that? I thought he was making up a story to deceive me. How could such a thing happen in the real world? So you believe it now? While the young employees were arguing with each other, Odajirai sat there with his eyes closed, thinking. Finally, he took off his glasses and said goodbye to the workers who were working the night shift. I know about this matter. I will deal with it. If something happens again tonight, you can just go to the house in front of find me. He originally wanted to take a look at the cursed spirit, but now he thought that a cursed spirit that could affect ordinary people was definitely not the same level he usually saw on the street. It might even attack him the first moment he saw it. He is a weakling, so it would be better to leave this matter to professionals. After all, he still cherishes his life. So Odajirai Haru returned to the room, took off her coat, and sent an email to the professional. He could call tomorrow. At this time he looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. It was a bit too much to ask someone to get up at this time to answer the phone. Anyway, there is a high probability that the cursed spirit will not act rashly tonight. As soon as Odajirai Haru lay back in the quilt, her eyelids closed unconsciously. Let's go to bed first. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when Gojo Satoru received the call from Yaga Mazamichi. The previous task just ended. He checked his phone and prepared to ask someone to take him back to Tokyo. Since Yuta Otsutsuki was rated as a special grade, his workload has been reduced a little, but since Otsutsuki is still in training, he is still basically in charge of all overseas assignments. Therefore, as soon as the window reported the abnormal movement of the 8 original boundary, he ran over here to check. But there is one thing to say, he was not familiar with the enchantment. This was not something that the sorcerers were good at. I had originally wanted to be lazy and come to eat the mantu at Nanatsujiya, but before I could eat, I received a call from Yaga Mazamichi. You know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Gojo Satoru was not prepared to pay attention to this matter, but he could not help it, and Yaga Mazamichi told him the name of the client. Odajirai Haru. This man was unknown in the world of sorcery, but Gojo Satoru was still the head of one of the 3 great families. It is normal for them to be responsible for some external communication affairs. These things have long been thrown to the idle old man at home, but this does not mean that he really knows nothing about ordinary society. This name is well known in the other world. It is said that as long as there is a trace on the internet, none of them can escape Odajirai Haru's eyes. He just heard that and thought about it. The director's office had several storage rooms full of paper documents. I think it has nothing to do with them. After all, the fools in the world of spells are as stubborn as if they were living in the last century. But to some extent, it is also possible to be wary of information dealers like Odajirai who conduct investigations through the internet. It seemed like I didn't hear this name again for 3 or 4 years. Now that Emoth suddenly mentioned him, he suddenly had the urge to go and meet this person. Moreover, he is the invincible Gojo Satoru. Of course, you can go meet whoever you want to meet. Then Odajirai met Gojo Satoru. At 6 in the morning, he was woken up from bed by his mother in confusion. Then I subconsciously washed and changed clothes. When I was going down the stairs, I almost fell because I didn't see my feet clearly. He looked at the reply from Emo Jungdao on his phone, and then looked at the ceiling of a certain white-haired man in a strange uniform who was sitting in his living room and chatting happily with his father. What should he say? A low-level boss versus a full-level player? In short, it is full of a sense of disobedience. He began to mourn for the cursed spirit. But I heard that Gojo Satoru made a lot of noise when he exorcised the cursed spirit. He slept well in the second half of last night. Does that mean that Gojo Satoru hasn't exorcised the cursed spirit yet? That probably means that the curse here hasn't reached that level yet. Odajirai felt a little relieved. Finally, I had time to take a good look at the man in front of me. Gojo Satoru, the legendary head of the Gojo family who was perfect in everything except his personality. It just so happened that the other person was also looking at him, and for a moment, Both of them were speechless. Odajirai repeated in his mind the little information he had found before. For some reason, intelligence about the world of sorcery was always difficult to investigate. He had previously speculated whether this group of people were still alive more than 10 or 20 years ago at that time. All the information was still entered on paper, but he finally found out some information through various intelligence networks. For example, the messy things about the Big Three and the game between the Gojo faction and the conservatives. But these are all off topic. He has no intention of participating. It's just that his thoughts are a little divergent because it's his first time meeting Gojo Satoru. After all, beauties of this level are quite rare. This is what Odajirai, who is obsessed with looks, thought. However, perhaps because he did not face the six eyes directly, the impact this ceiling brought to him was not as great as that of Celti. At most, he was on par with the daughter of God from PK Middle School. She was attractive, but for someone with a stronger will like him, it was still acceptable. Amuro Toru was teased at the first meeting. You? Strong-willed? But this guy might not look like this after he takes off the bandage. Judging from the photos I have seen before, his eyes are so beautiful that they are beyond human. It's this bandage that makes him lose his favor. It always reminds him of the past appearance of a certain black mud spirit. Then the white-haired ceiling spoke. It's just a second-level cursed spirit. My students will come to deal with it tomorrow? Odajirai didn't remember Gojo Satoru being such a considerate person. Seemed to see his doubts. Gojo Satoru then said, I have other things to do. There is a Nanatsujiya here, right? The one that is famous for its steamed buns. The implication couldn't be clearer. He didn't even say please or trouble. Odajirai let him go, and even kindly found someone to lead the way for him. Because Odajirai knew very well that in the face of absolute force, any conspiracy or trickery would be useless. Just as in front of Gojo Satoru, even he, Odajirai, had to pretend to be good. After all, his ability is only good enough to threaten some organizations in the other world. But when facing Gojo Satoru, he can only deliver a bad ending. After all, this young master cares about very few people and has a physiological aversion to honest opinions. Odajirai can't find a way to threaten him, so naturally he can only keep his tail between his legs. The last person who made him feel this powerless was his daughter Xiaonan. The real ceiling Xiaonan. Destroy the world within 3 days. False ceiling Gojo Satoru. I haven't calculated how many days it will take to destroy the earth, but it's not impossible. Fortunately, even though Gojo Satoru cannot be considered a purely good person, he is not a criminal, not to mention Xiaonan who has always abided by the law. The whole world still seems to be peaceful. At least it can last until Xiaonan dies. Seiki-K, he really appreciates your efforts. But he always felt that Gojo Satoru seemed to be hesitant to speak just now. Forget it, he still had work to do, and didn't have time to guess about the ceiling's thoughts here. He is not some script expert. Thinking of this, he went to the wine cellar and packed a few souvenirs to send back to Yokohama, as well as his own portion, which he would just have to follow him on the plane. Of course, he wasn't wearing those glasses. Finally returned to my job. Odajirai is much more adept at these things. The internet at home was renovated together with the house last year. Although it is not the fastest speed, it is sufficient for work. Since he didn't have his own studio at home, Odajirai simply worked in his room. He took out the portable desktop computer he brought from Tokyo from his suitcase, installed it with ease, and connected it to the internet. The process is similar everywhere. The most important step was to start with the local internet connection and hack into official or even private surveillance video. He had already seen the former once in Tokyo, and now he was just comparing it with the private surveillance to finally find out where the 10th generation of the Vongala disappeared. All in all, it was a huge workload, and he didn't have any special abilities like Hanadaka Tanaka, who used to work in a detective agency. He just relied on his extraordinary observation and intuition to do his work. He has done this kind of thing thousands of times. I can only say that the other party was very smart and created more trouble for him. It is also said that the plastic surgery and beauty industry has become increasingly popular recently. Instead, he could consider cooperating with the authorities to develop a software for recognizing appearance, body shape, and walking posture, or perhaps promote the DNA identification business indirectly. Odajirai simply wrote these into his career plan after graduating from university. Of course, at the same time, he did not forget his commission. After working almost sleeplessly for a day and a night, he finally found some clues. This is a picture from a very remote private surveillance camera. Sawada Tsuneyoshi wore a hat to cover his rather eye-catching long brown hair. He kept his head down and walked as if floating, with no ups and downs. Odajirai almost missed it. Fortunately, he always liked to play comparison surveillance, and he found that there was a video in the street surveillance that repeated the previous day. Odajirai looked through the footage from the past few days again and discovered that due to the remote geographical location, the people who appeared in the surveillance video were very fixed and the time was almost the same. So they slipped through his first round of screening. The other party is a veteran. After the surveillance video was overwritten, he simply deleted all the previous footage. If he hadn't come back here, I'm afraid this commission would have really failed. The only failure of information dealer Haru Odajirai, does it sound like enough to nail him to the pillar of shame? He certainly had no doubt that the 10th generation of Vongala would be safe in the end. But if his contribution was not great enough, how could he feel at ease charging the Vongala? He still has this professional ethics of an intelligence dealer. Fortunately, now we have a clue. Odajirai began to check the map and mark the route where the 10th generation disappeared. As expected, the street surveillance cameras along the way had been tampered with to varying degrees, and even some of the more obvious private surveillance cameras were missing some content. Fortunately, Ba Yuan's family was a weird one and liked to hide the surveillance cameras very well, otherwise he would have really been in trouble. It was basically 3 or 4 in the afternoon a few days later when he finished work. During these days, Odajirai probably only slept an average of 3 or 4 hours, which was almost like he was dying of sudden death. After that, he lay down on the table and slept until 8 o'clock in the evening. When he woke up, he could hardly turn his neck back. It was only because he found a young employee who hit him from the opposite direction that his clever little head returned to the right side. By the way, in the past few days, the second-level cursed spirits in the wine cellar have been exorcised by students from the later Jutsu High School. Their actions were swift, accurate, and ruthless, leaving no trace of trouble. According to his parents, it seemed to be a handsome little boy with silver hair. They lured the cursed spirit out of the wine cellar for exorcism. There was no financial loss except for a few old machines. His parents were so satisfied that they stuffed a bunch of gifts for the little boy before leaving. Of course, the reason the assistant supervisor gave his parents could not be exorcism or something like that, and he did not learn the specific details from Yemo or Gojo. Odajirai felt that nothing mattered as long as it did not give his devout Buddhist parents another belief. Wait, speaking of souvenirs, did he forget something? Odajirai looked down at the suitcase stiffly. On top of it were the gifts he brought back from Tokyo for his sister and Natsum. When did he say he would bring it to them? Forget it. Let's go tomorrow morning. By the way, we can also go to the forest where the 10th generation disappeared to see what's so strange about it. Odajirai had a rare good sleep after returning home. The next morning, we were ready to set off in high spirits. My parents, who are used to going to bed early and getting up early, are already walking the cat and playing with the birds in the yard. The cat belongs to my husband, who is responsible for guarding the house during the day. My mother likes to play with the fluffy little things very much. Birds are a new hobby that my father has developed in recent years. I have 3 or 4 of them at home. The bird cage is hanging in the yard. Odajirai Haru, who is away from home all year round, is naturally not qualified to comment on this. In addition, his sleep quality was pretty good, so the chirping of birds in the early morning was not enough to alert him. Seeing him walk out of the room in neat clothes, Odajirai Naoko asked in surprise, "Xiaoqing, are you going out?" It's rare to go out so early. Odajirai looked at the time on his phone.